Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku gained his quirk from a mysterious meteor crash story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Something was off about the summer night, but 𝐒𝐿 chalked it up to the lack of cicadas. The background shrill that encompassed every summer back in Japan was absent here in 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, Florida. 𝐒𝐿 wasn't sure what to make of America. The summer heat was familiar, but that's where the similarities ended. Everything in this country was so loud and big, and for an 8-year-old whose entire knowledge of the country was filtered through all might-perpetuated stereotypes, he was quickly overwhelmed, and Hisoshi Midoriya wasn't the best cultural translator out there. School let out for the summer a week ago, but his mother's vacation only started next Tuesday, so 𝐒𝐿 had been sent ahead for a few days of quality time with his father, who he'd never actually met face-to-face before. So far quality time has consisted of a couple of awkward grocery runs, a movie night neither of them enjoyed since they didn't know how each other's tastes, and a whole lot of 𝐒𝐿 unsuccessfully trying to sleep off the jet lag of his life. Which is how 𝐒𝐿 came to be walking on the beach 2 streets over past midnight. He wasn't sneaking out, exactly. Hisoshi saw him leave, and didn't seem to mind. It was lunchtime in Japan right now, and while 𝐒𝐿 wasn't hungry, he was still wide awake. He enjoyed the warm sand and the cool waves. It was nice to have some peace and quiet after the past few days, and the past semester in general. With the beginning of the school year, 𝐭𝐽𝐲's new friends had convinced him to eschew his usual physical tirades for outright shunning 𝐒𝐿. He'd actually preferred it for the first couple of weeks until the rest of the grade caught on and left him in total isolation. He'd considered making noise, making himself impossible to ignore, but Mom seemed relieved to finally have a school year with no infirmary visits. But still, something was wrong. 𝐒𝐿 looked out over the beach, empty for a change. In the distance stood the various towers and antennas of the space station, where centuries ago the United States used to launch ships into space. Before him the waves whispered, black in the night except for the reflected light trailing down towards the beach. Wait! He looked up and managed to scramble away mere seconds before the meteor crashed into the shore, throwing up walls of sand twice 𝐒𝐿's height as it burrowed further inland. It stopped where the sand dunes rose up before the road, but a great cloud of steam billowed from where the meteor had stopped. Common sense said read, screamed at the top of its lungs to run as far away as possible. In 𝐒𝐿's defense, his ears were ringing from that crash and couldn't hear much of anything. As the air cleared of steam, 𝐒𝐿 tentatively approached the shallow crater. Peeking over the edge, he found an odd sight, a mad mess of yellow and red. Then he heard a cough, and more red, and 𝐒𝐿 understood he was looking at a man. A very tall, very thin, and very bloody man. Another cough snapped 𝐒𝐿 out of his shock and he scrambled into the ditch and helped the man to his feet. The man grunted, and 𝐒𝐿 noticed that his side was bleeding profusely. "Are you okay?" 𝐒𝐿 asked, before remembering where he was and repeating himself in what even he could recognize as absolutely terrible English. The man muttered something unintelligible. "What? I'm sorry I don't, you need to leave, kid." The man rasped out in perfect Japanese. "He's coming." "Who's coming?" "Sir." "Ah. Are you a hero?" 𝐒𝐿 took another look at the man, and finally noticed he was wearing what definitely looked like a hero costume, though he couldn't identify it under all the sand and BLD. He'd actually found himself in the middle of a hero battle. Or rather the battle found him. The man took him by the shoulders and looked him dead in the eyes, and 𝐒�l's attention caught on the BLD still trickling from the man's mouth. The reality of the situation suddenly snapped into sharp focus. He was next to an injured hero, and a villain was coming. "What do we do?" "You," the man said and poked 𝐒�l's chest. "You run. Get as far away from here as you can before he comes. We don't have long now. I will beat him." But 𝐒�l couldn't look away from the BLD. He'd seen dozens, hundreds of hero fights on the internet, but he's never seen anything like this. Heroes got scratched up occasionally, sure, BLD wasn't uncommon. But this man wasn't just bleeding, he was dying. "But what if you can't?" The man tried to smile, but it seemed to pain him, which was not encouraging. "I always win in the end." He tried to shove 𝐒𝐿 away then, but the boy held on to his wrists. He was hyperventilating, panicking surely. But what if you can't? What happens if you don't beat him? Later, Toshinori will blame his decision on the BLD loss. Or maybe he won't, and take responsibility for his mistake. Who will know, anyway? He will. And so will Sasaki. And everybody else who knows the truth. And none will forgive him. Nothing. Here. Nothing will happen, the man said, his eyes seeming to sharpen suddenly. Because even if I fall, at least he won't have you. Before 𝐒𝐿 understood what was happening, the man slapped a bloodied hand over his mouth. 𝐒𝐿 gagged, eyes going wide as a small trickle of the man's BLD slid down his throat, hot and thick. Just as quickly, the man took his hand away, and 𝐒𝐿 scrambled backwards. He tried to spit out what remaining BLD remained in his mouth, and palmed away at his face, his hands coming back covered in drying BLD. The man either didn't notice or ignored 𝐒𝐿's panic. My quirk is called One for All. It allows the bearer to pass its power from one user onto the next, and that is what just occurred when you ingested my BLD, for which I deeply apologize. The man I am fighting has been looking for this quirk for generations, and he cannot be allowed to find it. He turned away and stretched to his full height, and something about his demeanor changed. Run, young man. Stay hidden, stay safe, and keep us all safe in the doing. When this is over, find me again. But how will I? Before 𝐒𝐿 could finish his question, the man transformed before his eyes. Where a second ago stood a wraith-like figure with tumbling hair, every inch of him was now covered in muscle, his hair stood erect, and he stood in a form 𝐒𝐿 had memorized when he was 4 years old. All Might, turned back to 𝐒𝐿 and smiled. It was the smile 𝐒𝐿 had dreamed of seeing in person his entire life. And at the same time it wasn't. It had every ounce of the hero's signature confidence, but it still couldn't disguise his fear. All Might was afraid. All Might was afraid. There was a sound in the distance. A high-pitched whistle, like a bullet cutting through the air. Or perhaps something bigger. Faster. Deadlier. Run. All Might said one last time, and 𝐒𝐿 did. He didn't even make it off the sand before the beach exploded. He saw the numbers off a storefront TV in St. Louis 4 days later. According to the news, a fight had broken out between two villains and destroyed the beach and most of the surrounding neighborhood in the process. All told, 76 people were dead, 30 critically injured, and 23 still missing. Search and rescue heroes were on the scene. 𝐒𝐿 was listed among the dead. He didn't know what led them to that conclusion, nor did he want to. Hisoshi's name was right above his on the list. Seeing it made him flash back to the terrifying 10 minutes he'd spent in the house after the fight moved down the block. The broken walls, shattered windows. Hisoshi's bedroom door was closed. 𝐒𝐿 didn't open it. Instead he went to the kitchen and opened the secret drawer where Hisoshi kept important documents and money. It needed a code, but 𝐒𝐿 took the steel tenderizer from its hook over the sink and smashed the thing to pieces. The house was missing its entire north side, what was a little more damage. He took his own passport and all the cash in the drawer, and left as quickly as he came. He didn't linger. This house held no memories for him. But when he stepped outside he realized he had no idea where to go, or what to do. What he wanted, obviously, was to go home. But he remembered All Might's warning. Stay hidden, stay safe, and keep us all safe in the doing. He couldn't go home. He couldn't go home. It hit him then, all of a sudden. He was on the other side of the planet from anybody who knew him, in a country where he didn't know the language, narrowly trying to avoid the crosshairs of someone who could potentially kill All Might. He was 8, what was he supposed to do? Stay hidden, stay safe. So he hid. More or less. His first day at UA was a resounding success, by which he meant it was terrible but nobody was dead yet. Good enough. He came back from looking for Stain at 4 or 5 in the morning, meaning he woke up at 7 still in his street costume and smelling of the wrong side of Odawara's industrial district. Half an hour and a thermos of tea later, he managed to find a seat on the train to crash into. Maybe today was going to be okay, he thought. Naturally he fell asleep and almost missed his stop. Thankfully he was woken up by a faintly familiar girl with a bob of brown hair and a UA uniform. Sorry to disturb your nap, but I think this is your stop too. He stood up, adjusted the strap on his bag, and stepped off the train with the girl. Yes, thank you. Bad luck to be late on the first day. The girl's eyes lit up at his words. Oh, your accent. Are you new to Japan? Welp. This moment came a solid half-hour earlier than he expected. Not exactly. I lived in America for a few years with my dad. But I came back to Japan to go to UA. Oh, that's so cool. The girl put her hands to her face. I wish I got to live in America. New York, Chicago, oh. There's that place where they used to launch spaceships, right? Cape. Oh, what was the name? Canaveral, he supplied with some effort. Cape Canaveral. Yeah, I think it got ruined in a villain fight a few years ago. What? Ooh. The girl mock pouted, but then shook her head and held out her hand. Where are my manners? Uraraka Ochiko. Hill. 𝐤𝐬𝐽. Hairu. Uraraka struggled around the pronunciation. Close enough. He should have probably picked something more Japanese to fit in, but, whatever. It didn't take a genius to notice Izuku's accent, so he figured it best to go all the way. On his new school records it said his dad was American, he'd lived in the States between ages 8 and 14, and moved back to Japan to live with his uncle so he could attend UA. A whole lot of half-truths, but so far, it was a pretty tight alibi. Hopefully it held up. Izuku was barely 2 steps past the door. He and Uraraka were in the same class, it turned out, when he was assaulted by a mass of blonde hair and sparkles. Oh mon Dieu, where is that accent from? The new kid was thin, with flowing blonde hair and an ecstatic expression. Well, that was quick. America, Izuku said, preparing to repeat his story, but the guy kept right on going. Oh, that's delightful. I feel so much better, knowing I'm not the only foreigner in the class. Wouldn't you agree? Izuku barely stuttered out an agreement before the guy, who took maybe half a second to introduce himself as 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼, began to grill him for his life story. If the hero thing didn't pan out, Izuku thought, the police would be lucky to have him as an interrogator. 𝐼𝐼 was asking him if he'd ever been to France, and he said yes, true, for vacation, if only, when he suddenly found a large hand in front of his face. He followed the arm to see it was attached to a tall boy with blue hair and glasses. He looked vaguely familiar. Hi. My name is Ida Tenya. Wow, this dude was intense, okay. I'd like to apologize for my behavior during the entrance exam. Entrance exam. What happened in the, you were the butt at the gate. Izuku immediately clamped a hand over his mouth. Smooth, Izuku. Real thing smooth. In his defense, by the look in Uraraka's eyes and the way she was clearly trying not to laugh, she understood him perfectly. There was a hot minute where Ida tried to apologize for the entrance exam while Izuku tried to apologize for his rudeness, while he was pretty sure Uraraka and 𝐼𝐼 bonded over his embarrassment. It was stopped short by a sharp laugh from the other side of the room. Hey, 4 eyes. Take the hint and maybe stop hassling people over dumb SHT. The BLD froze in Izuku's veins. Maybe the seat on the train was a red herring. Bakugo Katsuki looked both completely different and exactly the same. He'd grown taller than Izuku, and the baby fat on his cheeks was gone. With his jacket thrown over the back of his chair, Izuku could clearly see muscles straining against the fabric of his shirt, the product of years of hard work. Hard work Izuku would have witnessed in another life. And what are you looking at, you shitty extra? On the other hand, his ego to body mass ratio was clearly unchanged. Kaken yelled again, and Izuku realized that he was the shitty extra being addressed. He stammered for a moment, but was saved from answering when a tired voice behind them said, "If you want to waste time on inane chatter, take it outside." Why was everyone in this school so insistent of interrupting conversations? Izuku turned around to find the speaker and instead found a yellow sleeping bag on the floor before him. Izuku snorted. Big talk from someone who got lost on the way to a camping trip. A grunt, and the sleeping bag unzipped, revealing a tall man with shaggy hair and a black jumpsuit. He stood up, dusted himself off, and gave a curt reply. Izuku didn't hear a word of it. Why the hell was Eraserhead here? The man leaned forward into the lectern at the front of the class. My name is Aizawa, and I am your new homeroom teacher. Now sit down before I expel you. Oh come. The F. On. He spent the entire day terrified of being recognized by either 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐾 or Eraserhead. 𝐭𝐿𝐴, thankfully, didn't seem to give him a second glance. Why would he? His hair was black, his accent was worlds away from what it used to be, and nothing else about him stood out enough to penetrate 𝐭𝐿𝐴's self-centered attitude. Eraserhead, on the other hand, had last seen Izuku 2 weeks ago. 3. The night on the docks. Didn't matter. Point is, the hero was a constant thorn in his side and vice versa. Izuku classed himself a rogue. He wasn't a villain or a vigilante, though he moved in their circles as his cause necessitated, and pulled his allies from both sides. Vigilantes tolerated him, but villains and the government had little patience for those who flaunted their dichotomy. When he graduated UA and became a hero, he could probably disguise his work, die. 𝐭𝐿𝐴's voice knocked Izuku out of his train of thought. Or maybe it was the massive explosion. The whole class watched as the baseball arced through the air and landed on the other side of the field. Eraserhead, Aizawa, turned to the class. Today we will be assessing your quirks, since you were allowed. Izuku tuned him out and took a deep breath. No point at worrying over recognition. One problem at a time. The rest of the day gave a wonderful insight into his classmates' quirks. Some were fairly standard, like 𝐒𝐻𝐵, how did she pass the entrance exam, he wondered, and some were more unique, like 𝐒𝐻𝐵. But the day ended with little fanfare and no expulsions. The hero was a liar, what a shocker. The rest of their classes simply covered syllabi, more introductions, and a tour of the grounds. Lunch was the best meal Izuku had eaten in years. Oh, he could get used to this. The thought reminded him of his empty fridge at home. Right. He should probably do a grocery run on the way home. More out of place for Izuku than the good food was the company. Uraraka was clearly as ravenous as him with the way she wolfed down everything in her line of sight, which made Ida chide them both for their lack of manners. Honestly, you two. We are representatives of the next generation of heroes, literally learning to be role models. Haru, how do you? Izuku raised a hand to stop him. Zeke. Please. Ida's brain seemed to short-circuit for a moment, which made Uraraka almost choke on her food laughing. Double win. My apologies, Zeke. I should have known to be more accommodating of our cultural differences. Izuku hoped the snafu was enough to distract Ida and let him eat in peace, but no dice. Nonetheless, cultural differences do not make up for a lack of etiquette. I mean, look at 𝐼, is that alcohol? The four of them walked out the gate together at the end of the day. Uraraka was explaining her drive to be a hero, and looked slightly embarrassed by it. It's not as glamorous as carrying a family legacy, I know, but there's nothing shameful about doing this for money. Izuku said, maybe a bit too earnestly. We do what we have to do, and there's no wrong reason to do it. Uraraka gave him a long look. What about you, then? Why do you want to become a hero? It's the only thing I've ever wanted, Izuku wanted to say. But the answer was more complicated than that. Because this world is broken. 𝐼 gave him a long, considering look, and Ida opened his mouth to say something, but Izuku raised his hand. No, wait, let me explain. Why does a robber rob a bank? To get money. Ida answered without hesitation. Right, but why rob a bank? Why not work? Billions of people make money every day through honest means, so why not them too? My initial answer, 𝐼 said in a measured tone, is to say that they simply don't care for the law. But I suspect you have a different opinion. They do it, Izuku continued, because they don't have a choice. Ida opened his mouth to protest, but Izuku forged ahead. Obviously that's a generalized statement. But a study from last year said that 22% of incarcerated villains lived below the poverty line, and 30% were in danger of falling below it. And that's just for quirk-related crimes. In theory, heroes are models for what the world should be. But in practice, they're just flashy law enforcement. I think they should be more. I think they can be more. And I'm gonna prove it. He realized he was out of breath. He tended to get lost in his tangents sometimes. His classmates, though, were silent. Uraraka looked like his words resonated but didn't know how to feel about it. Ida appeared to be restraining himself from objecting. And 𝐼𝐺𝐻. Izuku wasn't sure what 𝐼𝐺𝐻 thought. He still had that same self-satisfied smile, which might be more of a mask than Izuku realized. They reached the train station in silence and bid their farewells before spilling up. Izuku and Uraraka headed south, Ida north and 𝐼𝐺𝐻 east. A few minutes into the train ride, Uraraka began to badger him for misadventures from his life in America, which he didn't mind supplying, albeit heavily edited versions. They were almost at his place before Uraraka interrupted him. Zeke. Yes. Not to be overly rude, but why are you following me? Izuku gave her a confused look. They stood at the narrow entrance to Izuku Street, hidden between the KFC that supplied 30% of his nutrition and a hardware store. I'm not. I live here. Uraraka squinted in suspicion. Which building? Izuku took 2 steps back for a better angle and pointed towards his second-story window. That's my kitchen right there, in the corner. You're joking? No, why? Uraraka moved into his personal space and moved his finger ever so slightly, until he was pointing at the next building over. That's my place. Izuku stared at her, then plastered a smile on his face. What are the odds, here? Internally he was screaming. Of all the classmates on the planet, he had to get the only one with a direct line of sight into his house. Next thing he knew, he was agreeing to dinner plans sometime during the weekend. Your parents wouldn't mind. Right, sorry, I forgot, you said you live alone. Is it really that far away from your family? My family lives in Nye Prefecture. If I lived with them it would be a 5-hour commute each way. Holy hell. Haha, yeah. She rubbed the back of her neck. I didn't want to have to give up UA, so we scraped up the money for an apartment. I'll be honest, I'm kinda glad the school feeds us like it does cause it means I can spend less on food at home. She said it in a joking tone, but Izuku could tell she meant it. Hearing her talk made something in his chest constrict. Does it happen a lot? Kids who don't go to UA because of the distance? She shrugged. Sure. I know 3 other kids from the years above me who passed the entrance exam but couldn't afford the support expenses. And this is what made Izuku hate the hero world. Why it took all of Gentle's convincing to even apply to UA. Their school didn't charge tuition, supposedly to open their doors for anyone who truly wanted to be a hero. But what good was opening their gates if the road itself was inaccessible? I have a feeling you're gonna be a great hero, Izuku said. Maybe it was out of place, but he meant it. Uraraka tried to laugh it off but she couldn't hide her blush. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. He didn't go out that night, part in fear of his new neighbor's attention, part from a longing to just rest for once. Stain was still out there, but he had every possible official and unofficial forum set to ping his phone if the man resurfaced, and Gentle was off doing Gentle things. Honestly, the man was brilliant and Izuku owed him a lot, but his methods were unorthodox. And he didn't even know what to make of the new girl. Instead, Izuku did something he hadn't done in years and turned in early. Despite a few unpleasant surprises, the day had turned out fine. Maybe so would tomorrow. Or maybe not. Then it was a relatively cool September afternoon in Death Valley, California, the temperature a steady 30 degrees Celsius. Izuku could have waited for nightfall and more, well, survivable temperatures, but he wanted the daylight. And privacy. He'd run away from Florida 2 months ago. 2 months of sleeping under bridges and train hopping around the country. Why were the trains so slow in America? They didn't even have a single bullet train. He tried going to a few shelters, but when they asked for his name he panicked and ran, All Might's words ringing in his ears. Stay hidden, stay safe. The night at Cape Canaveral replayed in his head every time he closed his eyes. The crash, the BLD, the fight. Sometimes, he'd be walking on the street and someone would slam a car door, or drop something heavy, and he'd be sent back to the moment a billboard almost crashed on top of his head in his mad dash away from the beach. And the villain's face. All for one. At least, that's what All Might called him. The similarity between all for one and one for all didn't escape Izuku. He was 8, and his grasp of English wasn't the best, though necessity proved an excellent teacher, but he wasn't stupid. If Izuku had to guess, all for one was All Might's arch-nemesis. The fanboy part of himself had a million questions. The survivor part was on the edge of wetting his breathes. All Might had disappeared since the battle. No hero work, no interviews, no events. Sir Night Eye, his sidekick, claimed he was simply taking a break due to personal events and refused to elaborate, which wasn't much of an answer to anything. And then, 4 days ago, he returned. Izuku was lucky enough to watch it happen live on TV, eating his first meal in a day and a half at a crowded soup kitchen. His English was still amateur at best, but from what he managed to overhear, the crowded nature of the soup kitchen was new. The factory where many people in the city worked burned down, and now they were all out of work. Why did no one save them, he'd wondered. No one had died, but that was hardly consolation for the people who suddenly couldn't afford a place to live. The news anchor was speaking frantically over footage of a plane in descent, a large smoking trail behind it. We cut now to the sky over Denver International Airport, where Flight EA-318 is attempting to come in for a landing, but there appears to be severe damage to the engines and some to the left wing. Heroes have been called to aid, but it is unknown. Boom. The camera rattled as a small, unmistakable dot launched into the air towards the plane at astounding speed. It seemed like the entire soup kitchen was waiting, with bated breath to see what All Might would do next. Izuku's mind flew through the possibilities. Would he try to catch the plane? But what good would that do, if he still needed to hit the ground? Maybe rescue the passengers one by one. No, it would take too much time. On the screen, All Might seemed destined to collide with the plane before, at the last second, he turned in midair. The camera shook again as All Might directed a series of airborne punches towards the ground. What is he doing? The news anchor asked aloud, probably without realizing. Izuku understood immediately. And luckily, so did the pilot. With the force of his punches, All Might had created a wind tunnel for the plane to glide through without worrying about the damaged wing. 20 minutes later, the plane was in pieces on the tarmac, but the passengers were safe. A dozen microphones were shoved in All Might's face. All Might, what are you doing in the States again after so many years? The hero grinned wide, same as he always did. Not a hint of the fearful undertones Izuku saw on the beach 2 months ago. A hero's work takes him where he is needed. A non-answer, but the reporters seemed to let it slide. Any comment on your disappearance these past weeks? Despite working almost exclusively in Japan, you're regarded as among the most prolific pro-heroes in the world. Why the sudden silence? The smile didn't waver, but something in his gaze sharpened. Let's call it a personal matter. Yes, I know, these are not very satisfying answers. And I know that there has been much speculation about my whereabouts, and much worry. So let me put it all to rest. No disaster is afoot, no catastrophe in the wings. He looked directly at the camera. At Izuku. I swear, by everything I hold dear and in the name of every hardworking hero out there, this world is safe. Stay safe. The message couldn't have been any more blatant. All Might was looking for him. He could end this. He could go home and forget all this ever happened. He could forget about 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿. He could forget about. You gonna finish that? Asked the gruff woman sitting next to him. Her entire body was scaled like a lizard's, and a forked tongue to match. Izuku didn't think she meant ill will, but he still hugged his plate a bit closer and nodded. She shrugged and turned away, and Izuku let his mind wander again. My quirk is called One for All. It allows the bearer to pass its power from one user on to the next, and that is what just occurred when you ingested my BLD. Izuku could go home. But he had to do something first. That's why he picked Death Valley. The name wasn't hyperbole. Technically, visitors weren't allowed before winter because of the deadly heat. But the isolation was worth the risk. He dropped his bag in the shadow under a rock and sat next to it. He took out a water bottle and drained it, but didn't worry too much. He saw a resort a few kilometers away, closed for the season. He could get water from there. Maybe even a bath. When he felt like he'd cooled enough, he stood up and reluctantly left the shade. Thankfully the sun was behind him. He cracked his neck, which did nothing, loosened his arm, and let out a deep breath. And then he turned right around and punched the rock he'd taken shelter under. SMA, awa. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 yelped and tried not to cry as his hand throbbed in pain. Maybe All Might lied. Or maybe it didn't work. Maybe 𝐒𝐬𝐽 didn't really receive the hero's quirk. He clearly still had his own power when 𝐒𝐬𝐽 saw him on TV. Shaking out his hand, he sat down again and pulled out his notebook. Hero analysis for the future number 3 was scrawled on the cover in messy kanji. It was the only thing besides clothes he took from the house in Florida. He threw his passport in the garbage before he'd even left the city, too afraid of all for one. Those burning eyes and vicious smile. He flipped to the 8th page, where his own name was titled. The rest of the page was blank. He unclipped the ballpoint pen from the back cover and scrawled "Doesn't work on command." He paused for a moment, thinking about what he'd done. It wasn't terribly complicated, he just yelled "smash" and punched the rock, like All Might always did. But then, he didn't always do that, did he? The word was basically his signature, but he didn't say it every single time he used his power. And obviously his strength wasn't activated every single moment, otherwise every step he took would launch him into the sky. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was going about this all wrong. He couldn't just copy All Might. He had to find his own methods. He stood again and closed his eyes. He thought back to the night on the beach. The hand over his mouth. The BLD down his throat. There was power in that hand, in that BLD. In him. He thought of All Might, every inch of him radiating with power. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was the same now. None of the muscle, but all of the strength. The air crackled, and when he opened his eyes he saw he was covered with dancing bolts of lighting. He smiled, and turned back to the rock. Smash! Now dear All Might, saying you're walking through the door like a normal person doesn't mean you're actually walking through the door like a normal person, Jesus Christ. The entire class had passed the morning with barely contained anticipation of their first afternoon lesson, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was no exception. But the sudden appearance of the number 1 hero made his brain fill with static. He thought he was ready for this moment, but clearly not. Maybe he never will be. His nose filled with the smell of sea salt and BLD, and there was a faint whistle in his ear, like a bullet through the air. The entire time he was changing into his hero costume, possibilities flashed through his head. Did he reveal himself to All Might, or wait? His plans for UA didn't include meeting the hero so soon, especially not on a regular basis. And how would All Might even react? He probably assumed 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was long dead, otherwise why hadn't he come forward years ago? Would he be happy to have found him again, or mad that 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had waited for so long? He'd always been an All Might fanboy, but after 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 his following of the man became religious. Which is how he knew that while his hero work had barely dipped in the 8 years since, his appearances became shorter and shorter. Most of the forum posters who caught on to suspected illness, but 𝐒𝐽 knew the truth. The hero's muscular form was as much a careful act as his smile. It took effort, and more of it with every day. It's been years and could take years more, but All Might was on his way out the door. And people were unpredictable when under stress. In the changing room, 𝐒𝐽 tried to hide himself between 2 lockers as he changed, to avoid his classmates' stares. It had worked fine yesterday, but today he wasn't as lucky. Whoa, Hairu. Where'd you get all those scars? Kirishima whacked Kaminari on the head for the comment, but the damage was already done. Every boy in the room turned to look at 𝐒𝐽. 𝐒𝐽 had gotten used to it over the years, but he knew the sight of so many scars shocked people. His stomach was a winding tale of fights, broken bones and bad decisions. His back was even worse. 𝐒𝐽 shrugged, trying and most certainly failing to hide his discomfort. I used to like mountain biking in America. A complete lie, but it was short and neat. Took a while to get the hang of it. Some of his classmates tried to pry further, but he shut them down easily enough and managed to put on his costume in peace. Finally, he reclipped the magnets on his boots and walked out to meet the class in the training ground. Above them rose the miniature city, and again 𝐒𝐽 was dumbfounded by the sheer amount of resources a school managed to access. All Might began explaining the rules of the exercise, but it was clear that most of the class was only half listening, instead checking out each other's costumes. Uraraka's outfit was a pastel echo of a spacesuit, and Iida's costume was an almost perfect replica of his elder brother's. Interesting choice. Did he expect to be a duo with his brother once he became a hero? Or was there an inheritance thing at play? He couldn't look at either 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐻 or Kirishima's costumes for more than a few seconds before averting his gaze, though for very different reasons. Izuku never really cared for fashion, but even he knew his own costume had no aesthetic style whatsoever. After years of fighting in sports clothes and makeshift weapons, he'd taken to the challenge of designing his costume by demanding the most practical gear available and calling it a day. The costume was a simplistic padded black bodysuit, especially around the major joints. Color came in the form of his maroon steel-toed boots and matching grip gloves. If someone were to look closely at his costume, they would notice the matte black steel buttons, seemingly related to nothing, which dotted 2 knuckles of every hand and the outside of every major joint. A mouth guard rested around his neck, carefully painted to match his own skin tone. Izuku was paired with Tokoyami, a quiet guy with the head of a bird. The other boy nodded at him when he approached. "So," Izuku asked, "what's your quirk?" He took a step back in surprise as a ghost suddenly appeared in the air between them. "Nice. What is your quirk?" "I call it power up. I generate small currents of electricity, which I pour into my muscles for enhanced strength and agility. Think of it as super strength." It wasn't how One for All worked exactly or at all, but it was an easy way to explain his power while evading association to All Might. The first battle was, to be blunt, a mess. Mineta and Asui were to defend against 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿. The villain team started off okay. Mineta had the bright idea to attach his ball to every door handle so the opposing team couldn't come in without destroying the doors and giving away their location. But when it came time to form an actual plan of attack, they devolved into useless bickering. Mineta was too afraid to go offensive, and kept making untoward comments. It didn't escape anyone's notice when All Might turned off the mics. 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 were actually an interesting matchup, so Izuku was surprised by their shortcomings. They were a team built for subtlety and speed, and seemed to recognize it. But the sight of Mineta's trap left them overly cautious, and they spent almost the entire time sneaking around without making real headway because they were too afraid of being caught in a trap. The heroes won in the end, the time constraint eventually goading them into making a move. Mineta and Asui were too disorganized, and the actual fight lasted less than a minute. With 40 seconds on the clock, Asui and 𝐒𝐿 became entangled in a fight across the building's top floor, but 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 used the distraction to get to the bomb. When All Might asked if anybody had anything to say about the fight, Izuku immediately raised his hand. When given permission, he turned to 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. "You guys had a plan before you went in, right?" "What was it?" "Wasn't much of a plan, really," 𝐒𝐿 answered sheepishly. "We just figured 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 would go a bit ahead to scout for the villains, and then I'd capture them. It wasn't the best, but, actually, I think that was a great plan." "Hey." They both looked surprised. "Sure. Invisibility and shooting long-range tape. This exercise was basically tailored to a team like yours. Your plan didn't need to be any more complex. Had you stuck with it, you probably would have won within the first 5 minutes. But seeing Mineta's trap made you overly cautious, and you wasted most of your time trying to avoid the possibility of more traps. You're going to be heroes. People are gonna blow stuff up in your face. Stop wasting your time trying to avoid it and practice what you'll do when it happens." "Thank you, young Hill," All Might said. "And you are entirely correct. Sometimes you cannot outrun the storm, simply weather it." "Anybody else?" Asui raised her hand. "If I may, All Might Sensei." She turned to Mineta, who'd been quietly sulking since the exercise ended. "Shut up before you die." "Excuse you. Are you threatening me? You can't just threaten me because you want someone to blame for your failure, no. Be quiet. I'm not threatening you, I'm warning you. Once and forever. If you don't have teammates who like you, who trust you, then when the going gets rough you will find yourself alone, or worse, abandoned. We lost today because I genuinely preferred that to putting up with your foul mouth for a second more than I had to. So shut up, before you die." Well, she certainly wasn't wrong. All Might coughed unsubtly. Well, while young Asui's phrasing is a bit, harsh, I can't deny their merit. Trust and a good rapport is an essential building block to becoming a worthy hero. The hero looked Mineta dead in the eye. A little trade secret for you. I am not the #1 hero just because I can throw a punch. It's because I know how to read the room. Gentle criminal's words from long ago echoed in Izuku's head. Behind every celebrity is an army of people who elevated them to the top. A whole culture of fans and personas and other celebrities who said, I want this person to be the face of our society. Tell me, young man, why should I elevate you? Soon enough, it was heroes Izuku and Tokoyami against villains Uraraka and Yorozu. So, Izuku said when their prep time began. You said Dark Shadow can move independently of you, right? Tokoyami nodded. Dark Shadow is a part of me, but he has a mind of his own. The deeper the darkness we are in, the more powerful he becomes. Izuku gave his classmate a wide smile. Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. When the horn went off and the match began, Tokoyami rushed straight into the building, while Izuku looped around the side. As heroes, they were at a disadvantage. The villains had the home field advantage, didn't have to be proactive to win, and worst of all, the girls were smart. Yorozu had something to say about almost every match so far, and her insight was impeccable. Uraraka for her part was incredibly creative, if her stories of childhood antics were anything to go by. Together they made a formidable pair, and Izuku had no doubt they'd rigged the building from top to bottom. If the heroes wanted to win, they had to take what advantages they already had over their opponents and leverage them even further. In this case, night vision. Sorta. Izuku followed the power lines around the building into a narrow alley until he found the transformer box. He activated One for All, and with a well-placed kick crumpled the metal into itself. The low hum emanating from the box stopped, and while it was hard to make out in the daylight, he was certain the rest of the building was down too. From inside the building, he heard a great howl that sunk deep into his bones. Dark Shadow was not something he wanted to get on the wrong side of. He could actually track Tokoyami's progress as he made his way up the building by sound alone. One for All still active, he leaped to the wall of the opposite building, then back to his building, back and forth until he reached the roof. The moment he'd hear Tokoyami below him, he would. A series of loud bangs almost made Izuku lose his balance and sent him tumbling off the roof. What the hell? He heard Dark Shadow shriek, a sound even worse than its war cry earlier. Izuku didn't hesitate. He crouched down and punched a small hole into the roof, then jumped through. He landed inside what could only be described as a nightmare carnival. Apparently, the girl's initial plan was creating as many replicas of the bomb as possible. Clever, as both decoys and cannon fodder for Uraraka. Then when Izuku cut off the lights, Yorozu started making every light source she could think of. If he had to guess, when Tokoyami came in with Dark Shadow, her mind went to incendiary devices. The top floor of the building was an unholy maelstrom of decoy bongs, sparklers, floating lanterns, and flashlights. Didn't help that most of it all was floating in the air. Or worse, hurtling through the air as the fighters used everything in their grasp as projectiles. In the middle of the room, Tokoyami was engaged in battle against Uraraka. He held his own fairly well, dodging everything she threw at him, but was clearly struggling to make any offensive moves. Dark Shadow, on the other hand, was frantically dodging Yorozu's volley of flash grenades. Before he could think, Izuku launched himself at Yorozu, capture tape in hand. But a stray bomb floating through the air interrupted his advance and he fell to the floor. The bomb floated away, spinning wildly. Interesting, the replicas were much lighter than the real thing. Probably so Yorozu could make more of them quicker. Did she have a limit? Was she near it? A person couldn't make matter out of nothing, she had to have some sort of resource pool. Izuku barely managed to dodge Yorozu's attack. She was armed with a net and what Izuku guessed was a beanbag shotgun. She was breathing heavily. If Izuku was right, she was running on fumes by this point. He rolled, swayed directions, and swiped the gun out of her hand with a kick. It clattered to the floor a few feet away. Yorozu made a lunge for it, but Izuku was already gone, instead headed towards Uraraka. Dark Shadow had rejoined Tokoyami, and that wasn't a good thing. The shadow was wild, throwing Tokoyami off balance and causing havoc indiscriminately in its rampage to destroy every nearby light source. Izuku had to keep dodging various shrapnel floating through the air, and was lucky he wasn't cut by pieces of flying glass. Change of plans. Izuku launched himself through the ceiling, creating a mid-sized hole exposing the midday sun. Dark Shadow shrieked. He landed on the roof and punched his way down into the room again, and then jumped again, back and forth until a series of skylights illuminated the room. Sometime during his attempt, Uraraka had released her hold on gravity, and everything was back on the floor where it belonged. Izuku turned to Tokoyami. "Are you okay?" he asked, breathing heavily. Tokoyami nodded, but didn't answer verbally, and Izuku noticed he was shaking. "We have to find the real 𝐼𝐴. Villains win." All Might's voice boomed over the speakers. Izuku kinda wished those had failed with the rest of the building. "All right then. That was a fascinating battle, you four. Who wants to comment?" Ida's hand shot up. The villains had the right idea with the decoys, but ended up creating too much chaos in the process. They inadvertently turned their own home turn against themselves. "An excellent point," All Might replied. "And let me take it a step further. Young Uraraka, when the battle ended, did you know, with absolute certainty, where the Real bomb was?" Yes. We shoved it in the rafters so they wouldn't see it." "That you did. But when the fight began, you were so focused on Tokoyami that you didn't see one of the fake bombs you floated bump into the real one and make it fall to the floor. You were lucky you didn't accidentally attack your classmates with the real bomb and handed them the victory." Uraraka's face went red. Izuku patted her on the back. "Don't feel bad, Uraraka. Even the best plans can fall apart in the face of chaos." "Speaking of chaos," Kaminari said. "Tokoyami, not to be rude, but what's the deal with your quirk? It seemed completely out of control." Tokoyami bowed his head. "Yes, and I must deeply apologize to my peers for the harm that may have befallen them because of it. Dark Shadow has a will of its own, and while most of the time it bows to me, darkness makes it both wilder and more powerful." Izuku felt guilty. The lights had been his idea. "Risk assessment is a critical part of the job," All Might said. "Dark Shadow made quick work of your path up the building, but the ensuing chaos cost you the match, and almost your health had he not decided to sacrifice precious time to rein it in." The hero turned to Izuku. "That was the right call, in my opinion. And your solution was quick and efficient. But remember the advice you gave 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐵𝐴𝐺𝐿. You took it in the exact opposite direction. You hand-waved a risk you knew about beforehand, and ended up wasting your time solving problems of your own making." Izuku nodded, abashed. Uraraka bumped Izuku's shoulder and gave him a small smile, which he returned. "We sure made a mess of things, here." "Yep," Izuku said. "Next time, though," there was a sharp gleam in the girl's eyes. "Next time, we give hell." Then as All Might entered the principal's office, he compared it to the last time he'd been there, just a few weeks before his graduation all those years ago. Where the decor was once ultra-modern, in sync with the gadgeteer hero steel wheel during his tenure, it now fit Nezu's tidy and proper aesthetic. "All Might." Nezu smiled widely when he knocked on the door. "A pleasure to see you again after so long, please do come sit." They sat down on opposite sides of Nezu's coffee table. The principal's armchair had a small table next to it covered in various paperwork, and he admitted to All Might while pouring them both tea that he preferred sitting there over his desk when working. "So," Nezu asked, "what brings you here today that you couldn't say over email?" All Might took a sip of his tea and sighed. "I'd like to explain my decision to accept your offer and become a teacher at UA." Nezu gave him a considering look. "Many educators have entered and left this profession with some sort of manifesto, All Might. I myself wrote one when I got my teaching license, and still revise it annually. I'd like you to read it, at an opportunity. But I suspect this isn't what you mean. It took a certain kind of personality to be the head of a place like UA, and despite his hardness or maybe because of it Nezu fit it to a T. For one, he was sharp as a razor. No. This is of a more sensitive nature." "How sensitive?" "I'd appreciate it if you took any recording devices to another room. I already left my phone outside. Without breaking eye contact, the headmaster reached underneath his armrest and moved something beneath the fabric, perhaps a SWCH. All Might didn't flinch when a steel mesh slammed down on every door, window, and air ducts, but it was a near thing. Faraday cage. Nothing in or out. With a bonus electric current, just in case we want to fry every device in the building for good measure. Another hallmark of a UA headmaster, they knew how to take a threat seriously. Thank you, All Might said. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 nodded. Now what is this about, Yagi? Instead of answering, Toshinori let his muscled form go. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. You don't seem surprised. You always did strike me as odd, Toshinori. Less as a student, though there too absolutely, but that was more as a piece of the mystery that was your teacher, dear Gran Torino. But it's hard not to notice the most glaring disparity between you and any other in the industry. Nobody ever seems to manage a candid photo of you off-duty. Your true name is public record, but none except your most dedicated fans actually know it, and your agency doesn't actually have an official headquarters, just a representative office. I'd theorized for a while now that your physical appearance is just another ruse. After all, when you say everything so loudly, who would ever guess you'd whisper behind their backs? Toshinori frowned. You are correct, in broad strokes, though I feel as if you paint me in a more sinister light than necessary. I value my privacy, for reasons that will be apparent in a moment. All Might told him everything, then. His origin, his nemesis, his quirk, and loss of it. By the end, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 was still calm, but clearly concerned. His forehead was knotted together, and his eyes were dancing wildly, following 1,000 trains of thought at once. Perhaps I'm missing something, Toshinori, but why give a random child a power such as this? Oh, there's no good reason, All Might responded. It is, unquestionably, the most foolish decision I ever made in my life. It had taken less than a day after the battle to realize it, but years more to be able to admit it. Toshinori technically won against All for One, who eventually escaped the battle and disappeared. But it had cost Toshinori half his stomach, his mentor's legacy, and his best friend's respect for him. He spent years trying to justify his actions, but the truth never changed. Tactics are easy, he said, when you don't need to worry about your own safety. If worse comes to worst, I could always punch my way to a solution, either a victory or an escape. And in this one fight, the most important fight of my life, I couldn't. He was so strong, and retreat wasn't an option. And I kept thinking of everything my mentor sacrificed, herself included, to give me the chance to be here and continue the fight, only for me to throw it all away. One for All was doomed to end with me. So there I was, with half my guts and maybe a pint of BLD still in my body, regretting every moment I had the audacity to think myself unbeatable, when a kid showed up to help. And I didn't even ask his name. But in that one moment, the only thing running through my head was ensuring that someone else could be the symbol of peace in case I fell. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 stared at him. So you panicked and gave the mother of all quirks to a random kid who you never saw before or since? Yeah. Yagi, what the hell? Yeah. The headmaster rubbed his face with his hand. He was obviously making an effort to stay optimistic, but Toshinori understood, very little about this situation was encouraging. Okay, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 said finally. He got up from his chair and began pacing. Two possibilities. 1, the kid is dead, most likely from the battle. 2, the kid is alive, and like any 8-year-old given an unreasonable amount of power, he ran away like a toddler with adult scissors. There's also the part where I told him an ancient evil wanted to kill him. Of course. Now if we knew who the kid was, in this at least, Toshinori wasn't completely lost. His name was Midoriya Izuku. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 spun around to look at him. He was Japanese. Toshinori nodded. He was there for vacation, visiting his father who worked there. The mother was supposed to meet them a week later. But the report declared them both dead. But the headmaster just hand-waved that last bit. Paperwork could easily be faked. Leave the investigation to me, Yagi. You seem oddly confident that my successor isn't dead. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 smiled again, a wide grin with all of his familiar good cheer, but also an edge Toshinori only ever saw once before. We are heroes, All Might. The impossible is our job. One last quality that made 𝐒𝐻𝐻 so well suited for his job. Beneath his all-loving exterior, the headmaster was just a little bit insane. Now if finding a seat on the subway meant bad luck, then he had better win the goddamn lottery after this SHT. The train was stuck. Engine failure, the conductor said on the intercom. And they were between tunnels, so they couldn't just let everybody out. Of all the days, it had to be the day of their field trip. Did it count as a field trip if it was still on school grounds? Maybe UA made exceptions. The campus was huge. Izuku shot off identical messages to Ida and Aomar explaining his situation, and asked them to tell Aizawa-sensei. Ida came through in a pinch, and 10 minutes later he messaged back that Aizawa said to bring a notary from the subway office to the school, and to head directly to the USJ when he got to school. Aomar had been assigned to bring his hero suit. He let out a sigh of relief and pocketed his phone. Got it sorted? Asked the source of Izuku's other crisis of the day. Yeah, they want the notary from the office. Cool. Usually, Izuku took the train before this one with Uraraka. But he'd overslept and by pure luck woke up in time to rush out the door with his tie in hand and shoes unlaced. He made it into the car with seconds to spare, and even then only with assistance from his Quirk. And that's when his and Shinso Hitoshi's eyes met from across the car. He'd met Shinso before, of course. The guy lived in the apartment directly above him. But they were like ships in the night, never really at the same place at the same time for more than a few minutes. Izuku was attempting to juggle his schoolwork with his underground obligations, which nowadays were basically finding Stain before he resurfaced, and any leftover time was spent either sleeping or keeping up pretenses with Uraraka. He knew, from the sound of footsteps above him at all hours, that Shinso kept equally odd hours, though not why. If he had to guess, the guy was working odd jobs against school code. Technically Izuku was the same, his jobs were just less legal. Hey, Izuku said to the other boy. I didn't know you went to UA. Shinso, right? The boy startled. Yeah. And you're Hairu. You rescued me from a falling three-pointer during the entrance exam. Thanks for that, by the way. Oh. Sure. Are you in the hero course too, then? Sorry, I don't really know Class B that well yet. Shinso's expression darkened. No. I'm in Class F Gen Ed. Izuku tried to chat idly, but Shinso didn't seem too much in the mood to discuss the weather. Still, for better or worse, definitely worse, Izuku pressed on. I mean, what are the odds? You and me in the same building, and then Uraraka in the building over, yeah, and then Hatsune. Who? Shinso shot him a look. How long have you been living in our building again? I moved in like 2 days before the school year started. That explains it. But yeah, Hatsune, she's in the support course. I'm not sure if the apartment on the 3rd floor is, like, her house or her private lab, and I'm kinda scared to ask. Last time I talked to her, she said she basically lives at the school workshop nowadays, so it makes sense if you haven't met her yet. That's it, I'm moving. Who knows, maybe I have met her. Trust me, you'd know if you did. The car doors opened then, and operators with flashlights began assisting passengers down onto the track. A path had been marked and lit up back towards the next platform, and they were handing out delay notaries for people to give as proof of the delay. Izuku and Shinso each took one and then followed the crowd to the overpacked station. The municipality did their best to run extra trains and buses so everyone affected by the delays would get to their destinations on time, but by the end of it, Izuku and Shinso still only got to school at nearly 10. We should probably go to the head office, Shinso said as they walked the wide path towards the main building. You go ahead. I was told to head right to the USJ. Thankfully, because of the large campus, signs dotted every intersection. Oh, cool then. See you late, Thuff. Shinso flew back as something very large and very fast crashed right into him. The thing. No, the person fell and rolled, breathing heavily, and Izuku saw it was Ida, fully costumed. Ida, what? All Might Sensei, Ida rasped, scrambling to his feet. I have to find All Might Sensei. Ida, what is going on? Dread pierced Izuku's lungs. Villains. At the USJ. I have to, but Izuku was already gone. Don't throw up, don't throw up, don't throw up. Uraraka kept repeating that little mantra in her head as she and Aima ran, upside down, into the very top of the USJ's glass dome. The villains, who claimed to be a league thereof, but something about that was fishy to her, had showed up before the class had even moved beyond the entrance hall. A glance at her watch surprised her. They'd only been here for 10 minutes. It felt like hours. But then it would've. The portal guy had scattered the entire class, and thrown Uraraka and Aima into a crumpling rooftop in the earthquake section with several villains hot on their heels. It was 5 villains against Aima and herself. All of them were huge, easily twice or thrice her size, and most carried an assortment of equally oversized weapons. Possibilities flashed through Uraraka's head, and none of them were good. In the end it was Aima who came through. He moved to stand between her and the villains, stance wide. Hold on to me, mademoiselle. The villain at the head of the group, a hulking guy who looked normal, except something under his skin kept shifting, laughed at her classmate's bravado. Oh, that's cute, kid. But you're an idiot if you think you can take 5 of us on your own. You don't need to defend me, Uraraka said. We will fight them together. Aima didn't even turn back to look at her. What? Who said anything about fighting? We'll die. No, I mean grab onto my back and use your quirk. Oh! The villains began to rush them, but before they could, Uraraka grabbed onto Aima, who bent over. She barely began to feel the usual queasiness that came with using her quirk on herself before he fired his naval laser into the concrete roof and sent them both careening upwards. Uraraka may have screamed. Aima definitely did. By a feat of either good luck or good engineering, the glass didn't shatter when they hit the dome. Groaning, they detached from one another and took in their surroundings. They were in the dome, but not very high up, so some of the artificial topography still hindered their view. They glimpsed fights happening all over the compound. Aizawa was still in the courtyard, and seemed to be losing against an opponent several times his size. Uraraka swept her gaze across the compound, looking for a clue as to their next move, when her eyes landed on the landslide area. Or rather, what used to be the landslide area, but was now a giant glacier. Come on, Uraraka said. I think I have a plan. Making their way to Todoroki was a challenge. They considered flying again, but it was too unrefined to be worth the risk, and she was not risking that kind of nausea if she didn't have to. Instead they dragged themselves along the dome's support beams. Fortunately, Todoroki's ice reached much higher into the dome than the landslide area itself, so when Uraraka released the 2 of them their fall was minor. The subsequent slide, however, still left them bruised all over. Todoroki seemed surprised to see them. He was shivering a bit, and behind him were a score of villains encased in ice. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. What's the situation? It seems the entire class was scattered across the building, Aima said. We just escaped from the earthquake simulator. We need to find a way out of here. Aizawa-sensei is fighting the villain's main forces alone, Uraraka interjected. We have to help him. Help? Uraraka, those are villains. We are students. What do you want to do? Just drop in and start punching. Yes, but we'll save that for another time. Not exactly. Aima, your laser bounces off of reflections, right? He nodded. Great. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. What are you planning, Uraraka? Depends, she said. How precise can you be when making your ice? Bakugo allowed himself to waste exactly 3 seconds on coughing up BLD before he got back to his feet and charged the giant WhatIf, bashing Aizawa's head in. It didn't even turn around to deal with him, just threw out an arm to catch him, but despite the monster's stupid fast reaction time, Bakugo was ready for it and caught its bicep, then hauled himself up to shoot a blast into the thing's face. It healed within seconds, just like the last 3 times, but at least now it was sufficiently annoyed to step away from his teacher and deal with him personally. Well, aren't you persistent? Like a monster who just won't run out of health points. And then there was this chucklefuck. Bakugo didn't know what his shtick was and really didn't care, beyond his annoying, his chatty, and he wants All Might dead, and honestly, he didn't need more excuses than that first one to get swinging. Aizawa did not look good. He looked dead, actually, but Bakugo didn't let himself consider that possibility. His therapist's voice flashed through his head, "Don't waste your time obsessing over what's beyond your control. Frankly, kid, you're amusing, but you keep wasting my time. Maybe All Might will show up if we kill some of his precious dude." Krusty let out a yelp and dove out of the way as something massive almost crashed into him. With his head caught in the monster's vice-like grip, Bakugo could just barely comprehend what it was. It was one of the USJ's front doors. Next thing he knew, there was a flash of green light, a sick crunch, and he dropped to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Rubbing his head, he looked up. Hill was in front of him in their school uniform, green electricity dancing up and down his body. Beneath his foot was the arm that had threatened to crush Bakugo's skull a second ago. The monster itself was headless 8 meters away. Hill turned back to look at him. "You okay?" "I was doing fine," Bakugo said roughly. "Didn't need your help. You got a little BLD on your chin there. It's an aesthetic choice." Hill huffed, said whatever, and with a flash he was off again. Bakugo could only stare as his classmate, one by one, launched himself between each remaining villain in the courtyard and soundly beat them into a pulp with no more than 1 or 2 moves each. Something was off about this guy. Bakugo had a pretty good handle on the class hierarchy, in terms of power, and by now he was fairly certain only half and half was really a match to him. He'd watched Hill's match, obviously. Never skip an opportunity to scope out the competition. But he hadn't shown anywhere near this kind of strength and speed back then. This was a whole other level. This was All Might level, almost. In under a minute, the only people left conscious in the courtyard were Bakugo, Hill, the monster, Krusty, and Portal Guy. Speaking of, see him. He pointed at the suited villain. "Is there transport here? We get him and they are trapped." Hill nodded, then turned his head. The monster had reformed, and was charging them again with terrifying speed. "I'll deal with the monster, you get him." Light flashed across Bakugo's vision, blinding him for a second. When he blinked away the spots in his vision, he saw that the monster was no longer moving, its left side was missing, and the ground between it and the two of them was scorched. From high above them, a high-pitched voice cried, "No scope." Krusty seemed conflicted between finding this extremely funny and extremely infuriating. In the end he settled on the latter. "New plan," Bakugo said. "I take the living vape, you take Krusty, we leave that thing to the snipers." "Sure. Also, since when do we have snipers?" "Don't know, don't care, shut up and let me work out some rage issues." Something was very weird about this whole thing. A villain attack on UA was weird in itself, obviously. But none of this made sense in Izuku's head. The first clue was the League of Jackasses. Which is what they were, and Izuku knew that for a fact because he knew them. That was Saiki Sota, who worked as a racing bookie in Izuku's neighborhood, and if Sota was here then his idiot sister definitely was too. Over there was Kobayashi, and next to him Suzuki. All around him stood the various leeches and lowlifes of Musutafu. Izuku had spent the better part of the last 2 years since he'd come back to Japan among these folks. Fighting them, befriending them, carving himself a place among them just as he did among the vigilantes as he built his foundation in Japan. But none of these people were supervillains. Most of them barely got along long enough to agree on takeout, so a secret network of supervillains seemed a bit far-fetched. And then there was the matter of his opponent. "I'm sorry," Izuku said as he rushed the blue-haired man. "I'm kinda late to the party, what did you say your name was?" "My name is Shigaraki Tomura, and I am the leader of the League of Villains." "Here. Well, that was easy. Right. Well, nice to meet. Why, you seem fun, let's chat more once you're in a prison cell." Izuku had removed his tie and moved to wrap it around Shigaraki's left wrist. But as soon as he changed direction, hoping to yank the man's arm and throw him off balance, Shigaraki's right hand caught the fabric, and it immediately disintegrated in his first. Not expecting the lack of resistance, Izuku stumbled and rolled. His quirk destroys everything he touches with 5 fingers. Bakugo yelled from a few feet away. He kept trying to rush the suited villain, but had to constantly use his explosions to make sharp turns in his movement to avoid being thrown into one of the dozens of portals which kept opening around him. "You could have said that 2 minutes ago." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 got to his feet. 5 fingers. Interesting limit. Exploitable. Hey Shigaraki, you like games? I feel like playing a game. The villain paused. What game? 𝐒𝐿 wasn't sure, but he thought he might have just heard the suited villain groan. Football. The courtyard and fountain at the center were a ruined mess, and the battlefield was scattered with debris. Some were as large as his head. Others were tiny, small enough to wrap an entire hand around. Good luck touching those with 5 fingers, he thought to himself, and then swept the ground with his legs so forcefully it created a gale of wind, throwing an entire cloud of debris into Shigaraki's face. The villain shrieked in rage. 𝐻𝐼𝐽, kill this idiot! He bellowed, and an inhuman shriek sounded behind him. But before the monster, the 𝐻𝐼𝐽, could near 𝐒𝐿, another blast of light sent it careening. 𝐒𝐿 was fairly sure this was 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐺's doing, but wasn't his laser much smaller? Also, where was he? Never mind. He'll figure it out later. He sent wave after wave of debris at the villain, who couldn't really counter beyond throwing his hands out and hoping to disintegrate whatever came his way, which wasn't much of a counter at all. Pretty soon, he was fed up. 𝐾urogiri, he yelled. I've had enough of this. Take us away. Like hell, Bakugo growled, and made one final desperate lunge for his opponent. But 𝐾urogiri had obviously been simply holding him off these past few minutes. His deep purple haze expanded until he was through it, and not a few seconds later so was Shigaraki. Bakugo! 𝐒𝐿 yelled, not even looking at his classmate as he ran, but luckily he understood. They both rushed to where a portal was opening beneath the reforming 𝐻𝐼𝐽. Bakugo reached the creature first, and together they battled against the portal's draw. It would have been easier if the 𝐻𝐼𝐽 wasn't still trying to kill them both. As its arms reformed, it began thrashing at them, and they were forced to retreat and accept the loss. 𝐒𝐿 was seething. An attack on the school, an unfamiliar enemy, and nothing to show for it. And then a hurricane tore through the door, down into the courtyard, and threw the 𝐻𝐼𝐽 20 meters into the air. No, not a hurricane. All Might. The hero jumped, met the monster in midair, and slammed it into the remains of the fountain, where it repaired its injuries but lay still. The portal was gone, and none replaced it. All Might stood tall against 𝐒𝐿 and Bakugo, who sat on the ground catching their breath. Behind him, the entire UA faculty rushed into the compound, along with Ida and a fleet of medic bots. Are you all right, young men? 𝐒𝐿 had a million things he wanted to say to that, but Bakugo beat him to it. About DMN time you losers showed up. Even this greeny idiot got here before you, and he was on the other side of town. An entire army of villains, and who fights them? One teacher and a bunch of students. Not that we needed your DMN help, we did fine on our own. He gave 𝐒𝐿 a long look he didn't understand. There was a sudden gust of frozen mist, and a thin pillar of ice shot down to the floor next to them. A second later, Todoroki, Uraraka, and 𝐼𝐻𝐼 slid down the pillar to the floor as if on a fireman's pole. Todoroki seemed nonplussed, though his air was wild and his hero's suit a mess. The other two were screaming so loudly they gave President 𝐼𝐼 a run for his money. 𝐒𝐿 scrambled to his feet and ran to them. Are you guys okay? Uraraka and 𝐼𝐻𝐼 both nodded, and then bent over and threw up in perfect unison. Quirk overuse, Todoroki said simply. Here. 𝐒𝐿 said. He noticed Todoroki was holding something, a sort of bowl-shaped piece of clear ice, but instead of rounded sides it was dozens of tiny hexagons. What's that? Him. Oh, this was Uraraka's idea. I made this out of ice, and we used it as a sort of magnifying glass or amplifier for 𝐻𝐼𝐺's laser. It was hard to make though. Took a lot more precision than I am used to, and it kept melting a bit after every use. That is highly impressive, young Todoroki. All Might said behind them, and 𝐒𝐿 jumped. But yes, the devil can certainly be in the details. Come now. Let's get you all checked out, so the police can interview you and send you home. Home? 𝐒𝐿 asked. Yes, home. It's been quite enough excitement for today, don't you think? I literally just got here, 𝐒𝐿 muttered, but allowed himself to be ushered out by the teachers. Outside, the police had arrived and begun sweeps of the surrounding forest. Home was just fine by him though. He had a whole lot of questions, and somebody in this city was going to give him answers. Then Izuku woke up in a dusty bed he didn't recognize. Gold light shined in through the window, but he couldn't tell whether it was sunrise or sunset. He tried to sit up in a panic, but something about his own weight was off. He looked to his right and realized that his entire arm was in a massive cast, suspended by slings from the ceiling fan above him. Izuku groaned and rubbed his head with his free arm, trying to remember how he'd gotten here. There was an explosion, a woman, a knock on the door startled him, and it opened before he could say a word to let in two adults. One was a woman with close-cropped hair and a purple shirt, the other an aging man with robotic leg supports. "Hey, kiddo. How are you feeling?" the woman asked. Izuku didn't answer, just scurried further against the wall, as much as his suspended arm could allow. "You sure he can understand us?" the man asked the woman quietly, like he wasn't looking directly at Izuku. "He was muttering in Japanese last night, maybe he doesn't speak English." "My English is fine," Izuku said defensively, and it wasn't untrue. Almost a year of immersion had given him decent command of the language, though his accent refused to fall in line. Honestly, his life would have been so much easier if he could just pretend he was American. "Oh, good," the woman said, and sat on the bed. "Do you remember what happened last night? There was a giant explosion out in the desert, and when I went to investigate I found you a little ways from the main road." The details were coming back to Izuku piece by piece. He'd gone overboard while training again, but this was the first time the price had been so violent. Training always took a toll on him. Usually 1 day of repeated usage of his new quirk required 3 or 4 days to rest his arms, which became stiff and bruised. But his power output never even came close to All Might's. Which was good, because while nobody would notice a bunch of rocks in the middle of nowhere getting destroyed, entire craters would be a different story. Even if he kept on the move as he did, from one city on the edge of the desert to another, that kind of destruction would attract the wrong kind of attention. Maybe even his attention. And Izuku wasn't ready for that. But last night, he wanted to go all out. He wanted to see what he could really do when the day came. So he made his way to a nearby hill, picked up a small rock, and threw it as hard as he could. The next thing he knew, he was at the bottom of the hill, his ears were ringing, and every bone in his arm was broken. He remembered pain, and screaming, and then nothing else. But he wasn't going to say any of that. The woman seemed to get that, though. Not the chatty type. "Here. Well then, let's do this." She leaned forward over past the side of the bed, and came back up with Izuku's backpack. She handed it to him, and he clutched it with his one free arm like his life depended on it. "I'm gonna spitball here, and if there's anything I got wrong, you just say so, MK. My guess, you're running from something. Your family, a villain, something along those lines. You're scared of being captured, which is why you were out there last night creating giant explosions in the middle of nowhere, Utah, but it's also why the only thing you managed to say to me last night before passing out was no hospitals." She pet her head. "How was that?" It was right on the money, the specifics of it, and Izuku cringed internally at his own weakness. Could he have been stupid? And now he was basically a hostage to this pair. "I don't know how you did it," the older man said. He sat stiffly in an antique maroon armchair next to the closet. A closer look around the room showed a dresser, a dusty TV, and some sort of tall contraption hidden beneath a dark blue sheet. The man saw where his gaze wandered. "Oh, that's just the ventilator. I have it for emergencies. As I was saying, basically every bone in your arm was shattered. With how long it took you to be treated, you would have faced amputation had I not intervened. What's curious, though," the man rubbed the bridge of his nose, like he'd meant to push back glasses he wasn't wearing, "is that there was no sign of external stress. The force that did that to your arm came from within. Now how did that happen? Jesus, document. Let the kid breathe. Hey, look at me." But it was no use. Izuku was working himself into a proper panic. A year on the run from All for One and All Might, and it was all over because he just had to show off. And for who? The only people who he could show this power were a villain who wanted him dead and a hero who abandoned him to fend for himself. He tried to be so careful, and it was all for nothing. He was an idiot, he was useless, kid. Something pressed up against his mouth. A paper bag. Hey now, okay, easy does it. In and out, in and out. After a moment his breathing slowed, and he became aware of a warm hand rubbing his back, and the man now sitting at the edge of the bed. Was it just him, or was the room a bit cooler than it was a few moments ago? Okay, let's try this again. My name's Alice, and this is Dr. Fear. I found you last night and brought you to him to help with your arm. What's your name? Izuku opened his mouth to answer, but hesitated. They treated him nicely enough for now, he supposed, but Izuku Midoriya was supposed to be dead. Stay hidden. Stay safe. But somehow, they seemed to understand. I like to keep my filings comprehensive, kid. Dr. Fear said. A quirk like mine requires it. Right now, you care more about your name than I do. So pick something quick before I call you Stephen Von Broken Bones. Izuku couldn't help smiling a bit at the name. Something about the man's grouchy tone struck him as unreasonably funny all of a sudden. If he could have any name, what would he pick? Something American would be best, surely. But would anybody believe it, with his accent? Or perhaps you'd prefer Broccoli Mophead? Zeke, Izuku said. It was awfully close to his real name, but hey, at least this way he'll never miss if he's being addressed. Really? Kind of a lame name to choose. Alice scoffed. Says the doctor named Fear. It's a miracle you even get any clients. And that's why I'm a veterinarian, dogs can't speak English. With an amused grin, he pushed himself off of the bed. The support braces on his legs whirred and clicked as they readjusted for his weight. I did all I could, so we should be able to get you off that suspender in about a week, but it will still take 2 or 3 more weeks before we'll take that sling off altogether. A month. Izuku's first reaction was sheer horror at the time frame. A month stuck here, unable to stay mobile, stay hidden. Then came confusion. But how? When my friend broke his arm a year ago, it took more than 2 months to heal. Alice smiled. That's because your friend didn't have Doc here. My quirk, Dr. Fear explained, is called mirror break. I can take a person's injury as my own, in any part of my body, in the same level of severity. He tapped the metal where his support item hugged his thigh. Right now, my body is doing the work of healing the damage to your shoulder socket and elbow. Once your humerus, radius, and ulna recover some more, I will return those injuries to you and take on another part of the injury. This way, your healing will take half the time. Your wrist, I suspect, will take the longest. Too many small bones, I can't mirror them without causing myself considerable damage. Izuku was stunned for a moment. Then, wait, you can pick which body part gets injured. Can it be transferred between body parts? Like, can you turn a bone fracture into a bruised muscle? What about organs? Dr. Fear started laughing. Well, aren't you chatty all of a sudden? Izuku reached into his bag, intending to pull out his hero analysis notebook. Though he hadn't much cause to use it in the past year, he was still nearing the end. But he stopped himself at the last second. That thing was full of notes about his own training, half-baked theories, and other secrets he didn't want to let 2 strangers see, even if they were nice. Izuku said. I like heroes. Alice's eyes shined, like he cracked a joke only she understood. Do you now? Who's your favorite? Izuku's usual answer stuck in his throat. It was All Might, and always will be. The hero was, objectively, the best by every metric. But the worst day of Izuku's life was literally covered in his BLD, and Izuku was incapable of approaching beaches anymore. So he just shrugged. I don't know, they're all cool, I guess. Well, the doctor said, making for the door. You need to sleep some more. But when you wake up tomorrow, I'll answer any questions you like. Wait. Izuku said as Alice stood to follow. Why? Why did you help me? You said you liked heroes, didn't you? Alice said. This is what heroes do. We save others. Izuku's eyes grew wide. You're pro-heroes? Alice smiled. Heroes, yes. Pro, no. We do the work that the big guys can't. Or won't. You mean, I mean we're vigilantes, kid. And it means we don't betray people to the system, cause we trust it about as much as you do. Now Izuku was in his apartment exactly long enough to throw his bag in the closet and change out of his uniform before he rushed out the door again. He'd left before Uraraka or ♀, but the last thing he needed was witnesses to his comings and goings. Gentle's townhouse looked abandoned from the outside, as it always did, but that meant nothing. He hopped the gate and went around the back, where he entered through the cellar with his key. The inside was well lit and well furnished. Gentle insisted on making a good impression. Making an impression on whom, exactly? Izuku had asked. Literally nobody knows about this place, that's the point of a hideout. But Gentle was gentle, and refused to be swayed on the matter. Izuku crossed the cellar and made his way up the stairs into the house. "Hello," he called. "Dining room." A high voice answered. He entered the dining room to find Gentle and La Brava huddled around one of her laptops. By Izuku's count, she had about 6 of them. Even before he made his way across the room, he could hear the newscaster's voice talking about the attack on the school. The group called themselves the League of Villains, the implications of which are concerning. Is this a resurgence in organized crime? And how did they break into one of the top hero schools in the country? Coupled with the recent break-in, questions are being raised about 𝐂𝐴CQ. Did you guys know about this? Izuku asked the villains sitting before him. Gentle paused, but shook his head. Not precisely, but in retrospect there were clues. A message was going around, looking for people for a job. No name, no specifics, but that's ordinary for these kinds of circles. What was odd was how many people they were looking for. Izuku sat down across from them. How didn't I know about this? Why didn't you tell me? Because, La Brava said. This was 2 days ago. But there were dozens of people in that attack. To pull off that kind of operation would take weeks of planning at the least. Well, Gentle said. Not to be pedantic, but they didn't exactly pull anything off, did they? He wasn't wrong. Okay, scenario. A thought exercise he'd picked up from Dr. Fear, and a useful one. I'm a villain, I want to kill All Might. I think I can do it, too. But somehow, in my grand plan, my great force consists of a couple dozen easily identified local thugs I hired 2 days ago. Izuku leaned back. Why would I expect them to be useful against a school full of pro and wannabe heroes, unless you didn't expect anything of them at all? La Brava finished. They were cannon fodder, meant to keep everyone busy. She frowned and hopped down from her chair. Izuku, tell us everything that happened. What your classmates told you, what you saw. I'm making us tea. As he talked, he made his way to the small glass cupboard and took out the white and blue service set and arranged it on the table. The story wasn't long, and he was done before La Brava came back from the kitchen with a matching pot and poured them each a glass. Gentle took his gratefully and with many a praise to La Brava, who blushed profusely. Those two are weird, Izuku thought as he picked up his own cup and blew on it. Gentle moved the laptop so they could all see the screen, where the news replayed footage of the Nomu being loaded into an armored truck. What about this thing? According to my classmate, the leader, Shigaraki, boasted that it could kill All Might. La Brava took a sip of her tea. Big words. Big DMN punches, too. My friend Emma shot it with a laser, cut it clean in 2, and it was back up within less than a minute. Some kind of regeneration quirk. And its fists could break concrete. Multiple quirks. Gentle said. Now where does that sound familiar? Izuku took a long chug of his tea, as if he could delay this conversation. You think it's all for one? You don't. Izuku didn't answer, and Gentle shrugged. I do my best to keep track of gossip in this city, but I've never heard the name Shigaraki Tomura before. Or this Kurogiri person. And suddenly he shows up, makes a play at the #1 hero, and brings along a veritable monster. Something is odd. Izuku rubbed his forehead. Gentle was right, something about this was off. Try to find out more. Gentle nodded. I'll speak with my contacts. And I doubt I'll be the only one looking for answers, so I'm not too worried about making waves. Good. And do we have anything new on Stain? We would have told you if there was, La Brava said. We know how desperate you are to catch him. Desperate didn't even begin to describe it. Izuku had a modest list of allies back in America, but when he came back to Japan 2 years ago, he had nothing. Little money, less of a plan, and no contacts. So he began with the local crime rings. Personal experience told him that there had to be someone in the city desperate for a way out of the shadows, and he was right. But none of them were willing to hear out a 12-year-old kid, and he really didn't want to earn their ear with violence. In the end, he'd managed to find 2 willing ears, one a vigilante so deep in the shadows he seemed to devour light himself, and the other a villain desperate for a stage. Gentle. Was gentle. He was genuine to a fault, and Izuku could sympathize more than a bit with his story. He was very adept at his quirk, too, and entirely self-taught, which was impressive. Sometimes, though, his snap judgments caused more harm than good. Stain, on the other hand, had been downright terrifying to the point Izuku never actually met him face to face. It was always anonymous phone calls and letters. And once, just once, they met under cover of darkness. Izuku remembered watching the low rooftop from his perch as the not-yet villain arrived. Remembered activating his MIC, connected to a small speaker hidden at Stain's feet. Remembered telling him everything. Gentle had taken the truth of all for one with 1 part panic to 2 parts self-importance. The man didn't think he could fight all for one and win, thank heavens, but it was exactly the kind of crusade he'd wanted. That success had convinced Izuku to rope in Stain in the same manner. He was powerful, and oddly charismatic. He could be a bit extremist in his rhetoric, but then Izuku had tolerated more abrasive vigilantes before. But Stain's brand of revolution was inherently warped. He heard Izuku's longing for reform and declared that if nothing happened quickly, pointedly, nothing would happen at all. And, before Izuku even had time to regret his choice, Stain had earned his moniker of hero killer. There was a serial killer loose in Japan, and it was entirely Izuku's fault. My guess, La Brava said, is he'll head to Hosu and then Jaku. Or vice versa. His method right now seems to be constant movement, and no more than 4 kills per city. But he still wants to make his point, so he'll stay in the metropolises, where heroes are plenty. Izuku nodded along. So where do we look tonight? Jaku. Gentle and La Brava shared a glance. Oh boy. They planned something. That didn't bode well. What? Well, what? Promise not to get mad. We can't come with you tonight. He started at the pair. Why not? Gentle coughed into his fist, but Izuku noticed that he seemed oddly pleased with himself. We're meeting a recruit. Izuku sat up in his chair. Seriously? Who? Gentle rubbed the back of his neck. We're not sure yet. You know Jiran, right? Izuku's gaze darkened. That tiger breeding butt. No, that's Goya. Jiran is that fence/broker fellow. Also Goya does genetic engineering, but never mind that. My point is, I told Jiran some months ago we were looking for people with a sense of loyalty. I think he thinks we're trying to become Yakuza. Anyway, he finally reached out, said he has someone who fits the bill. Oh. Good. I trust your judgment. La Brava's judgment, mainly. He'd been wary when she first appeared, seemingly out of nowhere and knowing far more than she should. But by the time Izuku even found out she existed, Gentle was already completely enamored, and it hadn't taken her long to win Izuku over too. She was brilliant, resourceful, and not afraid of a challenge. Not to mention she was the only one of them with a legal source of income, via her independent tech support job. Excellent. Gentle clapped his hands. Now then, I have some idea for my next video. The next day started with an anxious air, as the class still processed the events of the attack and shared stories. But a terse speech from Aizawa seemed to release the pressure. Yesterday was an aberration, their teacher said in a low drawl. It is the school's responsibility to ensure your safety, and trust that we are reviewing every security protocol to ensure we won't be caught off guard like this again. That said, one day, this will be your responsibility. Use this as an opportunity to self-reflect and improve. And with a sharp left turn, he sprung the sports festival on them, and talk of the USJ was forgotten. The normal, non-hero classes that took up their morning hours were a bit of normalcy Izuku hadn't realized he missed. That didn't mean they weren't a pain in the butt. He wasn't an idiot, but there was a pathetic gap in his knowledge that he couldn't explain to his teachers. Yeah, I know you explained it twice already, but I haven't actually been to school since I was 7, so could you repeat that maybe? He did get assigned to remedial history classes, and would be graded on a different standard as an international student. And he'd had the foresight to cram on math and sciences, so he wasn't running completely blind. But English was a special hell of perfect fluency and zero knowledge of grammar rules, which annoyed both him and Yamada-sensei to no end. He and Aomar had developed a bond over their classmates' pronunciation. Of course, they then spent their breaks arguing over it themselves. For the millionth time, the T is not silent in English. Well then, English is wrong. Still, it was nice to have someone who could pronounce his fake name. Afternoon hero classes were both a blessing and a curse. Among the school's plethora of gyms and training grounds, Izuku was finally allowed to flex his muscles in a way he never could before, when his every move was overruled by a need for inconspicuousness. Too many injuries to his arms over the years forced him to adapt his fighting style to mainly focus on his legs. The result was akin to Taekwondo, retooled for Izuku's superhuman speed. Yue now gave him the room to hone his strength. Now he just needed to be able to stand next to All Might without wanting to launch himself through the roof. Izuku knew, objectively, that he was traumatized. Years of nightmares, of shrinking away every time he heard the roar of a plane overhead, didn't leave much room for denial. But still, it had been a bit of a shock to realize that he couldn't stand next to his childhood idol for more than 2 minutes without feeling like he needed to run for his life. The absolute worst part, though, was that All Might seemed to notice. Izuku repeatedly had to beg off of private chats with the hero, and the parameters of politeness kept getting smaller. His solution, in the end, was inelegant. "Oh, Hairu, is that an Endeavor phone case?" Uraraka asked him 2 days later at the end of class. Okay, fine, it was downright cringe. Yeah, it is. It was a gift from my dad. He knows Endeavor is my favorite. Out of the corner of his eye he saw All Might not 3 feet away, pointedly looking at his clipboard. There was also Todoroki, who was giving him an odd look, but honestly that guy should be used to people discussing his dad by now. Maybe it worked and maybe it didn't, but in the end All Might gave up trying to talk to him. One problem down, literally all of them to go. Then Nadav Fear was not a generous man. His generosity was used up a very long time ago. But he still had loyalty. That would never change. There were a dozen screens before Nadav, but only half of them still on. One was the house security monitoring, the rest news aggregators pulling from a variety of legitimate and underground sources. The real newspapers were silent. Rarely did they update before 6 a.m., but the violence that had just occurred on the other side of town would have easily been an exception. There was a new drag on the market, something called plasma. Nadav wasn't yet familiar with its effects in patients and didn't care to. And now he wouldn't, because the gang trying to buy their way into this city just had their main distribution center destroyed beyond recognition. The underground channels, for their part, were abuzz. Discussions, arguments, plans. The hacked police feed was analyzed for evidence to destroy. Garden Heights was a diamond in the rough. Leadership was corrupt and law enforcement a joke, and for decades people suffered until someone had said enough. It didn't matter who said it first. What mattered is that people said it together. And so grew an alternative peacekeeping force. They weren't friends or comrades. Allies was a stretch. Nadav didn't even know most of their names, even his more regular patients. Nadav Fear was not a generous man. But he still had loyalty. And these folks were tenacious, and vicious, and loyal to this city and its people. And that meant doing what the police won't. His computer bank wasn't the most impressive out there, a Frankensteined mess of old and new hardware and software, pieces updated one by one whenever the budget could take it. But that was fine. He was simply an observer, having time and again refused a role on the front lines. Nadav lived in fear of pain. Always had. He didn't need to, but he figured it's better than the young fools who feared nothing and died for it. God, if you're listening, he thought as he did almost every single time he sat in this chair, Don't let Alice be one of those fools. Alice was, unquestionably, the best friend he ever had. She began as his secretary, a lanky young girl with steely eyes and an unstable future. It had taken him embarrassingly long to realize why she was seemingly always bruised. But then he woke up one night to find her stitching up a knife wound in the examination room. She told him the truth of her mission, he told her the truth of his quirk, and they'd been inseparable since. Here he was a decade later, waiting for her to come back once again. A pattering of light feet came up behind him and he sighed. Go back to bed, Zeke. Nadav was not a generous man. Nor was he going to abandon an orphan child. But Alice will be back soon, like always. No, I mean she's here now. And she's hurt. Nadav whipped around and took a look at the boy. His newly dyed hair was a mess as per usual, but not the bedhead variety. Had he been up all night? Zeke rushed up the basement stairs, Nadav close on his heels. The front door was wide open, and Alice was slumped against the mailbox, bleeding profusely. Hey guys, she whispered with a shaky smile. What's up? Alice tended to mask her fear with humor. She was terrible at it. By the time they dragged her into the examination room, she was already unconscious. They laid her down on the exam table, oversized for a veterinary practice, but not every feral bestiality who came through here was a quadruped, and Nadav moved to open the hidden medical stash, when he realized it was all already spread on the counter, packages open and ready for use. Bandaging the wounds was easy, thankfully no internal bleeding. But there was a bigger issue at hand. Her left femur is broken, Zeke said. Let me heal her. Nadav shot him a long look, and he ducked his head. What are you on about? You're old. Boy, you can spout either nonsense or insults, but pick one. No, I meant, the boy stammered. I'm much younger than you. My bones heal faster. Give the broken femur to me. There's already so much strain on your legs. The boy was right. Absolutely not. But I can help. We don't need your help. You didn't sign up for this. These are not your risks to take. Yes, they are. Zeke shouted. And if I can't deal with a broken bone now, if I can't help a friend, then how am I supposed to fight? He slapped a hand over his own mouth, and Nadav sighed. They asked questions. Of course they asked questions. And the boy either lied or evaded them. So he'd branched out, burned some goodwill he should have probably saved for another day. He found 𝐒𝐿 in the end. Found the death toll. Found 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya's interview, too. Izuku, Nadav said, and the boy's eyes widened in fear. I don't know what happened to you, exactly. I don't know what you're running from or why. But it doesn't matter. You are 9 years old, it is not your responsibility to carry the world on your shoulders. The boy looked like he was about to cry his heart out. But then Alice groaned, still unconscious but obviously in pain, and the glint in his eye turned electric. I'm not asking you to let me carry the whole world. I'm asking you let me help you with the weight. Nadav Fear considered Izuku Midoriya and despaired. If the boy was smart, he would stop being generous too. Nadav wasn't optimistic. Now Shouter both loved and hated his class. He loved them because they were clearly meant for heroics. They were ambitious, hard-working, and got along fantastically. Even underground heroes had support networks, and students who couldn't form positive social connections tended to crash and burn as heroes. That wasn't to say they were all perfect friends, but the students of 1A relentlessly pushed each other to the limit to improve, and that mattered more than anything. It was really too bad they were all Fing lunatics. His students were, in a word, ruthless. The second they knew what they wanted, they didn't hesitate to walk right up and take it, caution or restraint be DM'd. Everybody thought it was just Bakugo and his fiery temper, but if only it were that simple. Uraraka had a sweeter disposition but was always just as prepared to throw down a gauntlet, and the junior Todoroki obviously never bothered with subtlety in his life. And then there was Hill, the American. Hiru, Shouter said as the bell rang. A moment, please. Hill furrowed his brow but followed Shouter out of the classroom. His injuries screamed in protest with every step. Recovery Girl thought him an idiot for continuing to teach in his state. They turned a corner into an isolated dead end, and Shouter turned around to face his student. Give me one good reason not to expel you here and now. Hill's face went from confused to panicked so quickly 𝐿𝐼 was surprised he didn't hurt himself. What? He choked out. I believe I was perfectly clear on the first day of the semester. If you can't be bothered to give it your all, to do whatever it takes to be a hero, then stop wasting this school's time and leave. 𝐼𝐼 I don't know what you're talking about. The boy was shaking, seemingly caught between panic and anger. 𝐿𝐼 gave him a withering stare, then slid his phone out of his pocket. He opened the video log and pulled up the last open file. What do you see? Hill took the phone gingerly and followed the action on the screen. The angle didn't let 𝐿𝐼 see, but the low volume was still enough for him to follow along. This is me at the USJ. 𝐿𝐼 put out his hand for his phone back. Yes, it is. And you did a remarkable job at fighting them off. Never would have guessed you had it in you. But that's on purpose, isn't it? He looked Hill dead in the eye. You're holding back. Hill froze, and 𝐿𝐼 knew he was right. Modern society placed massive restrictions on quirk usage, to the point where very few people with non-mutant quirks knew how to use them beyond basic self-control. Most students arrived at UA with little to no foundation and more limits than skill. Then there were students like Todoroki or Yarozu, or Ida to an extent. Scions of families with the funds and resources to circumvent the laws and provide meaningful training. And the boy before him definitely had training. 𝐿𝐼 voiced as much. Not only are you stronger than you let on, you're more skilled. Those kicks had the potential to be disastrous, but instead they were incredibly precise. Sensei, it's just, the boy was panicking. 𝐿𝐼 raised his hand and he shut up. Let me clarify, Haru. I don't actually care for an explanation. As long as your goal is to become a hero, and as long as you're willing to put in the effort, this school will welcome you with open arms. But as I said to your class on the first day, I will not tolerate students who think they can give any less than everything they have. Do you understand? Hill nodded profusely. Then that's good enough for me. In any other case, this would have been the truth. But not this time. This time, a team of villains with unprecedented weapons infiltrated the school with insider knowledge of the layout and staff schedule. Somebody gave them that intel, and until they knew who, everyone was a suspect. And while 𝐿𝐼 hated the idea, a foreigner with unavailable school files and unknown potential who just happened to miss a villain attack was simply too many red flags pinned to one person. Go on, then, before you miss your next class. 𝐿𝐼 said lazily. He couldn't give away his suspicions any more than this confrontation already did. Why, yes sensei. Hill bowed and left in a hurry, his face red. 𝐿𝐼 thought he saw a flash of green light around him as he bounded away. How kids nowadays had so much energy, he had no idea. Toshinori sat in the teacher's lounge and reviewed class footage. The day's exercise had been basic stealth tactics, and there was a clear divide between those who naturally leaned towards it and those who rejected stealth fundamentally. Hill in particular seemed to have a delightful affinity for it. He'd been putting in more effort these last few lessons, and while Toshinori was pleased, he felt like something was off. His phone pinged. It was Nezu, requesting he come to his office. Toshinori closed his tablet and packed away his notes before heading to the third floor. The office was in its usual state of neat disarray. This time, the principal was at his desk, paws flying over his modified keyboard. The thing looked nothing like the standard, instead a series of shortcuts and symbols which didn't make the slightest bit of sense to Toshinori, and most likely anyone else but the principal himself. Yagi, good afternoon. How was class today? I heard some interesting results. Toshinori nodded. Today was Introduction to Stealth. The students were required to steal a human dummy from a highly guarded building. Nezu hummed in amusement. Wild guess, Bakugo had the worst grade. It was probably unprofessional of him, but Toshinori took a small pleasure in Nezu being wrong. He took out his notebook and opened to the day's notes. No, actually. His performance was remarkable. He identified and dismantled every guard and sensor one by one. Violent, but a classic underground hero move. Young 𝐼𝐼, on the other hand, Nezu was no longer smiling, chastised for his assumptions, but his eyes still danced with possibilities. I'll review the footage later. May I see that? He gestured to the notebook in his hand. Toshinori handed it over, and Nezu flipped through a couple of pages before examining the front, where hero analysis for future generations was written across the front in his own blocky script. You based this off of Midoriya's notebooks? Nezu said. He was right. They were briefly mentioned in an interview done with Inko Midoriya, and she gave him one when he met her. He'd felt obligated to do so. He'd named her son his successor and left him to die in the same breath. It was his duty to get to know the child he'd entrusted with the fate of the world. Between those pages he'd found someone idealistic and brilliant. His viewpoint was expectedly childish, focusing on what was coolest and flashiest, but quickly ran away into outrageous theories that left Toshinori's head spinning. He hadn't even considered using controlled moves to make percussive blasts, and here was a 2-page spread around the technique and possible support items. He eventually abandoned the method. It was incompatible with his usual style, but it was ingenious nonetheless. He made a point of catching up with Mrs. Midoriya at least once a year, and every time he saw that notebook peeking out from his bookshelf he was filled anew with grief over the hero that could have been. I'd like to think that I know a good idea when I see it. Toshinori answered simply. What did you want to talk about? Midoriya, actually. He's alive. Toshinori's brain short-circuited. Or rather, he was alive. Nezu plowed on through Toshinori's stammering. A push of a button, and the floor-to-ceiling windows shuttered, leaving the room in total darkness. A second later, light flooded from every corner of the room as lamps turned on. No, not lamps. Projectors. In the center of the room floated a stylized English R, with a serial number beneath it. The number meant nothing to Toshinori, but he recognized the logo immediately. Detective Hero Radiant, whose quirk let her project perfect copies of environments. She was invaluable in police investigations, as her quirk let her weave perfect recreations of crime scenes, and her support company manufactured projectors powerful enough for her to feed them user-friendly copies. She was there. At Cape Canaveral. Well, not while it happened, Nezu said, hammering away at his keyboard again. The logo vanished, and piece by piece the computer program reconstructed a ruined town from nearly a decade ago and half a world away. But 2 Japanese nationals died in a declared villain attack. It was considered high enough priority to send her. I bought her projection rig as soon as I saw her name on the file. Toshinori was barely listening, too enraptured by the monument to his own failure. Fire flickered everywhere, the asphalt was cracked, and there was no attached audio, but he could still hear the howling wind caused by his own fists. He tried so hard to move away from the civilians, to keep them away from the full force of their power. Which was why All for One went right for them. The timestamp projected at his feet placed this section of the recreation at about 16 hours after the battle had moved away from the neighborhood. If Toshinori remembered correctly, not that he would ever forget a single detail from that night, then this image recreation was made not an hour after the American military dragged them out of his crater in the middle of their base and shipped him back to Japan. Skipping to a different street, Toshinori spotted EMTs carting away the injured. Or the dead. He wasn't sure from this distance. Magnolia Avenue, Toshinori said without prompting. 8200 Magnolia Avenue. He didn't need to say it, of course. Nezu already knew. Seconds later, the projection had the 2 of them standing inside the front hall. It was the same as it was in the photos, minimalist furniture betrayed by the extensive collections of movies, albums, books, and various knickknacks strewn across the floor as if swept away by a hurricane. There was a closed door at the end of the hall, with BLD pooling underneath. Why didn't I know we had a radiant recreation of the event? Nezu shrugged. Why would you? Your own team gave you an alibi on the other side of the planet. As far as the rest of the country is concerned, your relation to this case begins and ends as the favorite hero of a dead child. But as I was saying, Nezu jumped off his chair and led the way forward, towards the kitchen. Come with me. The kitchen was in similar disarray. The American East Coast wasn't built to withstand earthquakes, and the power unleashed that night certainly deserved a value on the Richter scale. But Nezu was unfazed. Despite everything in the room being a projection, the principal still made a point of sidestepping or jumping over the debris on the floor. Or that's what Toshinori thought until he almost tripped over the very real rug hidden underneath. He stopped in front of an open drawer which stood at his own eye level and motioned for Toshinori to crouch down. "What do you see?" "A drawer," Toshinori said automatically. Then he notices the latches on the sides. "A hidden drawer." Nezu nodded. "A hidden drawer. Look at the contents." There wasn't much. A passport and a few pieces of paper folded in a way that Toshinori had to take a moment to decipher. The deed to the house. Nezu tried to keep his professional air, but at this point Toshinori knew the principal well enough to notice his excitement. "Exactly. This is a hidden drawer meant for keeping important documents. Such as passports." Toshinori stared at Nezu, then looked back at the drawer. There was only one passport. A worn-out, red passport. A passport which couldn't possibly belong to an 8-year-old on his first time abroad. "Izuku's passport is missing." "Yes. Yes it is." Nezu was properly smiling again. "Now, obviously this is circumstantial, but I had a hunch. So I went looking." "Looking? Looking where?" "Everywhere, of course. Why do you think it took me a year to tell you?" Nezu ran back out the kitchen and to where his desk interrupted the front hall. He pushed a few buttons, and the projection reloaded into the middle of an empty street. "We're approximately 6 blocks away from the Midoriya house, this one time stamped 4 hours later. Now look here." Toshinori met Nezu in front of a large green garbage, the lid thrown open. Nezu climbed up to Toshinori's shoulder, and he attempted to balance the new weight as they both peered in. It took him a second to recognize it. But sure enough, sitting atop the waist was a stiff blue passport emblazoned with the emblem of Japan. "He survived." Toshi whispered. "Yes," Nezu said. "I believe he did. You told him to stay hidden, and that's exactly what he did." Nezu hopped off Toshinori's shoulder and went to his desk, where he swayed off the projection. Toshinori winced as the setting sun hit his eyes once more. "Question is," Nezu says, "where is he now?" Mai had a feeling her neighbors were going to need her services very, very soon. Hitoshi was obvious enough. She knew he wanted to enter the hero course, as he'd told her over their occasional shared takeout dinners, and Mai intended to help him in any way she could. And since the guy was no offense a goddamn noodle, he was going to need a lot of support items. And as for the new kid, Mai shook Hill's hand vigorously. "Hi, your costume is." Excuse me, what?" "Oh, bad move. Never go to insults without establishing a rapport first." "Ah well, too late. Your costume. I saw your class training yesterday. You're wearing stuntman apparel to hero work. That's basically a recipe for injury. Let me fix it." Hill blinked at her. Did she oversell again? "I'm gonna." Take a wild guess and say you must be Hatsumai. Oh, did she forget that part? Yup. I live on the 3rd floor. They were standing in the ground floor staircase. Hill was in a pair of jeans and a t-shirt that read flannel, Mai still in her sooty uniform, having finished late at school. Baby number 8 had needed some extra attention. Hill nodded. Wow, Hitoshi wasn't kidding. "Anyway, I'm just headed out for a grocery run. I'll come with you, then. We have a lot to discuss." "Okay." As they made their way down the street towards the corner store, Mai began her pitch. More flexible material, tougher boots with rolling ankle supports and better grip. To her delight, there was soon a gleam in Hill's eye, and she knew she had him. That wasn't to say he agreed to everything. He seemed averse to the idea of external battery packs for an extra boost, and was adamant that the buttons stay. "They're not buttons," he gritted. "They're hooks." Still, by the time they got back to their building with a commendable haul of ramen, snacks, and other, more questionable foodstuffs, Mai knew she had her first long-time client in the bag. "So," Hill said as they made their way up the stairs with their bags. The building floor plans didn't have the space for it, but maybe she could install an external elevator, or maybe a launch pad. "How come you live alone?" Mai shrugged. "Needed a place to develop my babies in peace, and I got sick of my parents nagging and little siblings touching my explosives. How about you?" Hill looked momentarily panicked, like he didn't realize he would have to answer too. "Oh, my uncle got it for me. He owns the apartment and used to rent it out, but he lives too far away from UA, so he lets me stay here. Mai knew for a fact that she was the first person to get a place in this building after a shoddy excuse for a renovation, which is how she got the biggest place for a deal, but whatever. She asked more out of courtesy than anything else. Mai had her own secrets, after all. Who was she to judge? Then why are we even doing this? She asked Nadav one Friday evening, fishing among the cupboards for a bowl while he stuck a bag of popcorn in the microwave. He was back in his wheelchair, which he preferred to use over the mechanical brace if he didn't have to. Doing what? Changing. For the kid, that is. He knows we're vigilantes. What's the point in pretending we're normal? Alice Farron hadn't realized how poorly she and Nadav had been taking care of themselves until they suddenly had to take care of a child. Zeke was a sweet kid. He was also excessively polite, and she didn't know if that was just his personality or if it was a general Japanese thing. But it only took a few weeks for the fridge to go from a black hole of protein shakes and unused vegetables to actual food. They started cleaning the house more, meaning it finally lost the perpetual wet dog smell, and tried keeping a more consistent schedule. Nadav finally found a large enough plastic bowl and set it on the counter. We're not pretending we're anything. The kid was alone and scared. We don't know much about his past, or anything at all. Alice said. But his sense of stability was stolen from him. If we can give that back, then we should. And hey, he gently elbowed her in the stomach, and the microwave beeped. Let's not pretend we don't need some stability too. Now come on, I don't know how long his patience is going to last. This was another new development, movie night every Friday. Not that she and Nadav didn't have movie nights before, but those usually involved broken bones and a selection so intentionally terrible that the real entertainment was their vicious critique. As it turns out, Zeke's patience hadn't lasted at all, and he started the DMN movie without them. Are you serious? She asked, and threw popcorn at his head. On screen, a giant robot sucker punched a giant monster. They'd watched Pacific Rim probably a dozen times by now, but the kid never tired of it. You were so slew, he whined, but there was a big fat smirk on his face. He didn't used to be such a cheeky little SHT. Did she teach him that? She crashed onto the couch next to the boy, and Nadav parked his wheelchair to their right. A kernel got stuck in the boy's unruly green curls, and she carefully plucked it out and threw it at his face. He made a face, then threw the couch pillow at her. It missed and hit Nadav instead, who put on a scandalized expression and threw it back at the kid at full force. On the television, the giant robot crashed into the icy ground, smoking and broken, but they didn't pay it any attention. Now Katsuki Bakugo considered the pros and cons of throwing himself out the window. Pros, he would get out of this living nightmare. Cons, absolutely none. Tag your IT. The birthday gremlin screamed as she barreled into him at full force and then ran away at full speed. He considered running after her, but then all the other gremlins started running away from him too, and honestly, this was preferable. He got up exactly long enough to give them the impression he was giving chase, then poured himself a glass of soda and crashed back into the garish orange couch. The party raged around him, an unholy mix of obnoxious third graders and useless parents. Usually he managed to get out of these things, but his aunt apparently wanted to show off her hero-in-training nephew, so she harassed his pushover dad into bringing him along. So not only was he surrounded by tiny gremlins and boring extras, he was also, apparently, part of the entertainment. He suffered through a solid hour of overly polite probing which constantly looped back to "it's literally the start of the semester" before the conversation finally drifted to other matters. So when is Mishima actually getting back? His aunt asked a tall lady with hair a dozen shades of pink. It was supposed to be 2 days ago, the lady said. But he got delayed to tomorrow morning. The riots in America are getting everyone's plans twisted. Riots? Katsuki was glad someone else asked it, 'cause it meant he didn't have to potentially make an idiot of himself by not knowing. Pinky nodded. Most of the big networks are calling it by other names, but that's what they are. Though by the sound of it, war is a more apt description. America has a giant vigilante problem, and in a lot of cities they've been getting more bold and more direct. This, Katsuki did know about. Heroes in America are much less independent than in Japan, he said to turn everyone's attention to him. They're more beholden to the police, and they get accused of corruption on the daily. His aunt hummed in mild interest. Did you learn that at UA? Katsuki snorted. No, I just read the goddamn news. Well, Pinky said. The fighting has grounded all flights in the middle of the country, so Mishima had to take a bunch of connections. At least Japan isn't anything like this. Something moved out of the corner of his eye, and he barely had a second to turn his head before an oversized foam ball crashed into him and spilled his drink all over the floor. He caught the ball and reduced it to ash with 2 explosions, and then set his sights on the bunch of gremlins responsible, hiding out in the hallway. Okay, now you die. He growled, and launched himself up from the table. Later, when all the food was gone and the adults began to detach the kids from where he duct-taped them to the ceiling, he and his parents finally left. You didn't need to be so rude to the other parents, the hag berated him as they walked down the street towards their car. Katsuki scoffed. Why? It's not like I give a SHT what any of them think. This was just another stupid party for a stupid kid in a junkyard neighborhood. The hag smacked him upside the head. You better stop talking SHT behind people's backs. And this is a perfectly fine neighborhood. This place is literally a junkyard, you hag. He argued, gesturing wildly at the beach just 20 meters away. This whole stretch of coast was declared off-limits for tourism before he was even born. Every day that this entire side of town isn't declared an official landfill is either a miracle or a monument to municipal failure. The hag just shook her head. You're such a smart boy, Katsuki. You could become anything you wanted to. So why did you have to become such a brat? Katsuki really wasn't in the mood for another "you're wasting your potential" argument which they kept having even though he was in Finyu, like what more do you want lady? So he kept his mouth shut and climbed into the car in silence. Inko Midoriya only realized what time it was when her doorbell rang. She ran down the hall and threw the door open to let her guest in, and then hurried towards her bedroom. I'm so sorry, I lost track of time, let me get dressed and we'll sit right down. Toshinori, for his part, just laughed. It's fine, Inko. It's not like this hasn't happened before. Or every single time. While Inko got dressed, Toshinori took the liberty of moving to the kitchen and putting the glass dishes in his hands down beside the stove. He checked the pots already there, found them cold, and turned the gas back on to give them a last reheat before they ate. Inko rushed back into the room wearing a pretty green sweater and dark skirt. Hardly fine dining attire, but then it wasn't like they were going out, and he liked to think that they had dropped pretenses with each other ages ago. As the food reheated, they cleared the table of stacks of notebooks and textbooks. How's the cramming going? Inko hung her head. Terribly. Remember the train crash last week? He was there, so he nodded. I was in the hospital for 2 days, a full nurse shift and then junior residency in the ER. He made a sound of approval, but inwardly he was proud of her. I know going from nurse to surgeon is difficult, but couldn't they give you a break? She shrugged. I was needed, so I was there. Still, one of the most important lessons I ever learned as a hero is that I can't do everything alone. I'm no hero. No, you're a medic. You save more lives on the daily than I ever will. She didn't respond, but he could see her blush in the warm apartment light. The table cleared and set, Toshinori turned off the gas and they sat down to eat. Or rather, she did. Toshinori's injury didn't really let him digest solids nowadays, so these periodical meetings were part social, part making sure Inko actually remembered to eat. He never met Inko's friend Mitsuki, but he knew she helped too. Inko told more tales from her work at Jaku Hospital and her peers in her surgical studies, and Toshinori shared details of his newfound life as a teacher. There's this one student, the American. He's a bright young kid, but I can't help but get the feeling he hates me. Inko froze with a spoonful of rice halfway to her mouth. What makes you think that? He constantly freezes around me. Anytime I see him around his peers or other teachers he's so energetic, but the minute I show up it's like he thinks I'm there to arrest him. I'm sure it's nothing of the sort. He's American, right? When was the last time you were consistently active there? He probably just doesn't know how to act around you. Him. I suppose you're right. She smiled warmly, and he remembered when their meetings became a regular thing. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was in her last stages of becoming a nurse, him in his first weeks of recovery. They'd spoken before, but only as All Might and the grieving widow. But though that initial interaction had been short and, frankly, performative, he felt drawn to her light. So a few weeks later, he asked to meet her again. He never hid his identity from her, she was too smart, and he had no intention to disrespect her like that. But he never told her the truth about 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. There wasn't a day he didn't consider it, but the amount of people who knew what happened that night was in the single digits, and no matter how much he trusted her, the less who knew the better. Telling her about Florida would be telling her about All for One, and every person who knew that truth was one too many. But now, with the possibility her son might still be alive, didn't he owe her the truth? Didn't she deserve hope? Or was it better to wait and be certain? He let no part of his dilemmas show on his face, and kept the conversation light and entertaining. They grimaced over blunders, laughed over mishaps, and feigned surprise when the people he saved wound up on her rotation like it hadn't been happening for years by this point. 𝐿𝐿 didn't know if this was considered romance, and was frankly too afraid to ask. But at the very least, he considered her one of his best friends, like Naomasa and Mirai. He trusted her judgment, and he hoped she thought the same of him. Izuku considered the pros and cons of throwing Uraraka out the window. Pros: sweet revenge. Cons: absolutely none. He powered up and launched himself across the sofa to grab her, but she saw his intent and jumped out of his way, laughing hysterically as he crashed into the popcorn bowl. "Wow," she said. "Your reflexes are SHT no matter what you do, aren't they?" Izuku grumbled as he rolled and wiped away the popcorn on his shirt, but it was an uphill battle not to grin as he charged again. Sometime in the past few weeks, shared dinners had turned into game nights, a concept which Izuku thought would be fun in theory, except then it turned out basically every console out there did a total redesign and suddenly he didn't even know where the X button was. Hence game night became Uraraka wipes the floor with Izuku's but night. She was, undoubtedly, the best friend he'd had in years. The first, really. He didn't get to befriend a lot of kids his age in the States. The battle ended sometime later with the two of them wiped out on the floor, breathing heavily. "Let's say I win and call it a night," Izuku said between shaky breaths. "Sure, the score is 19-4, my favor." 19. How in the hell did you get to 19? Classes count. Izuku laughed silently. He didn't have the breath for anything more. They lay there for a while, head to head, letting their hearts settle. "Hey Hairu." "Yeah. What's your real hair color?" Izuku's next breath caught in his chest. How, when I was in the bathroom earlier I was looking for a new bottle of soap and saw the boxes." That's what he got for planning ahead. And it's like, sure, Kirishima dyes his hair red, but he also spikes the hell out of it. He's trying to be noticeable. "So why do you dye yours?" Izuku began, but then fell quiet again. How did he explain this? How did he explain his secret, his worries, his debilitating fear of being caught? How did he explain the time he was so scared of his roots showing he dyed his hair so many times over that it broke? "Hairu?" Uraraka asked again, softly, taking him out of his thoughts. When people see you, they draw conclusions about you before you even say or do anything. I can't stop it, but I don't like it. I want to be in control of my story. And that means controlling my image." Uraraka took a long time to respond. "It won't always work, though." Her voice had a sudden edge to it. "Sometimes people decide who you are before they even see you." "You're right," Izuku said. "And I don't know what to do about them." "Neither do I," Uraraka said. Izuku could tell she wasn't done with the subject, so he stayed silent. "In second grade, our school caught fire," she said. Then slightly louder, "There was a gas leak and some kid with a friction quirk made a spark. Burned down half the building. I got caught with two of my classmates on the third floor." "What did you do?" She took a long breath. "I tried to float us and escape through the window. But my control was inconsistent, I wasn't as good as picking what I was making float, and I just trapped us in the air with a bunch of burning debris. We got rescued, and nobody got hurt, but the story spread about what I did. And the firefighter who got us out didn't have any issues with chewing out a 7-year-old. Everyone got split up to different schools while ours rebuilt, but it didn't help. They thought you did it on purpose. They thought I set the fire as a trap. Izuku's blood boiled, but he refused to let it show. This wasn't about him. Kids can be incredibly cruel, sometimes. It wasn't just the kids. My parents' company got the contract to rebuild the school. Izuku sighed. So the adults thought that it was a setup, yeah. Izuku trembled from the effort of staying still. This was not a fight he agreed to champion. I want to be a hero for many reasons, Haru. The first will always be my parents. But it's also to show a second-grade Ochiko that mistakes aren't malice. But then, he didn't need to. He just needed to help those who did. Uraraka. He turned his face to the side, and she did too, so that they were lying nose to nose. Yeah. Can I call you Ochiko? Only if I can call you Zeke. I've been telling you to call me that since the first day of school. Izuku smiled, and there was a certain weight off his chest, but replacing it was a sting. She gave him something personal just now, while he simply gave another lie in return. One day, he decided, she would know everything. One day. Eventually, Izuku said his goodbyes, took some leftovers, and left. It was barely 10 o'clock, early by a teenager's standards and earlier still by a vigilante's. Usually he would have taken the opportunity to look for Stain, but in an odd turn of events Gentle and La Brava were already in Jaku on his trail, as he couldn't follow due to his school obligations. A part of him felt guilty for it, but tonight was a much-needed break. Maybe he'd get some sleep for once. With a final shot, Yuga surveyed his conquered land with his usual cheer. The victory wasn't surprising, his talents were plenty, but this was beyond that. This was skill. Winner, Team Sparkles. The speaker system blared. The fluorescent lights went up, making him blink rapidly as he adjusted to the light, then turned around and swaggered his way to the exit. He hung up the vest and plastic rifle, then exited back to the lobby. His outfit for the evening was perfect, as it always was, loose black breathes that flared when he walked and a dark purple shirt, both accented with glittery highlights along the sides. His favorite rose clip held his hair away from his eyes and sparkled in the light every time he moved. He took the moment to take his day travel perfume out of his pocket and reapply the scent of roses after the exercise. His fellow players had congregated near the overstuffed blue couches, and they hollered at his approach. They weren't regulars like Yuga, so he didn't know them very well, but they seemed like a fun bunch. "Dude," said one with blueberry skin. "That was insane, you're like a pro." "Thank you, Mon Ami," Yuga said and graced them with his usual brilliant smile. "But flattery will not forgive your debt." The group fell into laughter again as Yuga outstretched his hand between them and made a come here gesture. The blue guy pouted, but he was obviously not mad. "Or, come on, this bet was rigged. You were holding the gun to your stomach, can you blame me for thinking you never played laser tag before?" Yes I can." The guy huffed and handed over the 300 yen, which Yuga made a show of counting before putting it in his wallet. The group left, and though most of them were perfect strangers, they wound up drifting together down the streets of Tokyo, between arcades and late-night boba shops. Yuga loved this city. It wasn't Paris, by any means, but it didn't need or try to be. Where Paris held itself high on the steps of its legacy, Tokyo took tradition and took it apart bit by bit, then rebuilt it in ways that left your head spinning. The gentleman in him loved France, but the performer was Japan through and through. The blue guy, Nakamura was his name, was telling some rambunctious story about orchestrating a zoo breakout, and a third year with spiky hair named Ryzen was filming the entire thing on his phone when something slammed into AMR at full force. He oofmed, and cast his arms to his side to regain his balance. He looked down to find a small girl fallen on the cobblestones before him, with unkempt silver hair and a small horn protruding from her forehead. "Oh, mon chéri, are you okay? What are you doing out here so late?" He knelt down to give her a hand up as his new friends watched. She flinched, and several things jumped out at Yuga at once. She was barefoot, her dress was dirty, and there were bandages on her arms. He threw a glance down to his watch. It was close to 1:30 in the morning. Moving slower this time, telegraphing his intentions, he reached up to his hair and pulled out the rose pin. He offered it to her, and after a long moment she reached out and wrapped her smaller hand around the crystal petals. "There," he said as he helped her fix the pin into her own hair, leaving it away from her small horn. "Much better. Even a crisis does not warrant losing one's sense of style." He took her hands and brought her to her feet. "Now then. Let's try this again. Are you okay? You seem a little lost." "Yeah," Nakamura said and squatted to meet her eye level. "Where's your mom and dad?" She flinched again, and there was a siren going off in Yuga's head, growing louder every second, but Nakamura seemingly came to his own conclusions. "Oh, don't worry, we'll help you find them. What's your name?" "I'm Sako." "I-A-E." A voice, young and clear, cut through the relaxed nighttime crowd. A second later, a thin guy in his 20s with a bird mask came out of an alley and approached them. Under different circumstances, Yuga would have admired his style. "Oh, good. There you are." Yuga repeated slowly, then turned to the girl. "Is that your name?" She nodded meekly. There was a sudden pressure on his arm, and Yuga realized she was holding on to him in a vice grip. He turned back to the man standing tall over them. "Who are you?" "I'm her father," the man said with an annoyed tone. "Eri here just got a bit wild. Now if I could have my daughter back, please." He reached out for who shrank back into Yuga and Nakamura's arms. "What did you say your name was again?" Yuga asked. "I didn't." "Come, now, you don't want to cause a scene, do you?" The mask covered the man's whole mouth, but Yuga could imagine his gritted teeth. He tried to say something else, but there was such a strong wave of malevolence radiating off of him that for the first time in his life, Yuga was speechless. Thankfully, Nakamura was either a stronger man than he or was wildly misreading the atmosphere. "It's okay, he said. "Go back to your dad, and try not to get lost again, okay?" The girl's eyes were huge, and she looked frantically back and forth between Nakamura and Yuga. He wanted to say something but his tongue still wouldn't work, and she slowly let go of his arm and backed away from them, into the arms of her father. "Good night," the man said, by which he clearly meant "shame I didn't kill you all," and left with the girl dragging her feet behind him, her wrist caught in his grip. Nakamura gave a little parting wave, and Yuga followed suit. But didn't turn around to look at them. Yuga let out a long, shuddering breath, and collapsed back onto the ground. He tilted his head back, untied hair flopping back, and tried to force back tears. "Talents and skills my butt," he thought. "If I can't even help the most clearly in danger little girl in the world." "Hey man," Ryzen said, standing over him. "You okay there? That was weird, right? What just happened? Tell me I'm not missing something." Yuga closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. When he opened them, his eyes refocused on the third year above him. And the phone in his hand. "Ryzen," he said suddenly and scrambled to his feet. "Tell me the camera was on for that." If Hitoshi had friends, he would have joked that he lived with a control freak named Murphy. Because Murphy's law controlled his entire thing life. After the hell climb up to his own landing, and this building was supposed to be post-renovation. Really? He stood before his own door and slowly started counting. After 10 seconds with his apartment key in hand and no suspicious noises coming from the floor above, he relaxed and moved to insert the key into the lock. Which is of course when a small boom shook the entire building and made him miss the lock by a mile. Thing figures. He sighed and let his head fall against the door. He considered just banging his skull against the wood until one of them gave out, but that would come later. First he had to not let the building burn down, he supposed. While climbing the stairs once more to the 3rd floor, he checked his phone for messages again. He didn't know why he bothered. Nobody ever messaged him unless it was his manager at the corner stores, in which case they wanted something, or it was family, in which case they wanted him to stop wanting things. He knew, objectively, that putting his money where his mouth was and moving out had been the right decision. The problem was that he didn't actually have any money to put where his mouth was. He could barely distinguish between his math homework and his bills, and only Satan knew how he actually managed to pay both his tuition and living expenses. The deep blue of the early morning was gone when he reached the 3rd floor, replaced by a thick cloud of white smoke. It felt a bit too tangible in his hand as he waved it away. He and Hill from downstairs had prepared a small trunk on the staircase landing they called the 𝐒𝐻𝐈 preparedness kit. It contained a fire extinguisher, a portable fan, and a large jug of water. When 𝐻𝐈 found out, she tried to contribute an EMP, emergency flares, and a defibrillator. They told her that while they appreciated the enthusiasm, they'd have to decline. He took out the fan and turned it on, clearing the path towards the apartment. 𝐻𝐈's steel door, which was comical considering the rest of the wall was still constructed out of fragile wood, was wide open and slightly dented, but it was still on its hinges, and for now that was good enough. Inside, he waved the fan in every direction until the haze cleared. 𝐻𝐈, unfortunately, was still conscious, muttering to herself at her workbench. 𝐻𝐈, we had an agreement, he said in lieu of greeting. She whipped around and smiled that SHD grin of hers. ♯, hi. You're just in time, tell me, what do you think of the 𝐻𝐈, we agreed. No exploding stuff on the weekends. But this was an accident. Are you asking me if that's an excuse I'm willing to accept? Because if so, then no. 𝐻𝐈 pouted, which was not an expression she actually conveyed with her face but rather with a hand wave and a sudden change of topic. Anyway, I think my new baby is coming along great. You remember the bots from the hero course entrance exam? Well, I borrowed Power Loader's blueprints and I've been trying to recreate. Hitoshi tuned her out as she talked and looked around the workshop. The haze was beginning to settle onto every available surface, including his work uniform, he realized, and there was a pile of broken scraps by 𝐻𝐈's workbench. But by the looks of it, nothing was smoking or burning. Satisfied, he moved further into the apartment and crashed onto the thin cot 𝐻𝐈 kept tucked away in a corner. She claimed her power was enhanced vision, but he was pretty sure it was actually her ability to seemingly go weeks on end without sleep. He didn't actually know where the shower was in this apartment, and was honestly a bit scared to ask. He didn't realize how tired he was until he caught himself tipping forward. It was just a second, but 𝐻𝐈 somehow managed to notice. In a flash, she was next to him. Are you okay, 𝐶? You look exhausted. Are you having trouble sleeping again? Because I developed a baby that might help. No, I'm fine, thanks. With his luck, her latest baby just might be a baseball bat to the head. Just. No more explosions, okay? Sure. But if you ever need something, don't hesitate to hit me up. It's what friends do, after all. Hitoshi scoffed. I don't have friends. She rolled her eyes. It's what business partners do, then. You can't advertise my stuff if you're dead. Remember that next time you almost bring down the building. He left the door open behind him as he left. Who knew what kind chemicals she stuffed into that white haze? Better let it air out. He made it back to his own door and went inside, picking up the messenger bag he'd left abandoned by the door when he went upstairs. Inside was the same as always. A living room kitchenette, a lone sofa, and a futon without a frame peeking out behind the bedroom door. He dropped the bag next to the sofa and opened the fridge. There was still supposed to be one last box of KFC. There was a red Tupperware box on the top shelf that he didn't recognize. He took it out gingerly, and saw there was a sticky note on top. Had some leftovers, figured you could use some actual food. Hill inside the box were katsudon leftovers. Hitoshi smiled to himself. He couldn't remember the last time someone made him food. He would have to thank Hill on Monday. And also ask how he got into Hitoshi's apartment. Then let me come with you. Alice looked at Izuku incredulously. Excuse me. It took effort not to shrink under her gaze from where he stood at the entrance to her room. I can help. I'm stronger now, you've been training me so I'm better at using my quirk, kiddo, she said and walked over to him, costume half hanging off her solid frame. I know you've advanced a lot, but throwing a punch without breaking your own bones in the process is not nearly the accomplishment you think it is. Not to mention how much you need to hold back. What percentage were we on yesterday? 9%, Izuku mumbled in concession. But I'm improving. Your strength, sure, Fear said suddenly from behind him. But being able to throw a punch doesn't mean you know when to throw it. The doctor never went into the field himself, but he had his own version of a costume, a light button-down shirt rolled up at the sleeves, and dark cargo briefs with many pockets. He looked more like a dad than a hero, but Fear responded to the critique with a knowing smile. When fighting a war on your own soil, the winner isn't whoever throws the strongest punch, but rather whoever the people think is in the right. As a vigilante, I would be a threat to their order. One who must be destroyed. But as a simple veterinarian, who could I possibly hurt? He gave a knowing smile. Why does Alice wear a costume, then? Her grin was much more vicious. 'Cause I am a threat to their order, and they shouldn't be allowed to forget it. It was between his two newfound guardians that Izuku slowly learned the true shape of heroes and villains, and how the fight between the two was orders of magnitude more complex than anything televised to the masses and commercialized for his generation. What's so hard about it? He persisted. Someone punches me, I punch back. So you got close enough to get punched. Izuku's protest died in his throat. Izuku, you're a bright kid. But what we do isn't fun and games. But I want to help. There's a great many ways to help. Not all of them require seeking violence. Yeah, violence isn't the answer, Izuku grumbled, parroting the line he's heard over and over again growing up. But Alice scoffed as she passed him, now fully suited up. Who told you that? Violence is a great answer. It's just a matter of who's asking, and what question. She turned to him when she reached the door. Remember, kiddo, we don't just fight for ourselves, we fight for our community. Meaning we can't afford to throw a punch unless we know exactly who it'll hurt. She left, the last drops of sunset bleeding out of the sky behind her, and then the house was quiet. Fear didn't say a word as Izuku followed him into the basement and their so-called control room. Izuku hopped on to his usual bar stool tucked into the corner and took out his latest notebook. He'd dropped the long names, and this one was simply titled with a big the first 2 volumes, he never even brought to America. The third was full of notes on his own quirk and he burned it as soon as he managed to use one for all consistently without hurting himself. Volume 4 was a rewrite of the third, but this time disguised as speculation about All Might, seemingly replacing the first volume he'd left behind in Japan. After a while, Izuku noticed Fear standing behind him. He turned his head to see the doctor leaning over his shoulder, eyes trying to comprehend the messy kanji. His English writing was improving, but he elected to keep the journals in Japanese. What are you writing? The fifth was a return to his old habits of analysis. As Fear tuned into the various radio frequencies that wove together an audible map of the city, Izuku turned to the local news website. On their homepage was a rerun of a fight from this afternoon, some guy calling himself regent against the local pro-hero Bakuda. It took some effort to get any real notes on them, as they were both long-distance fighters, but after a few replays he had a few pages filled. I'm wondering about Regent's quirk. Izuku admitted. He causes nerve spasms. Fear provided. That's what the news says, but I don't think so, Izuku said. Then, seeing Fear's confused look, he added, I mean, I don't think that's all of it. Watch. He restarted the full video of the fight, and let it play for a few minutes. Regent mostly played defensive, weaving and evading Bakuda's blasts, but every once in a while he would make a sort of swiping gesture, and suddenly the hero's incoming attack would go wild. Most of the time she's fairly accurate, but every time he uses his power on her the shot just goes in the opposite direction. Right? Fear said, clearly not seeing Izuku's point. He scrolled forward to the last third of the fight, which is what really drew notice to the fight beyond the norm. After a solid 10 minutes of confrontation, the tide of the battle was subtly changing. There, Izuku pointed at the top right corner of the screen, where another one of Bakuda's diverted explosions just hit. Did you see what she just hit? Fear squinted and leaned forward into the screen, trying to compensate for the bad angle of the camera, but in the end the pink and black color scheme gave it away. That's her bike. Regent made her blow up her own bike. Izuku nodded, then skipped ahead another few seconds. And here, her shot hits a police car, and almost 3 policemen. They're lucky Bakuda missed, Fear said. No, they're lucky that the fight ended when it did. Fear turned to look at him, brow furrowed, and Izuku forged ahead. At the beginning of the fight, when Regent messed up Bakuda's shots, they were going wild. By the end, she was less missing her target and more hitting his targets. I don't think his quirk causes nerve spasms, that's too simple. I think he has a puppeteer quirk, but it uses nerve STMLTN rather than applying external force. He just needs the time to get to know you. Fear turned back to the screen, then back to Izuku. There was a small glint in his eye. Izuku had seen it before, when the man was about to play a very elaborate joke, or when one of Alice's vigilante outings went particularly well. Can I have the laptop for a second? Izuku made a go-ahead gesture, and Fear leaned over and pulled up a file from his hard drive. It was another video, but the lighting was terrible, clearly the middle of the night. But there were figures moving through the shadows, highlighted by the scattered slivers of light, moonlight or streetlight. Izuku couldn't really tell, and soon enough his eyes adjusted and he began to make sense of the footage. This is Alice, and that's Ku. I mean, that's Striker. This is a vigilante fight. Fear nodded. From 2 months ago. Remember when they showed up all battered? They were fighting someone, we don't know anything about him. Not a name, or affiliation, or even much of a description. We just know that his quirk let him pack a very big punch from a long distance, and stay hidden while doing it. Fear leaned back from Izuku's space, but then clapped him on the shoulder. I have a feeling you'll have more success than we did. Now as per usual, Izuku was among the last to arrive to class Monday morning, but still a good few minutes before the first bell rang. He dropped his bag at his desk and took off his jacket. He waved to Ochako, part to say good morning, part to say sorry for oversleeping and not coming with her. Morning, he said, coming to lean against Ojiro's desk whilst getting the other foreigner's attention. Usually his classmate greeted him enthusiastically, but today he seemed distracted. How was your weekend? Him. Oh. Ayama jumped, as if only now noticing Izuku. Good morning, Haru. My weekend was great. Crushed it at the labyrinth, no surprises. You should really come with me sometime. How about you? They spent the time until the bell rang exchanging stories of their weekends. Izuku's were short and simple as always, though for once not heavily edited to omit his illegal activities, and Ayama's were his usual tales of his own greatness, most revolving around his beloved laser tag place. But something was still off. It felt like for once, Ayama was the one keeping secrets. The blonde kept glancing at the clock like he couldn't wait for this conversation to end, and towards the door which Izuku didn't know how to interpret. But Izuku didn't press. Ayama wore his heart on his sleeve. If he wanted to open up, he would. Then the bell rang, and Izuku hurried to his seat as a yellow Aizawa pillar scuttled its way to the lectern and began taking attendance. He was still covered head to toe in bandages, but for some reason still insisted on wearing his capture weapon. Or maybe the bandages were fraying. Aizawa greeted them with his usual cheer, which was none at all, and briefly covered various updates. First, before I forget, Snipe asked me to inform you that tomorrow's chemistry lesson will be in Lab 9 in the support building instead of here. Second, I remind you of the school festival happening in 2 weeks. This is a big event, with national attention, but above all else it's a free pass for you to show off, so don't waste it. It will also be the debut of your hero names, which is why tomorrow's first PRD will be workshopping and presenting them. Izuku's brain short-circuited. A hero name. He'd wanted one his whole life, obviously, but what name could he possibly use? He couldn't very well use his street alias, Black Whip. It would give the wrong connotations, not to mention expose him as a criminal to the heroes and as a hero to the criminals. He tried to recall his old musings for hero names and came up blank. Or rather, he came up with quite a bit, but dismissed it all immediately. Note to self, 7-year-old Izuku was an idiot. He spent the first half of the class fruitlessly thinking of possible hero names. When he finally gave up both on finding a hero name and focusing on the lecture, he cast his eyes across the class. Ida probably intended to take something close to his brother, if his costume was any indication. And Ashido looked like she probably had an entire laundry list. Bakugo, Izuku always tried to keep his distance, lest he let a kaken slip, probably intended to go with something over the top like King Explosion Murder or the like. And 𝐼𝐻 was still casting frantic glances up at the clock, then back to Aizawa. 𝐻 really needed to talk to Aizawa, Izuku realized. First period finally ended, but Izuku stayed in his seat and watched as his friend practically jumped out of his seat and moved to Aizawa's side, whispering something as their teacher collected his papers. Aizawa's hands didn't stop moving, but something in his posture shifted at his student's words. He nodded once, and the two of them slunk out of the classroom among the rest of the students. Izuku knew it was none of his business, but something about the situation felt off. 𝐻 wouldn't act like this if it weren't serious. And what kind of problem needed an underground hero to solve? You're making up justifications for a bad idea, Izuku chided himself, but he was already out of his desk, jacket left behind on his chair. It was a small effort to follow the pair through the hall, phone in his hand as pretense. You're overreacting. 𝐻 has a problem, and wants his homeroom teacher's help to solve it. That's how this works. Except that it didn't always work like that. It certainly never did for Izuku himself. The last time Izuku learned in a proper school, still in Japan, teachers had looked at him with pity and resignation. What a shame, he knew they thought to themselves, the world will be so cruel to a quirkless child. But rather than take the initiative to help him, they just used it as justification for their own neglect. Bullying went unpunished, pleas for help ignored. They were convinced he was doomed, and in the process doomed him themselves. Some days, Izuku wondered if the price he paid for the power he had now was worth it. Izuku wanted to believe that Aizawa wasn't like that. But then, he wielded expulsion with a generous hand, as personal experience proved and school rumors supported, and the administration seemed to take no issue with it. Before him, Aizawa and 𝐻 had rounded a corner Izuku knew led to a dead end from his afternoon early into the semester mapping the ground. The hallway they entered was fairly short with an electric closet and no other door. Or at least, any visible doors. Izuku with an enthusiastic Hatsune had done the math, and there was quite a bit about the school's architecture that didn't quite add up. Unnecessary hallways and large doors to tiny rooms, windows counted outside that were nowhere to be found inside. UA was more than it seemed. Izuku stopped before the corner so he would be seen, popped an earbud into his left ear, and pretended to be listening to music and browsing one of his preferred hero forums. He nodded his head slightly to a non-existent beat as a couple of meters away, 𝐻 told their teacher of his encounter over the weekend. I gave the video to the police, but I feel like they brushed me off. Show me the video. Aizawa's gruff voice said, but it lacked any of his characteristic annoyance. Izuku had no idea what was in the video, as he couldn't see the screen and the volume was too low for him to hear over the bustling of the hallway. Is there no shot of the father's face? Aizawa asked, presumably once the video had ended. No, sensei. 𝐻 sounded disappointed. I mean, we're kinda lucky Ryzen forgot to stop recording and got all this. Can you give me a description? 𝐻 hummed. Well, young, first of all. 20s, I think. Or early 30s. Really pretty face, and his eyeliner was killer, but also a really tacky dresser. His coat, I swear, be serious, please. Aizawa said, his familiar grumble returning. I am serious, though. How many guys in Japan wear a green fur coat with a medieval plague mask to match? Aizawa didn't seem satisfied with what 𝐻 and Izuku considered to be one hell of an identifying mark, and continued to calmly but tersely grill 𝐻 for details. The warning bell rang, but neither of them seemed in a hurry to leave, and Izuku debated his choices. He could stay and learn more, but it would cost his plausible deniability of being out here. So he decided to head back to class, leaving his friend and his teacher to continue their debate. Izuku lost himself in thought again during math as he mulled over 𝐻's story. A green-beaked mask. Something about that description nagged at Izuku, and it set a dark pit in his stomach. When school ended, he needed to go meet some people. That afternoon's hero exercise found them in training ground Gamma. All Might seemed to favor it, along with ground beaters downtown streets. It made sense, everything about All Might was massive, from his size to his punches, but the man was a MSTR at working in confined spaces. The class clustered around All Might for him to begin class, but they couldn't help but notice the massive contraption next to him, a giant metal tube 6 meters tall sitting on a rotating platform at a 60-degree angle, and a small but complex motor attached to the side. "Good afternoon, class." All Might boomed with his usual cheer. "You know, I may not look it, but I'm not a young man anymore." Next to Izuku, Ashido groaned. "Oh no, this is Kaname-sensei all over again." Kirishima snickered behind her. Not only did All Might most definitely hear them, but Izuku could see his 3-second conflict on whether he wanted to take the embarrassment and continue, or potentially start an argument over his midlife crisis with a teenage girl. Fortunately for everyone, he decided on the former. "My point is, I've lately been spending time reflecting on my career, and the lessons I've learned, and most importantly, how what I learned in the field matched what I learned here in my own days as a UA student. And in that reflection, I found one lesson that, while not technically in the curriculum, is imperative for the next generation of heroes to understand. So with that said, if you would all please line up and enter the canon one by one, we could begin." "I'm sorry, Sensei, did you say canon?" Izuku wasn't sure who said it, as the whole class seemed to voice similar sentiments. "I did." All Might's grin was exactly the same as it always was, but then if anybody knew how many emotions that man could express without moving a muscle, it was Izuku. And right now the hero thought that this whole situation was funny as hell. "Personally, I wanted to move you to your individual starting spots with the old auxiliary too." All Might shook his head. "Well, it doesn't matter, don't worry about it. Point is, Nezu recommended that we take the opportunity to let you practice your airdrop techniques, so here we are. You have a question, young Mineta. Can I have a parachute? Because I think I missed the day we learned airdrop techniques." "Oh, you didn't miss anything, that lesson is next week. Now let's get started." Kaminari was the first to step into the cannon. All Might handed him a thin metal bracelet which he strapped onto his wrist, then the hatch closed with a hydraulic whir. All Might typed in something on his handheld, and with a boom akin to a balloon popping, Kaminari went flying. "He'll be fine, right?" Yoirozu asked. "Aye," Ashido said and made a SOSO gesture. The gears within the cannon whirred as the contraption changed its position and launch angle, then clicked as the hatch opened again and Ida stepped inside. Waiting in line, Izuku shuffled in place, absently rubbing the cuff of his new costume. It seemed like every week Hatsume had him trying on something new, constantly battering him with questions on comfort and limits and damage. She kept trying to stick him with a multitude of support items of varying natures from grappling hooks to jetpack shoes, but he'd put his foot down. It wasn't like he needed any of those anyway. The current iteration of his suit had a sort of matte sheen, not enough to really reflect light, but enough to adopt the coloring of his surroundings. He'd dropped the red shoes but kept the design, and instead of buttons on his knuckles there was a trio of bands running along each hand, folding into each other as he spread or clenched his palm like a dynamic brass knuckles. That wasn't their purpose, but it was certainly a nice bonus. He didn't know if he liked the new bulk of his braces, which looped around all his major joints, but Hatsume insisted on them. "No offense, Hairu," she'd said, not even looking up from whatever she was tinkering with. "But I've seen your fights, and the stunts you pull on a daily basis are how world-class athletes used to lose their careers." She refused to explain how she had access to the footage from class, but her point was made. Finally it was his turn to receive a comm bracelet, and when he clipped it on, he saw his name was stenciled into the side. He cast a look to the plastic box next to All Might and saw that all of the bracelets were named. Why would it matter what bracelet each of them received? He hesitated, eyeing the cannon. "Did UA just have this thing handy?" "It's perfectly all right, young Hill," All Might said. "Trust me, you will be perfectly safe. Stay hidden. Stay safe." Izuku couldn't tell if the whistling in his ear was his head or the cannon. Was this hiding? Living a lie underneath the most famous person alive? He should be running, far. Far away from Japan, from the States. He should have gone to Europe. Izuku didn't notice that he actually went into the cannon until there was a pop of air and he went airborne. His limbs went flailing, and he spun uncontrollably for a few good seconds before he remembered some skydiving video he saw online and oriented himself. Not a second too soon, because the iron maze of the training ground rose up towards him at terrifying speeds. One for all activated, he kicked the air and the blast sent him spinning again at the support beams of a water tower. But he was prepared this time, and when his shoes hit the beam he went into a squat and jumped off, spinning in the other direction and down, towards a flat catwalk. He flipped and kicked his way down to the ground level, each change in direction slowly chipping away at his momentum, until he rolled into the ground and came to a stop before the net of steaming pipes. Groaning, he stood up and brushed himself off. He took a good look at his surroundings. By his guess, he was launched southward. Catwalks, pipes, and crannies crossed his vision in every direction, climbing up a good 8 or 9 stories into the air, and various structures like the water tower even higher than that. Up high the metal glinted against the afternoon sun, but down here the shadows ruled unopposed. In the distance, he could hear small pops as the cannon kept firing his classmates into the air. For his part, he didn't see any of them near him. Before Izuku could decide on his next move, his comm bracelet beeped twice. He tapped the UA icon set like a charm into the metal, and it popped out from the band. Half a second later, All Might's voice began playing. "Good afternoon, young Hill. This is a pre-recorded message made specifically for you." A beam of light shot out of the UA charm, and Izuku raised his hand slightly to give the holographic All Might the space to expand to his real-life height. "Your objective today, young hero, is to defend a package of sensitive documents from reaching the hands of the opposing team, and I'm sure you're probably wondering who is on your team. The answer to that is simple: it's classified." Mina gaped at the hologram in incredulity. All Might wasn't always the greatest teacher, sure, but today he'd officially lost it. First he mourns his age like her old math teacher when she went through MNPSE, then he shoots them out of a cannon, and now he won't even tell her why. As a hero, you will one day find yourself called in a rush to assist in operations there is no time to fully brief you on. Be they mass disasters or large-scale villain raids, there are times when you will be forced to work in places you don't know, with people you don't know, fulfilling certain roles that aren't necessarily fighting on the front lines. Your job, young Ashido, is incapacitate 3 key opponents of your team. Katsuki narrowed his eyes as the hologram dissolved and reformed into the images of 3 of his classmates. Uraka, Shoji, and Hill will need your support as their defender while they fulfill their own roles, their teacher's voice narrated. As the combatants with the riskiest roles, they will need the best cover possible. Katsuki scoffed. If they wanted him to help, then they should just let him accomplish whatever the stupid mission was. He wouldn't need any of these extras to cover his butt. Whatever. The other team wouldn't even know what hit them. You have 4 to 5 minutes to complete the mission. The hologram flickered and disappeared, leaving Ochako hovering alone a few feet off the catwalk. She was proud of herself for managing this long without throwing up. She considered her options: should she go after Ida immediately, or try to find out the makeup of the teams? She assumed there were just 2 teams by the way All Might spoke in the recording, but he never really said it outright. To the north, in the distance, a giant spike of ice blasted a small figure into the air. Where was Todoroki headed? Oh, yeah, the bracelet came to life one last time. The timer started as soon as the first person launched. The UA charm clicked back into place, and to its left a digital clock turned on. She's already lost 6 minutes. Well, SHT, she muttered. Well, if time was of the essence, she supposed it would be better to go right for the money. Or whatever it was that Ida was supposedly after. She turned off her quirk and landed gently on the catwalk. But though the pressure in her stomach disappeared, she couldn't help but have an odd feeling about this exercise. Then Izuku hated the concept of admitting defeat, but after several hours of analysis without success, he had to admit that he had nothing worth his efforts. The video quality was terrible, and even after several replays Izuku had no idea what he was looking at. The camera was triggered by disturbances, meaning it was fed a series of parameters on what the room should be like, from heat signatures to seismic shifts to noise, and only turned on if one of those parameters was disturbed. The video opened without any movement or sound, so he suspected something had happened a good enough distance away to disturb the camera but not close enough for it to show up. For the first 4 to 6 seconds of footage there was absolutely no change in the grainy view of concrete pillars, of pale light pockmarked by the bird poop on the windows and stark squares on the floor outlined by dust where boxes must have been recently moved. Most of the industrial side of the city had stood abandoned for years after D-Day, so it was odd to see one that was, apparently, still in use. Izuku took his new notebook, he hadn't wanted to waste his official ones on non-hero battles, and added what was in the warehouse. To the column of information he didn't know. The second column of what he did know stood empty, and the third for hypotheses was riddled with half-baked ideas and too many question marks. Finally, after almost a minute, there was the sound of footsteps, and then the camera jolted as Alice, Fahrenheit by her code name, and the fellow vigilante named Stryker ran into its field of vision and it began to track their movements. Their footsteps were light, but Izuku had seen Alice when she really wanted to be sneaky, and this wasn't it. Not to mention they must have known they were being watched, especially if they remembered to pull this footage, but they moved like they didn't care. Meaning whatever had gone wrong, it happened before this camera turned on. They were almost out of frame, leaving a pair of trails where they'd kicked up the dust on their way through, and that was odd, Izuku realized, because there was clear evidence of stuff having been moved but no evidence of the move itself, and something rumbled. At first Izuku thought it was static from the camera itself, but suddenly something in the air just shifted. He didn't know how to explain it, but 1 second the pair were running, and the next they were sprawled out on the floor. The next 3.5 minutes of footage were but a repeat performance as Fahrenheit and Stryker tried and failed to dodge punches that came out of nowhere. He was confident it really was a ranged quirk, like Fear suggested, because Stryker's various attempts at defense were useless. His quirk let him choose an objective and approach it from 3 angles at once, like the effect produced when you face 2 mirrors against each other at an angle. Extremely practical in one-on-one combat, but useless here where he couldn't triangulate his target. The man had once, while getting his wrist bandaged by Fear, showed off to Izuku that he could triangulate on a mosquito behind him, so in Izuku's book this ruled out any sort of invisibility or camouflage quirk. But Fahrenheit. Something was going wrong with her quirk. She could redistribute ambient heat, for example boiling the air in one place at the cost of freezing the rest of the room. But every time she tried to throw her signature weapon, a ball of superheated air and steam, something would go wrong and the shot would scatter, the heat losing its cohesion. If only this camera had heat vision and he could see what was happening better. He could see both vigilantes breathing heavily trying to keep up with the attacks. The video ended when Fahrenheit's continued use of her quirk caused the warehouse's temperature to drop so low that frost covered the lens and, Izuku presumed, ruined the camera's circuits. All in all, the video told him less about their opponent than it did his allies. Izuku sighed, sat back and rubbed his eyes. The basement didn't look any different than it had at sundown, but all was quiet now, the screens turned off and radios silent. Alice had come back hours ago, thankfully unharmed this time, and both she and Fear had since gone to bed. He exited the full screen and saw it was mid-morning. He'd been awake for close to 30 straight hours by this point. He could feel those hours in his bones, a deep ache begging him to rest, but the longing to prove himself useful had egged him onwards. But it was all for nothing. His accomplishment started and ended at a whole bunch of questions and 0 useful answers. He wasn't used to this, he realized. Every fight he'd ever analyzed, every quirk he took apart, he got to examine in broad daylight or with the steady illumination of the police or the news. The first time he was presented with an actual challenge, he flopped. Mired in his failure, he closed the laptop and hopped off of the bar stool. His back and legs and stomach, basically everything protested the movement after so long in the same position, and he hobbled up the stairs towards the kitchen. Hopefully Alice and Fear were still asleep so he could grab something to eat and go to bed before they woke up. Naturally, as if in punishment for his failure, they were both sitting around the small table crammed into the corner of the kitchen. Fear had a steaming omelette with whatever cheeses and vegetables were in the fridge, and Alice with the morning crossword and an entire pot of coffee in front of her and no mug. It twisted something in Izuku's chest, that this sight was so familiar it was more of a surprise when he didn't see it, while it was becoming an effort to remember his school days in Japan. He couldn't very well go to school, being a dead tourist, so he enrolled in online classes, but it just wasn't the same. "Morning, kiddo," Alice said, not looking up from her crossword. "How'd you sleep?" Izuku said, not sure whether to lie, but it was enough for her to look at him and see the truth on his face. Specifically in the bags under his eyes. "Were you up all night?" Meekly, Izuku nodded, muttering a quiet apology. Fear scared but pulled out the third chair and motioned for Izuku to sit. I told you not to break your head over the video and go to sleep. You said you'll pack up soon. That was 1 in the morning. It's 8:30. I lost track of time, he admitted. What video? Alice looked between the two of them. Zeke had some very interesting insights into the Regent vs. Bakuda fight from 2 days ago, yesterday. Was it? Oh yeah. Anyway, he made some interesting hypotheses. So I gave him the company Candiano warehouse footage to see if he had any fresh ideas. Izuku slumped in his seat. Didn't get anything useful though. I watched that video over and over again and I still barely know what happened there. Nadav, did you let him stay up all night over this? The man raised his hands in defense against Alice's accusatory tone. She scared and turned back to Izuku. Can I make a suggestion? You could always ask someone who was there. Like, you know, me. Izuku's brain was already fried from the long night, but right then he felt it short-circuit over the obviousness of the answer. Why bother poring over bad angles and speculation when he could just get his answers from the primary source? Kiddo. Hello. Anyone in there? Alice snapped her fingers in his face and he snapped back to the present. What happened that night? What was in the warehouse, and who was that person you fought? Do you know what their quirk was? Alice drummed her pencil on the table, thinking. We're not sure about the purpose of the building. It used to be a research and development center for company Candiano, but they shut the whole place down on D-Day. In Garden Heights, D-Day had exactly one meaning. The city used to be one of the American Midwest's industrial capitals, right up until 6 years ago when the city tried to pass a long-fought-for pro-union bill, and in retaliation every major company announced they are shutting down their local outlets. A third of the city found itself unemployed overnight. Workers from other cities hired to take apart people's offices and careers piece by piece. To this day, every facet of local politics was still colored by D-Day. With a declaration of bankruptcy perpetually sitting on the mayor's desk, and the public turning to less than legal trades to keep the bills paid, the city was willing to roll back every anti-exploitation law they could think of to court the company's good graces. In just 6 years, Garden Heights had gone from a nascent metropolis to a city locked in a never-ending internal war, public opinion against growing crime rings against the police who didn't care who they steamrolled for the illusion of peace, and vigilantes on every side exacerbating the tension in numbers unheard of anywhere else in the country. National news coverage called them the crime capital of America. Izuku wasn't sure how much of that was unauthorized quirk usage, but he suspected a lot, if not most of it. Anyway, Alice continued. As for what happened, Stryker and I went there to follow up on rumors of one of the newer gangs in the city holing up in there. We think the G4S or Academy. We had no intention to fight, just look around. But they found us out almost immediately and started attacking us. We tried to bail, but then that one guy showed up and started ruining my defenses. Anytime I tried to manipulate the air, he'd just make it go haywire. It affected your aim. Izuku's mind was abuzz with ideas. This was incredibly close to Regent's own tactics not a few days before. But Alice hummed in indecision and made a SOSO gesture. Not precisely. Look. She extended her hand to her side a distance away from the table and motioned for him to take his chair back a bit. As he did so, she curled her fingers just the slightest, and Izuku could feel the temperature around him drop as small wisps of mist coalesced above her hand, and within a few seconds turned into a solid ball of steam. When I use my quirk, Alice explained, I have to form a very careful equilibrium. Making one side of a room hotter than the other is easy and straightforward. But while I can manipulate temperature, I can't control moisture. So when I superheat air bubbles, the moisture in the air is trapped between boiling within the bubble and freezing outside of it. This actually works in my favor, as the steam helps trap the hot air within and keeps it in shape. She flicked her thumb and middle finger together, and the ball bounced to the air and floated lazily like a soap bubble. Whatever our opponent in the warehouse did, her tone grew sour and frustrated at her own words. It ruined my equilibrium. My bubbles began to expand and contract outside of my control, and I was forced to let them go before they exploded and caused unnecessary damage. How'd you escape then? Alice sighed. Chaos method. Made the weather in the room go haywire for as far as my range could go, then pulled a bubble around me and Striker and bounced. Something was niggling at the back of Izuku's mind. The answer felt on the tip of his tongue. A ranged quirk with effect on heat. No. Not the heat. Air density, Izuku blurted out before he could realize, his mind already making the connection to his online school lessons from just a couple of weeks ago. What was that? Fear said, pausing with a bite of omelette halfway to his mouth. But instead of answering directly, he turned to Alice. You said that it's easier to heat up the steam in the air to just the air itself. Alice nodded. Yeah, the hotter the air, the less there actually is. Steam allows me to reach higher temperatures without setting the oxygen on fire or creating a vacuum. Right, wait, you can make vacuums. Focus please. Right, sorry. My point is, that's why your heat bubbles kept collapsing. Your opponent was manipulating the air density itself, ruining the equilibrium. That's why you were also breathing so heavily in the video. They were trying to deprive you of oxygen altogether. The adult stared at Izuku, who was grinning from ear to ear. Finally, answers. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. But there was a detail swirling around his head, bothering him. Fear put down his cutlery and got up from the table. Where are you going? Izuku called out after him. An atmosphere manipulation quirk is incredibly dangerous, the doctor explained. But that also makes it noticeable. Izuku, you just saved a whole lot of people a whole lot of headaches. I'm not so sure. He admitted hesitantly. What do you mean? You said they caught you immediately, and they had someone with a quirk perfectly suited to disable yours. This was planned. Alice looked at him, then at Fear behind him. It's not impossible. Izuku turned and saw the man nod minutely, considering the possibility. We'll need to be on high alert. And Izuku, the doctor gave him an intense look, then smiled brilliantly. Fantastic work. I knew you could do it. Izuku's breath shuddered from the praise, eyes wet. He wasn't going to cry, he wasn't going to cry, he wasn't going to. Alice ruffled his hair. He cried his eyes out. Now Izuku wanted to be a good student. He wanted to be a good hero. He pushed himself to his limits every day, to prove his worth and his skill, to prove to Aizawa that he wasn't some traitor. But everything about this exercise set his BLD to a boil in ways he had trouble articulating. Keeping secrets, sure, he got that. But in a life-and-death situation. Either there was a hidden lesson Izuku was missing, or the National Hero Commission was feeding innocent lives to their own paranoia. If knowledge was power, what was the point in denying? Power to the most powerful people in society. Izuku shook his head and started running. There would be time for questions, and boy did he have questions, later. Right now there was no one to answer him, just the mission. He activated One for All at 5%, which allowed him to maneuver through the heights and crannies of Training Ground Gamma with ease without overshooting and jumping through the air. It would certainly be faster, but he had a feeling it was an easy way to get attacked. By whom? He wasn't sure. According to his mission brief, he had to protect a payload placed 50 meters west of the training ground center. He would supposedly have backup from members of his team, but he had no idea who those were. He had to choose, try to go solo and complete his mission alone, or seek out his classmates and risk confrontation in his search for allies. Above him the sky darkened as a sudden glacier spiked into the air and launched a blue figure several stories above the water towers. He must have been going at incredible speeds, but from below it looked like a lazy arc through the air before falling toward the ground. A second later he launched himself up again. He was moving from the north of the training ground eastward. Where was he headed? What was his objective? Whatever it was, it probably didn't include being shot out of the air. The blast was so bright Izuku thought he'd gone blind for a second. Blinking rapidly, his sight returned in time to see Todoroki spinning wildly in the air. 𝐼's blast surely missed him, it wasn't even close, but it probably blinded him even more than it did Izuku and sent him panicking. What was 𝐼's game here? As best as Izuku could figure out, every student was likely given a different, small slice of their team's overall goal. Izuku had been entrusted to play the last line of defense, while others were to serve as his support or as the offense. But there was no way to form a coherent plan of attack when they were so scattered, and no time to do it while the clock was ticking. Everything about this lesson struck Izuku as fundamentally wrong. Why spend all this time drilling the value of teamwork into their heads only to tell them that, at the moment of truth, they will be actively discouraged from it? Enough guesswork, he decided. Time to get some answers. Yuga was not having a good day. He felt he did the right thing by telling Aizawa about A, but the teacher's relentless grilling left him in a mood. Then the humidity of the day made his hair go haywire, and now, because why the hell not, someone was impersonating him. They say that mimicry was the highest form of flattery, but that was for jackets and accessories, not quirks, thank you. Yuga knew lasers. He knew lasers. And whoever just shot at Todoroki, who by the looks of it once again insisted on brute-forcing his way through this exercise like he did all the others, made a not small effort to mimic his naval laser. Without Yuga's quirk, it was almost certainly just an overclocked toy, meant to be flashy but incapable of doing real damage, and there was exactly one person in this class with the knowledge to construct a field laser array on the fly, not to mention get the materials. So the real question was, what was Yorozu playing at? Yuga stuck to the ground levels as he made his way to where he estimated the laser was fired from, but on occasion had to go up to the mid-levels for better view of the sky to keep on track. The whole way, he mulled over what he was running into. According to his mission brief, his role was to seize the opposing team's payload, a so-called box of documents located just west of the training ground center. By all accounts, he was going in the wrong direction. But he hated playing offense, and he hated the idea of offense against enemies he didn't know even less. So he was going to pull a procrastination cat-fight combo and go after the enemy he did know, even if it set him away from his goal. He slowed down once he reached his estimated target. He didn't know the copycat's exact location beyond east of the ground center, but if his suspicions were right, he just had to wait. So he climbed the mesh of pipes and beams until he reached the upper levels, and hid himself in a cranny with a good view to the north and east. Sure enough, 3 minutes later there was a loud boom from the west, the source hidden from him at this angle, and a bright white laser shot out to meet it. The shot was fired about 30 meters away, from a small porch on the top floor of a warehouse. Yuga took his time to creep closer as silently as he could, careful of stray echoes which would give him away. Finally he saw Yorozu, her back turned to him, crouched next to what he assumed was her oversized laser pointer. "What are you up to, Momo?" a voice behind him asked. Yuga yelped and turned around, then clasped a hand over his mouth so as to not yell again when he saw Zeke half-crouched on a pipe 1.5 meters above him, staring beyond him at their classmate. His costume had changed once again, he noted, though not to be any more sparkly like Yuga had recommended. So much potential with those green bolts, just wasted. The two looked at each other, and Zeke raised an eyebrow. "You too, for that matter. I'd call impersonating your quirk a smart idea, but for that I'd need to know why she did it." Yuga willed himself to calm down. Zeke was a friend, and he would remain a friend until further notice. "I have a theory," he said nonchalantly. "Oh." Zeke looked interested. "So do I, but let's hear yours first." Yuga smiled. "My quirk is as naturally eye-catching as Moi. It's a natural rallying cry, and an easy signal to get people to congregate. In an exercise such as this, where everyone only has a small piece of the puzzle, people will naturally try to play it safe and avoid other people and thus potential fights. Unless, of course, they were instructed to confront someone." Conclusion: Momo deliberately used the flashiest quirk in class in the flashiest way possible to lead her potential prey right to her. Zeke, who had shifted his stance to lean against the steel side of an HVAC unit, made an impressed face and nodded. "I was thinking the same thing, really." Yuga smiled smugly to himself. "With one addition, of course." "Oh. What?" "Copying your quirk would guarantee to attract exactly 2 types of people. The first is anyone who was assigned to either attack or defend you, which there might not actually be in the entire class." "Fair enough. And the second?" "The second is just you, specifically." Zeke raised his gaze to look behind him, and green lightning began to streak up and down his body. "And I think she was banking on the latter." For the second time in as many minutes, 𝐤𝐬𝐽 spun around to find himself ambushed by a classmate. A metal thump behind him indicated that 𝐒𝐿 had launched himself away, and 𝐤𝐬𝐽 barely had time to cover his eyes before Yorozu fired her laser pointer right at him. With her first target handcuffed to a pipe, Momo abandoned the laser pointer and started her way down from the porch and southward. Most likely Kaminari has since moved from where she estimated the cannon shot him, but she had no better lead. 29 minutes were left on the clock, and she had 2 opponents to beat and an ally to meet before then. A growing shadow next to hers was the only warning she had before someone slammed into her back at full force, sending her sprawling. If she weren't already at the ground levels, she probably would have tumbled off some catwalk to her demise just then. That wasn't particularly nice, Yorozu, Hill's voice said above hers. He was a target, she said, trying to regain her breath. She didn't move, instead preparing a creation to fight the boy off if need be. Her mission brief didn't mention him at all, so she was entirely in the dark as to his allegiances. Was he? And who else is your target? When she didn't answer, he crouched down again, probably to grab her. But right before he could, she let a giant whoopee cushion expand out of her back and shove him 2 meters away. She got to her feet first, but soon enough he was giving chase. She hadn't wanted to hurt him at first in fear of unknowingly sabotaging her own team's goals in the process, but his relentless pursuit gave away his goals. He was a foe, and needed to be handled accordingly. But his chase really was relentless. Momo was athletic, she'd been training in free-running and parkour techniques for years to make up for her quirk's lack of mobility advantage. But Hill was a menace. He jumped and weaved like there was no difference between the many levels of pipes and ledges and an old brick road. Multiple times he grazed her, almost managing to snag her wrist or leg, but she was ready for him and created wet clay bands which broke under his touch and let her get away. 𝐒𝐿, a female voice echoed above them, but Momo didn't turn to look and kept running. Hill, on the other hand, seemed to abandon his chase as she heard his unsubtle jumps echo up to the higher levels. Still, she kept running south until she was sure Hill was no longer at her heels. She slowed down and took deep, shuddering breaths, trying to regain her composure. She redid her frayed ponytail, then took a look around. She was sure she didn't get turned around, but it was better to be safe than sorry. She pressed her thumb to the comm bracelet's UA charm and the bracelet was gone. She looked around frantically and even retraced her steps a bit in a mad search, but very quickly she had to face the truth. She'd been duped. Is Momo one of your opponents? 𝐒𝐿 asked. She'd found 𝐒𝐿 and Momo in the middle of their chase, and called him up after a minute or so of following them. No. Well, maybe. I don't actually know, she wasn't mentioned in my brief. He shrugged, then frowned. Hey, are you feeling okay? You look a bit green. She waved away his concern. I'm fine, just overuse of my quirk. Anyway, why chase her if you don't know her allegiance? 𝐒𝐿 held up his hand and spun something small around his index finger. A pair of comm bracelets. I don't think she would have let me have this if I asked nicely. He then threw the thing into the air, then caught it and pressed the UA charm. The recording of All Might didn't reappear, a small mission summary in its place. 𝐒𝐿 began reading immediately, but 𝐒𝐿 took the opportunity to stare at him without fear of being questioned. What was his game? That he would ignore his own objectives to stick his nose into other people's assignments. He'd done this once before, she realized suddenly. At the entrance exam, a 0-pointer was a good 3 seconds away from crushing her to a pulp before 𝐒𝐿 had managed to knock it off balance with some telephone cables and a few well-placed kicks. She found out later that his combat score had been abysmal, but his rescue score, a metric none of them knew they were being graded on, gave him second place overall in the entrance exam. When she'd asked him about it a couple of weeks ago, he just smiled sheepishly and said, "It looked like people needed help, and I guess I got distracted." Was there a connection between that time and now? She made her eyes refocus on the present. Her classmate was muttering to himself, looking in several directions. Next to him was Momo's mission brief. 𝐴MR's and 𝐭𝐴MA's chibi-fied profiles were haloed in red, with 𝐴MR's marked with a large red X over it, while Kaminari's profile was haloed in green. Underneath that was a written summary of what could be fairly easily understood from the iconography, a simple map of the ground detailing 𝐒𝐿's and 𝐒𝐿's current location, and the lesson's timer now at 24 minutes. All in all, almost identical to Ochiko's own brief, par the faces. She wondered what Zeke's brief looked like if he wasn't assigned specific targets. Also, who designed the chibis. Next to it was what she deduced was 𝐂𝐼𝐺's mission brief, which was noticeably different. A written portion detailed the payload's location and physical description, and again a live map of the training ground, though this one also had a pin over the payload's location. Did he steal 𝐂𝐼𝐺's comm bracelet too? What's your game? Here, Zeke. He didn't turn to face her as he talked. My thinking is Momo was told to stop 𝐂𝐼𝐺 and Kirishima from reaching the mission target, which I'm fairly sure is the same target I'm supposed to protect. What's interesting through is that she's instructed to take out her two opponents and then rendezvous with Kaminari, implying that rather than simply giving each of us a simple role and letting us roam free, there is in fact an overarching plan. He was doing his muttering thing, she realized, and probably hadn't even heard her question properly. She clasped a hand on his shoulder, and the movement startled him enough that he stopped talking at breakneck speed and smiled sheepishly. Sorry. Got carried away. She snorted. It's fine, what you said is certainly interesting to think about. But if you're supposed to be protecting a payload, what are you doing running around stealing other people's comms? Especially when those people are apparently your allies. What? Ochiko stared at him. Zeke, if 𝐂𝐼𝐺 needed to steal what you're protecting, and Momo needed to stop 𝐂𝐼𝐺, then you just shot your ally in the foot. A look of abject horror overcame Zeke's face, and before she even had time to react he was off like a shot, trailing green lightning behind him. She thought she heard some sort of apology/excuse as he dashed by, but it could have very well been her imagination. He's a good friend, she thought to herself. Good thing his attention to the mission is so terrible. Izuku rushed through the training ground, hopelessly trying to find Yorozu again. Momo! He shouted, but there was no response. He tried to retrace the trail of clay they'd left behind the first time, but even that was lost among the typical dust and dirt of the lower levels. She'd been heading south the entire time he was chasing her. Did she just pick a direction at random or was there a goal? He tried to think. The exercise appeared to be a heavily adapted but overall simple payload defense scenario, with one team defending and one team attacking. Unless there was a second payload he just didn't know about yet, though that seemed to negate the supposed parallel to real hero operations All Might claimed they were simulating. He was getting off track. Literally too, he realized, as he checked his map and saw he'd started leaning westward. If I were Yorozu, he thought, what would my next move be? The answer didn't come easily. They were friendly with each other, but he didn't know how to anticipate her train of thought like he did 𝐂𝐼𝐺's show off and bask in the attention or Hatsume's add explosives. He jumped back up to the higher levels and stopped on a warehouse roof. From this height he could see the rest of Ground Gamma spread out before him. The training ground's southern edge was just 70 meters away, while to the north he struggled to make out the observation deck at the ground's center out of the skyline. With summer approaching quickly, the sun was still well overhead, giving the metal landscape a bright shine. Maybe he should ask Hatsume for sunglasses. He tried to think of what he knew of Yorozu. She was smart, calculating, and pragmatic. She knew 𝐂𝐼𝐺 well enough to draw him in with that laser, which she shot at Todoroki. But why shoot him, if he wasn't in her brief? Perhaps she just needed an excuse to shoot it at all, since it would have looked too suspicious to just fire it off with no cause. He carded his hands through his hair. Start from the beginning. Her mission was to take out 𝐂𝐼𝐺 and Kirishima, then protect Kaminari. Hadn't Kaminari been shot to the south when the exercise began? It would make sense, if when fleeing him, she would go towards a definite ally. But what would she do once joining Kaminari? His mind slowly began to sort people into groups. Izuku himself was currently the only person he knew for a fact to be defense, his mission brief explicitly tying him to the payload, while 𝐂𝐼𝐺 and it stood to reason Kirishima too were on offense. Then Yorozu was on defensive support, instructed to thin the herd and make Izuku's job easier. Logic then dictated the existence of offensive support, meant to do the opposite job and clear the way for the offense to seize the payload. Not a bad system, overall, just convoluted beyond efficiency due to the secrecy. Izuku could have been well on his way to the payload if he wasn't running around chasing his own allies. which, he realized, he was still doing. He reopened his own mission brief, and looked back and forth from the map to the training ground before him and planned out a broad path towards the payload. He closed the hologram, powered up, and jumped off the warehouse roof. And then he kept going up. "What?" he said in surprise, and then he saw her, standing on another rooftop just a few feet away. "𝐿𝐿, what the hell?" "Sorry, I still don't know what my limit is on grown people, so I tried to hold off on this as long as I could. It helped that you kept wasting your own time." Izuku gaped at her, but really at his own stupidity. She was offensive support, and he never even bothered to ask, too comforted by the sight of a friend. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 opened her brief, and he saw Ida's chibified face next to his own, which now gained a matching red X over it. Reading backwards, he couldn't understand the text outlining 𝐒𝐿𝐿's mission, but he saw the timer pass under 12 minutes. She closed her brief and looked at him. He tried to maintain eye contact, but it was hard when he kept spinning lazily in the air. The next time he faced her, he opened his mouth to speak, but she beat him to it. "Wanna go to karaoke after school?" Izuku stuttered, too thrown off by the sudden change in topic, and by the time he regained control of his tongue he was facing away from her again. It was probably for the best, since he was sure he was blushing like a tomato. "I mean sure, I guess, though I'm not much of a singer." Or was. "I can fake pretty well." He was still stuttering when he made a full rotation and saw that her rooftop was empty. Note to self, stop being a gullible idiot. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 tried not to throw up as she made her way across the rooftops towards the payload. The last time she had done this was at the USJ, and that had been for only a few minutes before Todoroki had built them ice holds into the glass dome. Even then, the incident had left her with terrible nausea for 2 days and one clear conclusion: she had to get stronger. She employed her quirk at every opportunity. She floated her cookware while making food, her bag whenever it was on her back, and every time she used the school gym she did 2 rounds of weights, one for genuine exercise, the second to stretch her quirk. She forgot to look at the timer when she took down Ida with a swipe at his helmet at the end of a long and annoying chase through the mid-levels, but it was about 10 minutes or so before she released him, certainly a personal best. She had no idea where or what position the tall teen was in when gravity reasserted its role, but he was probably fine. Still, with only a few minutes of rest between Ida and Zeke, her stomach was protesting loudly and convincing her head to join the argument. But she breathed deep and kept going. She didn't need to hold him for too long, another couple of minutes, and even Zeke's enhanced speed wouldn't help him reach the payload in time. Katsuki was so done with these people. Literally all these extras had to do was show up at the payload and stand around like club bouncers while he did all the actual defense. They got written directions, for F's sake, how hard could it be? Yet here he was anyway, alone with 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 of all people, trying to fight off one lame extra after another. Hill was nowhere to be seen, and he managed to catch Uraraka exactly long enough for her to promise she'll meet up with him later, as if he needed her. "Please." He fired off another explosion that sent Ashido spinning. His wrists were shaking from the strain of the fight. He was used to firing off huge blasts, but every time his feet touched the floor for more than a few seconds she'd cover it in acid, forcing him back into the air, and his improvised flying, while handy, took a large toll. This was his 3rd consecutive fight, having bulldozed his way past Mineta and then Gyro to get here, and he hated to admit it but there was reaching his limits. "Hey Octopus!" he yelled. "Get back to your position, stop letting the dumbass draw you out." He didn't have time to see if Shoji actually listened to his advice, but he would if he knew what was best for him. Kirishima wasn't exactly the sharpest in the bunch, pun not intended, but he knew how to fight. Any given conversation with him had a 60% chance of looping back to kickboxing. Which was fine. Katsuki actually used to enjoy kickboxing before his gym banned him for ruining too many gloves, but that wasn't the point. The point is Kirishima knew how to throw a punch, and he didn't even need to learn how to take one. There was a crashing sound, and suddenly the spiky-haired boy was flying across the open air, across Katsuki's field of vision and into a wall. Here. Katsuki stood corrected. Kirishima did need to know how to take a punch. "Kirishima!" Ashido yelled, and Katsuki capitalized on her moment of distraction to launch himself into the air, grab her right hand with his own, and then use his left hand and another explosion to change direction rapidly and spin 𝐻𝐸𝐽 in place. As Kirishima let out a shaky "I'm fine." Behind them, he whipped out his HNDCFFS and made to cuff her to the water pressure valve next to them. But she overcame her surprise faster than he expected and covered the cuffs, and his hand, in acid. "What the F?" he shouted and tried to throw his hand back as far as he could, but to his surprise, it remained stuck to the cuffs and the girl. "What the F?" 𝐻𝐸𝐽, for her part, seemed to be doing the same thing, but quickly her surprise seemed to be replaced by understanding. "Oh, whoops. What do you mean whoops?" Katsuki growled. "So, why I know how you sweat nitroglycerine?" "Yes, but why do you care?" "'Cause I forgot. And I'm not the best at chemistry, but with a quirk like mine you get a knack for it. The F did you do, raccoon eyes?" 𝐻𝐸𝐽 stiffened at the insult. "Call me a raccoon again and I'll claw your face off like one. But to answer your question, our quirks combined into an industrial adhesive, okay? Or at least I think. It might be water-soluble. Or not. Oh well, this is just perfect. First you try to kill me, and instead I get stuck to you. Which, for the record, is worse in my book. Well, aren't you Mr. Nice Guy? Also, the acid was his viscosity, low corrosion. What, did you think I've been trying to melt your legs off for the past 15 minutes? Yes. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 gave Katsuki a disapproving look. Just because you're a rude gremlin doesn't mean the rest of us don't have standard, watch out. Katsuki spun around and without even thinking brought his right hand to punch the approaching Kirishima right in the face. But he'd forgotten that that hand was still glued to 𝐻𝐸𝐽 and the cuffs, and so instead of clocking Kirishima across the jaw he sent the raccoon from Queen hurtling right into him. Katsuki didn't know what was more pathetic, his misstep or the fact that it worked. Kirishima and 𝐻𝐸𝐽 both went sprawling, and 𝐻𝐸𝐽's weight took Katsuki off balance and sent him after them. They stayed like that for a hot second, a neat little human shame pile, before Katsuki decided that he had enough of this thing day. "Kirishima, do not thing move." He growled. "Yeah, I don't think I can with you too, don't thing speak, either. 𝐻𝐸𝐽, get us out of these thing cuffs now. You guys need some help over there." He heard 𝐒𝐲𝐵 call out. "No, foo, actually, yeah. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 and I are gonna stand up, so make sure Knuckles here doesn't thing try any Kirishima pouted. "You don't trust me. No WhatIf you were about to reset my jaw, 15 seconds ago." "Okay, fair." Katsuki gritted his teeth and 𝐻𝐸𝐽 groaned as they stood up. Katsuki's foot staying pressed to Kirishima's pelvis was an accident. He'd aimed for the chest. As soon as 𝐒𝐲𝐵 finally came over and handcuffed Kirishima, Katsuki dragged 𝐻𝐸𝐽 around a corner for privacy and said, "Now thing unglue us. Can't you just break the chains with an explosion?" "Oh, can I just break the chain with an explosion? Why didn't I think of that, miss? I make biohazards by accident. Yeah, look me in the eyes and promise me you're 100% sure that this glue isn't the most flammable material between here and the support workshop." "No. That's what I thought. Now make an acid that actually melts SHT and get us out of here, before I skip the handcuff and blow your arm off, and then use your own arm to slap you." He took in a long breath. "Control, Katsuki. Please." 𝐻𝐸𝐽 looked at him with an unusual mix of disgust and understanding. "New to therapy, here. What do you?" He stopped himself before he could embarrass himself further. "How'd you figure?" "Remember what I said about calling me a raccoon?" Katsuki nodded. "Not an idle threat." Her tone was light, but Katsuki didn't believe it. He cleared his throat, because this conversation was getting a little too personal. "Right, well, if you would please unglue us already." She saw right through him, but let out a small huff of amusement. Yeah, give me a second." Her tongue poked out between her teeth as she concentrated on her free hand, which was leaking a small stream of unrecognizable fluid. He watched as the fluid became brighter in color and less viscous, until 𝐻𝐸𝐽 seemed satisfied. She took a step back and he did the same, leaving their adhered hands hang in the air between them. Carefully she let the acid drip over the glue, and within seconds the acid had melted right through the cuffs. Their hands dropped, now free of each other but still covered in glue and metal bits. As he watched, the glue began to slough off of Ashido's hand. Is that thing skin safe? For me? Sure. For you? I doubt it. She wiped the remains of glue off herself, wrinkling her nose at the bits that got stuck on the fur of her costume. Well, get it off me. She threw her hands up. Okay, gimme a minute. She flexed her fingers, sent a volley of acid at him. But Katsuki wasn't an idiot. He twisted out of the way and used his clean hand to launch himself up the wall, kicked off of it, and landed further outside of Ashido's range. I don't know whether to be mad you tried to trick me or mad because your trick was so obvious. Ashido grinned and crouched into a pose he recognized as her acrobatics stance. He grinned. The prospect of wiping the floor with her had just gone from a mild annoyance to a fun challenge. Izuku cursed as his utility belt missed its intended destination of the nearby roof and fell down to the depths of the training ground below. He elected to blame the pathetic miss on his current position, upside down with his head almost perpendicular to the ground, and on the lack of physical resistance to his throw. The experiment didn't even have the intended effect of causing an opposite force to throw him back through the air at the nearest handhold. Now he was stuck upside down, without a utility belt, and his mission a definite goner. Below, he heard irregular thumps as his utility belt hit what sounded like every possible surface on its way down. He was just glad that thing didn't actually serve as his normal belt, or he would have had a whole other set of troubles to boot. The metallic sounds from below kept coming. There was no way it was still his utility belt, was there? Hello. He called out, hoping his voice would carry above the slight wind and the echo of the metal labyrinth. Anybody down there? I could use a little help. The noise stopped for a second, and then began again in earnest, getting louder and closer. A minute later, a tall figure in a shining metal costume appeared on the roof, Izuku's utility belt in hand. Ida, Izuku said in relief. Thank goodness. Think you can give me a hand, here. Ida took off his helmet and smiled. It would appear that you and I were similarly duped by a friend. Yeah, no kidding. Do you have something that can pull me towards you? Ida made a face and shook his head. Afraid not, Hairu. I do have an idea, though. He squinted, replaced his helmet, and took a few steps back. Hold still. Ida, what are you doing? What the F? Izuku screamed in surprise as the taller teen slammed into him in midair, sending the both of them careening against the wind into a small water tower. They disentangled themselves from each other and instead gripped the beams of the tower itself, breathing heavily. Holy shd Ida, warn a guy next time. Ida let out a small laugh and threw something at Izuku. His utility belt. My apologies. But time is of the essence if we're to get to the payload before Uraraka. Izuku nodded, and the two made their way down the tower and to the upper levels, where they made a mad beeline northwest. On the way, weaving past pipes and across gaps in the floor, Izuku detailed his understanding of the exercise, with the different roles assigned to each student. Ida nodded along at first, but his reactions to Izuku's words became rarer as he continued. You and I are in the defense camp, which is why Ochako had to neutralize us as part of the offensive support camp. Hairu. Yeah. To use your own terminology, I'm not defense. Izuku stopped in his tracks to stare at his classmate. What? Ida stopped too, then pressed the charm on his comm bracelet to turn on his mission brief. Look. Suddenly suspicious of his friend, Izuku read Ida's brief while keeping enough distance to escape if needed. Sure enough, Ida's brief was a perfect copy of Ieya's, telling him to steal the payload. But if you... Izuku sputtered. If I'm offense, and your defense, Ida completed for him. Then why was Uraraka assigned to fight us both? Izuku nodded slowly. The web of information in his mind was shifting again, forming holes he'd thought he closed. Was there a third camp? No, he didn't think so, unless... He looked at the mission timer. 4 minutes to the end of the exercise. Nowhere near enough time, but that didn't matter. Nor did the fact that they were technically enemies. We need to get to the payload now. Well, look who finally decided to show up. Katsuki said when he saw Uraraka march into the payload area. Where were you for the entire fight? I was given other targets, sorry it took so long, she said nonchalantly and looked around the payload area. This section of the training ground was at ground level, but fully open to the sky above. A beach to defend, in other words. The payload stood at the center of the area, a blue and gold briefcase with the UA logo stenciled on the front, resting on an unused vac unit. 𝐒𝐲𝐔 sat with his back to the metal, legs folded beneath him, eyes closed but most definitely not asleep. Katsuki huffed. Whatever. This whole stupid thing is over in like 2 minutes anyway. What happened to your costume? Uraraka nodded at his right hand, which was missing its gauntlet and support item. Katsuki pointed with his thumb to where Kirishima, Ashido, and 𝐿𝐿 were tied up together. The first two were busy playing thumb war with their free hands. Ashido's dumb but happened to it. You guys okay over there? Uraraka called out to them. We're peachy. Kirishima responded, not looking up from their intense match. Though if you could give Bakugo a good shove for me I'd appreciate it. Ashido joked. Katsuki barked out a laugh. Didn't take you for a sore loser. Ashido scoffed. I'll have you know I'm about to beat Kiri for the 4th match in a row. Bakugo. A new voice said, and it took him a second to realize he wasn't imagining it. The voice repeated, louder this time, and Katsuki whipped his head up. There, on the upper levels, stood Four Eyes and the American guy. Bakugo! The American kept yelling, pointing frantically at the payload. Don't let Ochako get the payload. Katsuki's brow furrowed. Roundface was on their side, why in hell? He turned to look at where she'd stood only a second before, but she was gone, running madly for the payload. Oh no you thing don't, he growled, turned his back to the payload, put both hands out in front of him, and pulled the pin on his left gauntlet. He went flying like debris, and with a couple of well-placed explosions from his right hand he reoriented himself to look towards Uraraka and the payload. Tentacles' eyes were open, but he hadn't yet stood up. Did he not understand what was happening yet? To be fair, neither did Katsuki, not really, but he could get the gist. In the corner of his eye, he saw the American falling rapidly to the ground, flailing like he forgot how gravity worked. Katsuki was still suspicious as hell of the guy, but he let it go for now. First things first, nobody was touching that goddamn briefcase. Four Eyes was close behind, but Katsuki was still the first to reach Roundface by a very large margin. F off, he shouted as he grabbed her arm with his right hand, and positioned his left to release a massive explosion that would send them both careening wildly out of the path of the payload. But Uraraka used the second his back was turned to slap him clean across the cheek. When his explosion went off, she was no longer within his grasp, and he went flying up through the air at an angle he wasn't aiming for at all. She used her quick on me, he realized, and made several small blasts to course correct, but just as he started to get the hang of it all, he suddenly dropped back down to earth, gravity reasserting its control. Shouting obscenities, he got up and made to charge straight at her, but evidently it wasn't necessary. 𝐒𝐲𝐷 stood over her, one of his hands reassuring but also unambiguously controlling on her back, while Uraraka herself was too busy puking her guts out on the training ground floor. Quirk overuse. What the F was that about? Katsuki demanded. She could get empathy from someone who she didn't just stab in the back. You were supposed to be on my team, dumbass. Four Eyes and the American finally reached them, not even breathing too heavily, the lazy BSTs. We think she's a double agent. Katsuki looked back and forth between the American and Roundface. What on earth are you guys on about? Hill quickly explained his theory. Cool concept. Katsuki said, then pointed at Uraraka. What I'm hearing is, you were too busy playing detective to remember to beat the SHT out of this nerd. Both of the other teens froze, and Katsuki groaned. Useless thing Dekus, the lot of you. The American seemed to freeze at his words, but Katsuki ignored him. The change in Four Eyes' posture was subtle, but Katsuki noticed it anyway. But before the taller teen could activate his boosters and Katsuki could launch himself after him, All Might's voice boomed overhead. Exercise over. All students please come to the Eastern Gate. Any student who needs medical assistance, press the charm on your comm bracelet. Katsuki looked back to Uraraka, who nodded at something 𝐒𝐲𝐷 said and pressed her charm. Within seconds several medbots were carrying her away in a hover stretcher. "Do you think we can ask them for a lift?" a voice asked behind them. Katsuki turned and saw that their 3 prisoners had been released from their cuffs. Knowing recovery girl, Soto said gruffly. "They'd say yes and then drop you in midair for wasting their time." Izuku looked around him and saw 19 displeased faces. Everyone who'd been carted off for medical attention had been cleared to come back for the debrief, but most of the day's damage hadn't been physical. Right then, All Might said, "Who thinks they understand what just occurred?" The hero stood tall before the class, apparently choosing to ignore their despondent glares. Behind him, Izuku could see Aizawa standing in the corner, observing them, and a chill went down his spine. He tried to think through his actions throughout the exercise. He hadn't done anything incriminating, had he? But then, how would he know Aizawa's criteria for incriminating behavior? Izuku raised his hand. "You split us up into 2 teams. For the sake of the argument, let's call them heroes and villains." The heroes were launching an operation to recover something of value, while the villains needed to protect it. But instead of just telling us that, you formed a predetermined plan of attack for each side, and then only told each of us exactly what we needed to know to execute your plan. Excellent deductions, young Hill. All Might beamed. Izuku rubbed his ear to get rid of the low whistling sound. "Now, this is more a matter of opinion, but how do you guys think that panned out?" Thing terribly seemed to be the general consensus among the class, as groans and complaints abounded. All Might quieted them all with a raised hand. "One at a time, please, this is important." "Yes, young Yorozu." Yorozu looked like she'd been through hell since the last time Izuku saw her. Most of her costume was covered in frost, and there were large bandages on her calves and left arm. Kaminari next to her didn't look much better. Izuku shot a glance at Todoroki, who stared impassively. Was this ruthlessness, or petty revenge over getting shot out of the sky at the beginning? In terms of personal accomplishments, this mission was a failure. Our goals were clear, but we kept getting distracted and lost track of our actual goals. It took her visible effort to keep her cool, though Izuku couldn't tell if her true longing was to yell or cry. Either way, he felt responsible. She'd been doing fine right up until he came along and ruined her plans. Interesting analysis, young Yorozu. But what has you convinced you failed? She looked at their teacher in surprise. But All Might pressed a button on his control pad, and a hologram lit up the space above his head. It took a second for Izuku to make sense of the mass of arrows and understand what he was seeing: a chart of the class, divided by allegiance, the offending heroes on the left and defending villains on the right, with multicolored arrows connecting them to indicate who was given what information about whom. Izuku himself had no arrows pointing away from him, but 3 red arrows pointing right at him. One from Zero, one from Gyro, and the last, as he'd seen, from Uraraka. "You see, young Yorozu, you may have not fulfilled all of your objectives yourself, but your team's overall goal was still met. The payload wasn't stolen, though it was darn close." Zero raised his hand. Given permission to speak, he pointed to where Uraraka and Asui's icons stood alone in the center of the map. "Explain that, please." "Oh, I hope you'll tell me," All Might said cryptically. "But let's put a pin in that and get back to it. Now, what else have we learned? I want a personal conclusion from each of you." One by one he went around the class, each student providing one thing they felt proud of having accomplished and one self-criticism for improvement. Uraraka cited her overuse of her quirk and pushing herself too far, but All Might refuted that her limits had clearly grown at an admirable rate. Most of the class gave likewise analysis of their own fighting styles, and it was all definitely insightful, but there was an air of suppression to it, like they wanted to say something else. Izuku, for his part, had a million questions, but decided it better to hold his tongue and not rock the boat more than he already had. He tried not to look at Aizawa too much, though he could feel the teacher's gaze. "I kept making bad character calls," he admitted. "I assisted friends who turned out to be enemies, and on the same logic attacked my teammates. I kept conflating friends and ally, and it almost ruined my mission." All Might commended the analysis, but Izuku privately fumed at his mistake. How could he have seen what he'd seen, lived what he'd lived, and still come out such a terrible judge of character? He had to do better. His bad calls were already costing lives, out there in the back streets of Japan, and here he was anyway, learning nothing. Then they got to Bakugo. I didn't stick to my mission much. As for a thing to improve. Ignoring your mission isn't a negative point in your book. All Might asked. Why would it be? The blonde said roughly. Sticking to my mission was a waste of time. The temperature seemed to drop by a couple of degrees from the tension suddenly in the air, stuffing itself in the space between the students and their teacher. Or maybe it was Todoroki. Either way, Izuku didn't miss the unreadable expression on Aizawa's face as he looked at Bakugo, nor the way his hair seemed to lose its sense of gravity just a bit. Oh. Elaborate, please. I'm the best fighter in this class, Bakugo said. Shut up all of you. Yes I am, this is not a debate. I know it, you all know it, he pointed at All Might. He sure knows it, and yet he still decided to put me on glorified babysitting duty. If my mission was something useful, like just straight up being told protect the DMN briefcase, I would have just hidden it somewhere more defensible instead of leaving it out for the vultures to find. Instead, I got stuck running after 3 losers, one of whom ignored his mission entirely. Izuku winced. And another who turned out to be a DMN double agent. If I hadn't met up with tentacles here, I wouldn't have even known what we were supposed to be doing. I don't think I learned anything about fighting, because this exercise could have easily been won without me throwing a single punch, or lost before I ever learned what the objective was. I disagree, Izuku interjected before he could stop himself. The fight wasn't determined by luck, it was determined by who followed their orders versus who strayed from them. He looked at Ochako. You would have won, if Ida and I hadn't shared information and put the clues together. Well, All Might cut off the discussion, perhaps a bit louder than necessary. We could be standing here all day picking apart the merits of each of your actions. Yeah, Izuku thought. Isn't that the point of this class? But I felt this lesson was necessary, as I mentioned earlier, to give you a sense of the future. Whatever path you take in your hero careers, rescue or active combat or support, there will be times when you will be expected to work as cogs in the machine for the greater good. Okay, but it's not like something like this will happen to us as real heroes, Mina said. Right. All Might's smile was gone. Maybe not nowadays. But I based this exercise on a rescue operation I took part in early in my career. A paramilitary force had stolen several cases full of Japanese state secrets, ranging from military intelligence to international dealings the government didn't want other countries to know about. I was enlisted to the mission alongside a handful of other heroes to recover the stolen data. Initially, we thought that the various police and military units deployed alongside us had the same mission. But not minutes into the raid the soldiers split off from us. Later, we found out that the files we were after weren't simply stolen, they were collateral in the kidnapping of several high-level intelligence agents. But in the moment, all we knew is that us heroes had prepared a series of tactics that just got thrown out the window. What did you do? Izuku asked. The number 1 hero looked him straight in the eye. My job. And that's all I'm allowed to divulge on the matter. Class dismissed. Usually those 2 words invoked a mad dash to the changing rooms, everyone desperate to shower off the day's grime and sweat. But this time they stayed as a group, and watched All Might walk away in silence. Is it just me, Todoroki said? Or was that summary the exact opposite of what the lesson actually taught us? Oh, absolutely, Bakugo responded without skipping a beat. We spend half an hour talking about how working with no information is a terrible idea, and he just ignores that entirely. Is he thick? I wouldn't say idiot, Izuku said. But for a supposed tactical genius. Either he's an idiot who can't read the room, or he was leading us on deliberately. I don't think you got your intended message across, Aizawa said to Toshinori as they left the training ground. He'd released his powered form as soon as his students were out of sight, and now his costume hung off of him, a good 6 sizes too large. A well-kept secret of his suit was how much of the gold accents were actually clasps, designed to form-fit and keep the cloth from falling right off in his skeletal form. It was handy, but it just made him miss the days when the difference in his physique wasn't as stark. Oh, and what do you think my message was? He tried to keep his tone curious, interested. Aizawa was the senior teacher, after all, and it wouldn't do to patronize. Plans fall apart if you don't follow orders. Toshinori hummed. Well, that was the point of the exercise, yes. Aizawa, clever as he was, picked up on his meaning. The purpose of the exercise. But not the lesson as a whole. You knew they would fail. Define fail. There were 2 teams, and one of them won. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Fine, but you knew they wouldn't all obey their mission briefs. Hill ignored his instructions wholesale, while Todoroki just bulldozed everyone in his path, not caring if they were friend or foe. From an organizational point, this was a disaster. That it was. Which was your point? The operation you spoke about, that was Iki Island, wasn't it? I would have expected the underground to have tighter lips. Spare me, All Might. You can't talk about the biggest covert ops disaster in hero history without expecting someone to recognize it. Aizawa's eyes widened. Honestly, I was more than a little suspicious before you even said anything. The exercise was a clue enough. The secrecy, the misleading briefings. The traitors in each team. Aizawa, when I said I am not allowed to speak of the matter, I meant it. You of all the people in this school should understand the meaning of confidentiality. The homeroom teacher narrowed his eyes but dropped the subject. But to come back to my original point, do you really think they took away the right lesson from this? That they actually learned to respect the concept of confidentiality? That's 2 different questions, Aizawa. They spent the rest of the walk back towards the main campus in silence. Toshinori had nothing more to say on the subject. Or rather, he had a great deal more to say, but he knew that the other man wouldn't value his advice if he simply said it outright. He wasn't very good at teaching, he knew that. But he had close to 40 years of active experience under his belt, more than any pro hero who hasn't already retired from the active roster. High school hero courses were no longer new by the time he became a student at UA, but they were still just shedding their experimental status. He remembered heroics law class as it used to be, less a formal subject and more just a dedicated place to update the students on new hero laws as they were created. The title of Symbol of Peace was one he'd chosen and cultivated with care. The world needed to trust heroes, to see them as forces of good, and he gave himself as a face to that movement. But the thing about symbols is that anyone could brandish them. And Toshinori had few regrets in life, par his great mistake 7 years ago, but sometimes he wondered if what he'd accomplished was worth the less morally upright actions taken under his banner. We don't operate like this anymore, Aizawa said, unprompted, when the main campus came into view. A full debrief is required for everyone. I know, Toshinori said. But unlike television, looking someone straight in the eye and demanding they tell you the truth doesn't actually stop them from lying to your face. Are you calling me naive? He demanded. Toshinori raised his hands in defense. No, nothing of the sort. It's just. Heroism is like literature. When your every act is deliberate, you have to consider who will benefit from this. Who will suffer? What position am I supporting by doing what I do and saying what I say? Not everyone is an international icon, All Might. The world doesn't hang on to every word I say like they do yours. No, Aizawa, you're an educator. Your influence will have a far bigger reach than mine ever will. And beyond that, do not try to play humble in your role as an underground hero. You forget that I know exactly what kind of work you and your peers get up to. You would, wouldn't you? Aizawa said quietly. Excuse me, Toshinori said, flowing into his hero form as they neared the main campus and students came into view. It wouldn't do to have people questioning who was the skeleton walking around in All Might's clothes. They talk about you, down there. I mean, they talk about you everywhere, but there's stories of you in the underground that don't circulate very far. Most of them are old, almost as old as my career, but you have a history, don't you, All Might? Something the rest of the world doesn't know about. Yes, I do. Toshinori conceded. I suppose it is the mark of a good underground hero to find those stories. It would be the mark of a great one to never speak of them again. Sure, as long as you can promise me it won't hurt any of my students. Oh, young Aizawa. How I wish I had your optimism. I will do my best. Then Izuku had to be careful not to let his mind wander too far as he kicked the oak tree over and over. He could use one for all with up to 10% power nowadays, but Alice insisted he needed to learn control first, and that meant uprooting the old oak in their yard without ever wavering from 3% power. Izuku was fairly sure she just wanted some landscaping done. He was growing antsy in his unofficial house arrest. His first few months had been spent coming and going like a stray cat, but with tensions rising in the city, nobody was out for longer than necessary. He itched to be out in the streets, helping. Even at 3% his power was enough to make physical altercations trivial. Surely he wasn't completely useless. With a great final crack, the oak broke away from the last of its roots and tipped over. Though sturdy, the tree was relatively short and not really suited for the more arid climate of the Midwest. He wiped the sweat off his face with his shirt as he went back into the cool air-conditioned living room and flopped onto the sofa. A pitcher of iced tea and several glasses were waiting on the coffee table, ice not yet melted. Fear was in his usual armchair, wheelchair next to him, scrolling away on his tablet. He had his earphones in, but Izuku could tell by the look of concentration on his face that the doctor was in the middle of his online Japanese lesson. He hadn't asked Fear and Alice to learn his mother tongue, but they both made the effort anyway, and it made something in his chest flutter. Fear looked up from his tablet. "How is the weather outside?" he asked in Japanese. The fluttering was probably a heart attack at their pronunciation. "It's very hot outside," Izuku just barely managed to respond, also in Japanese, without bursting into laughter. Fear narrowed his eyes in his signature pretending this isn't funny expression. "Go shower, green bean," he said in English. "You stink." As Izuku made his way up the stairs, the doctor called up behind him once again in Japanese, "Thank you for the help with the tree." Under the cool, steady stream of the shower, Izuku finally let his mind wander. "Well," he said, "wander, but in reality it has been looping back to the same spot. It has been weeks since anyone last saw the mysterious Quirk user from the warehouse, but he refused to let the matter drop. Even as he stood there, mouth open and letting the water pool inside, something in the back of his mind was screaming at him to pay attention, that he couldn't afford to be complacent. But his searches had yielded nothing. The American National Quirk Registry was technically public access, but only by request, and certainly never the whole database at once. It was also horrifically incomplete, as it only registered people who manifested their quirks on US soil, with no update ever required to the file. Up-to-date quirk profiles of adults existed, but they usually lay in the hands of either private companies, mainly dating sites, and law enforcement. Simply looking up their mysterious attacker was a fruitless effort. Or maybe, Izuku gasped, then choked on the water he'd forgotten was in his mouth and spat it all out, choking roughly. Izuku hurried through the rest of his shower, dressed in clean underclothes, and ran to his bedroom. The place had undergone a significant transformation in his 2 years here. The bed was still the same old antique, but the mattress was thinner and made the whole bed shorter. The windows had blackout blinds to accommodate his erratic sleep patterns, which drove his guardians nuts, but they were just as bad, so they lost the argument, and the closet door was covered in images of various American heroes, strings of various colors noting allegiances and groups. American hero agencies were rarely owned by heroes. Their structure bore more resemblance to sports teams, members being shuffled to and fro according to contractual obligations. According to various online personalities, reaching national consciousness as a hero was incredibly difficult, as the agencies wanted to suppress individuality so as to better conform to the agency's brand. One of Izuku's favored internet forums was dedicated to watching crimes as they were reported and predicting which hero would show up according to the type of crime, what was at risk, and time of day. Their accuracy rate was surprisingly high, even in the larger cities. Izuku took his laptop out of charging on the dresser and climbed onto the bed. He found a comfortable position over the covers with his pillow as a backrest, and opened his browser. He already had several fake email addresses of varying ages to choose from, so it took minimal effort to access what he wanted. Most of the boxes were easy to fill, even if his wording was a little vague, and he had to make stuff up wholesale for the biography. A knock on his door startled him from his concentration. "Izuku." Fear's voice was still jovial, but tinged with concern. Not to be a downer, but you've been up here for a while and my shenanigans sense is tingling. Come in, 𝐒𝐿 said, and a second later Fear opened the door. It took quite a bit of effort for the man to make it up the stairs nowadays, and when he did it was always with the help of his mechanical leg supports. Even when not using his quirk, years of injury took their toll. Fear eyed his laptop suspiciously. What are you up to this time? 𝐒𝐿 beckoned him over, and angled the screen in his direction as he sat on the edge of the bed. The doctor's eyes skimmed over the words once, twice, then he looked at 𝐒𝐿. Green bean, not to be a downer, but you're a little young to have a dating site profile. 𝐒𝐿 rolled his eyes. Yeah, I am. But the 𝐒𝐿 user probably is an adult. So you want to catfish our opponent. What's catfishing? It's when you use a fake persona to form relationships with unassuming people. Oh, 𝐒𝐿 said. No, I'm not going to catfish the 𝐒𝐿 user. 𝐒𝐿 turned back to the screen and reviewed his work. Quirk match name, I can take your breath away. Quirk, air density control looking for. Quirks like mine, quirks unlike mine aged. 25 display, hide photos, 𝐻𝐸𝐽. JPG abs. JPG occupation, private security display, hide biography. New to the city, trying to break into the hero industry. Hit me up. I am going to catfish everybody else, though. Before Fear could say another word, he hit publish. The doctor looked at him. 𝐒𝐿. Yeah. What the hell? Yeah. Fear groaned and ran his hand over his face. Okay, please explain to me what on earth you think you're going to accomplish here. Dating websites have a much bigger quirk database than the National Registry. There's a higher chance of us finding our guy on a dating site than on any public record. And what if he doesn't have a dating profile? 𝐒𝐿 thought about it for a moment, but then shrugged. Then somebody close to him will. 𝐒𝐿, there is no way in hell this will work, it just did. 𝐒𝐿 said, already opening the new message in his inbox. Fear groaned. Doc, Aiden. Bro. This you, 𝐒𝐿 turned to Fear with a smug expression. Told YA. We have no proof that our target and this Aiden are the same person. Fear said in a warning tone. 𝐒𝐿 clicked on Doc's profile. The first image was of the classic comic villain, and the rest were of a 30-something with tentacles in the place of a beard. 𝐒𝐿 recognized him. He ran a pawn shop downtown, and had more than a few questionable contacts the police tried to harass him for on a regular basis. Okay fine, Fear said. But you're dreaming if you think I'm going to let you troll a dating website unsupervised. Now All for One stood tall and powerful before 𝐒𝐿, a giant before an ant. The wind was whistling in his ears, the high shriek of something falling very, very quickly. The sand, beige and red and rusty brown, ate away at his feet and trapped him in place. Before him, above him, the villain laughed. It was a deep, chilling thing, like the deep frost of winter. Really, 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya? You expected to defeat me. None could before you, I killed them all, one by one. He raised one arm, and the wind shrieked again as he gestured past 𝐒𝐿. He couldn't turn around, but he didn't need to, he knew who was behind him. 8 figures, trapped in the sand, same as him. Some he'd grown to know, but even after all these years about half of them were still cloaked in shadow and secret, hidden away in the in-between spaces of 𝐒𝐿's mind. They, at least, could be called worthy opponents. Called themselves heroes, even before the term became the hollow moniker it is today. Fools, every last one of them. But they had power and drive. I can respect that. But you. So many names, and you don't even know what to call yourself. He laughed again, and his voice changed. Became higher, younger, but rougher too. When he spoke again, it was with the words of a teenager, but the voice of an 8-year-old boy. Useless thing Deku. 𝐒𝐿 jerked awake to the sound of rapping on the door. He got off the bed, ran his hands down the white of his school shirt in a useless effort to look more presentable, and opened the door. Hitoshi stood in the hallway in his green and white convenience store uniform, a white takeout box in hand. Wow, you look like us eating, thanks. 𝐒𝐿 said dryly. He tried to imagine what he looked like right now, rumpled school shirt, breathes without a belt, and a serious case of bedhead. Not that I don't like you, Hitoshi, but give me one good reason for you interrupting my nap. Free food, he said, shaking the box lightly. Izuku let him in without another word. The teen plopped himself onto the couch, dropping the box on the table. Turn on the light, Zeke. Izuku realized that while there was still natural light coming in, it was already past sunset. It made sense if Hitoshi was there with food from his work. He turned on the light, swallowing the cooling gold glow of the sun in a stronger, but less lively halogen light. Damn it, he'd wanted to get some homework done. He brought out glasses and a bottle of soda for the both of them and joined Hitoshi on the couch. Thanks. No problem, you looked like you needed it when we left school. You look like you need it even more now. You saw me after school. Hitoshi snorted. Wow, you were really out of it, here. Yeah, I tried to say hello like 4 times, but you just kept muttering to yourself and ignoring me, and eventually I had to go to work. Izuku cringed. Hey, don't worry about it. What's going on, though? He opened the box to reveal hot wings and fried rice, long gone cold in the commute. Hitoshi picked out a wing and began munching on it, clearly more worried about the potential harm to his uniform than to Izuku's couch. Though to be fair, the couch had probably witnessed the Leviathan War, by the state it was in when Izuku bought it. Izuku just shook his head. Some weird stuff at heroics class. Don't worry about it. Immediately he realized it was the wrong thing to say as it only piqued Hitoshi's interest. Right, he wanted to be a hero too. Today's lesson was this incredibly convoluted thing and I keep trying to wrap my head around it. What's not to get? Is it, like, a tactics thing? Izuku tried to explain the exercise as succinctly as he could, but it still took him a good while to explain everything. He kept tripping over details, making connections mid-sentence and backtracking. His mind was still not done trying to think through the entire scope of the lesson, and by the look on Hitoshi's face it wasn't helping him much in the way of coherency. I'm sorry. Izuku flopped back into the couch and covered his face with his hands, careful not to smear the wing grasped in one hand onto his face. I'm not making sense. Yeah, no, I just... Izuku took a bite of his wing, half out of hunger and half buying himself time to think. All Might had this chart, okay. At the end of the exercise, he showed us this hologram with all the connections between everyone. We only saw it for a little bit, and it didn't even really explain the full extent of everyone's debriefs. And I keep trying to wrap my head around what happened during the exercise, but I only saw All Might's chart for like a minute and a half. Why does it matter? What do you mean? Hitoshi took a sip of his soda. I mean, first of all, the exercise is over, so who cares what everyone was assigned to do? He held his hand up before Izuku could protest. Yeah, I know, knowledge is power or whatever. But Zeke, seriously, you're overthinking this. Didn't you say this entire lesson was a giant clusterfuck? Izuku nodded. Then why bother trying to make sense of a clusterfuck? Like, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the whole point is that nobody knew what the others were doing. But I want to know. Izuku threw his hands up. I want to know the plan. If I hadn't figured out the plan, I wouldn't have known that Ochako was a traitor. I wouldn't have shown up in time to stop her from getting the case. Case? You mean the payload? Izuku nodded, and Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. The payload you were supposed to be protecting anyway, except for the part where you went there and fed off to screw with your teammates. Dude, full offense. But the big plan was SHT, it went to SHT within like 30 seconds, and in all honesty, I don't think All Might is fully aware of what happened today, because it is physically impossible for one man to keep up with 20 people doing who knows what at high speeds at the same time. Izuku blinked. Hitoshi was right. All Might's plan hadn't accounted for Izuku to attack Yorozu, had it? No plan survives first contact with the enemy. Basically. Some 23rd century generals said that, no. Earlier, I think. But what really bothers me is how All Might kept contradicting himself at the end. How so? Izuku thought back to All Might's bare-bones explanation. He felt like he was missing something, some additional clue to the story that he possessed but couldn't attach properly. He was really vague about it, but he said that the whole thing was inspired by a secret mission he had years ago where the command gave every unit different orders, and it ended in disaster. Or, well, I assume it did. He didn't actually tell us how the mission ended, but it was heavily implied that everything went wrong. Well, there you go, Hitoshi said decisively. He was teaching you that confidentiality is a sham and to ask questions. But then why not? Why not just say that? Hitoshi finished the question Izuku had stopped himself from asking. He shrugged. Who knows? Maybe he really is an idiot. Maybe there's another part of this lesson you guys haven't gotten yet. Izuku went through his memories of the debrief. Bakugu's arguments, All Might's stiff replies, Aizawa's sharp eyes. Aizawa. Eraserhead. Maybe, he said, but in his mind another theory began to form. Maybe the lesson wasn't just for us. Hitoshi seemed to misinterpret the faraway look in his eyes. Dude, don't beat yourself up over it, seriously. Izuku let out a long sigh. I know. I just don't want to be a Deku. Deku. Hitoshi pet his head, clearly not understanding. How could he? The only person who knew Izuku's history with that word thought he was dead. Or wished he was dead, depending on the group assignment. Yeah, it's stupid, just something one of my classmates called me today. Said I'm useless. Hitoshi snorted. Let me take a wild thing guess and say it was Bakugu. Izuku nodded. Yeah, that tracks. Well, for what it's worth, Deku sounds a whole lot like Dekiru, as in I can do it. What is this, primary school? Hitoshi just shrugged. I can do it. Not a bad slogan. The Musafatu harbor was as lively as always, even close to midnight. It wasn't the busiest port in Japan, but that didn't mean it wasn't crowded, and crews worked round the clock to be able to send off every ship as quickly as it came at every hour of the day and night. Just like the lights of the dockyards never turned off, neither did the surrounding businesses. Nita's place wasn't the best bar in the district, nor were its neighbors, but they were more well-worn than run-down. The booze was fine but not worth the price. At least, that's what Izuku was told. He was never allowed to order any, something he shared with a large proportion of the clientele, in fact. He didn't bother hiding from the warm bar light when he went in. There was nobody here he was afraid of, but when he didn't see the people he'd come here to meet, he avoided making eye contact as he wove his way between the barrelwood tables and to the bar. He sat himself down in the bar stool flush with the wall and drummed his fingers as he waited for the bartender's attention. In the meantime, he listened to the conversations around him. Himari and Yui in crane maintenance were getting married, and bets on how long that'd last ranged from a few months to a cancelled wedding. Haruto, the oldest of the manifest inspectors, had broken his hip, and management was trying to force him into retirement as he recovered. The speaker, a woman with pink hair, sounded like she doubted they'd succeed, but the topic nonetheless progressed to who would fill in Haruto's role. Names were thrown around in a whirlwind of rumor and hypothesis, but the conversation soon drifted to other matters. Endless guessing would not dictate reality. Finally the bartender, a woman named Ichika who barely had to take a step to get from one side of the bar to the other, turned her attention to him. Yami, she said brightly. Haven't seen you in a good while, how are you? He gave her a warm smile. Ichika didn't officially work in the harbor, but she and her equivalents across the districts were as much a part of its massive ecosystem as any driver or sailor. Even more so, Ichika was one of the few who were willing to turn a blind eye and allow in the harbor kids, middle and high schoolers who were technically too young to officially work but needed the money. I'm good, he said. Studies have been a pain, so I've just been trying to get a handle on things. He didn't miss the way Ichika's eyes lit up at the mention of school. His work schedule before UA was very clearly not that of a student, and while he wasn't an oddity, harbor parents were largely insistent that their children finish schooling. Before she could ask any questions, he asked, have you seen Ryzen come in? Either or them. Oh sure, she said, jutting her chin toward the corner next to the small bend of a hallway into the restrooms. Sure enough, Asahi Ryzen sat in one of the booths in the corner, bent over a small stack of papers. A few seconds later, an spiky-haired teen peeled away from a nearby table of other harbor kids Izuku vaguely knew and rejoined his father. Here, take this for Asahi, will you? She passed him a tall glass, and with a soda for himself he made his way through the tables. This time, he was much more vocal, muttering "excuse me" and "move please" along his way. Equally, his presence was acknowledged, small nods and quick smiles and glasses raised in salute, all of which he tried to return in kind. The harbor employed thousands of workers, and that was before you counted the harbor kids, but it was the kind of place where everybody knew everyone else's name or face, if not both. It never hurt to be friendly. Asahi looked up from his notes when Izuku lowered the man's glass to the table. His smile was as warm as Ichika's, and so were his hands when they gripped Izuku's. "Yami, my dear boy, how are you?" "Good to see you, Raizen," Izuku said. He turned to greet Minato too, but rather than say anything he elected to go straight for his drink instead. Before Izuku's hand could wrap around the glass, Minato sent it sliding down the table straight at the wall. But Izuku was prepared. Power coiled between Izuku's fingers as he brought his thumb and middle finger together, and by the time he flicked his finger out towards the glass trajectory, bands of black energy were clouding round and round his hand and between his fingers. Black whip, 45% power, 65% elasticity, and dropping. Two razor-thin bands of black whip caught the glass mere centimeters from the wall. Some of the drink sloshed out of the glass and onto the dark wood of the table as the glass slowed and then stopped. He turned his palm face up and curled his fingers, and the glass shot back in the other direction, again spilling some of the drink, but most of it was still in the glass by the time he curled his hand around it, so he counted it as a success. He smirked, and took a sip of the drink. Fruity, but incredibly sour. Izuku grimaced. Too much lemon. Nita didn't mind her bar being a popular place for the harbor kids, but she steadfastly refused to give minors alcohol, so Minato liked to make up for the lack of alcohol by ordering overly complex concoctions made of every non-alcoholic ingredient available, with varying results in quality. Minato smirked as he took the glass back. "Hey, I like it." Izuku's and Minato's tastes didn't overlap much. Izuku preferred things on the milder side, but the older teen liked anything as long as the flavor was strong. Izuku once saw him eat 3 spoonfuls of svichimi on a dare without breaking a sweat. Izuku was convinced it was quirk-related, though his quirk was a form of enhanced eyesight. They filled the time with idle questions on Izuku's school life. He told them his name was Akatani Mikumo, Yami for short, and that he went to one of the regional schools, so the conversation was a constant dance around the reality of Izuku's time in UA. It was more difficult than he'd anticipated, as he realized how his school gave more leeway in quirk use than any other school could or would, even in the most casual settings. Not to mention that as far as everybody at the harbor knew, his quirk was Black Whip, which allowed him to shoot out bands of energy which behaved like very elastic cables. Izuku could count on the people he knew he had more than one quirk, and none of them worked in the harbor. Eventually the talk turned business. Izuku needed rent money, Asahi needed manpower, and Minato needed time off to focus on his senior year of high school. They agreed on a set of shifts for the coming 2 weeks, more night shifts than Izuku liked, but then he wasn't actually readily available most daylight hours. "I can't do anything before or after next Wednesday, though," he said. "Why?" Asahi looked up from his phone, where he was jotting down notes. Izuku immediately realized he couldn't actually tell Asahi the true reason, but Minato already caught on. "The sports festival, right?" His tone was curious but self-assured. Izuku couldn't think of a plausible enough lie on the spot, so he just nodded. "Yeah, my friends and I are all trying to get a watch party together too." "Oh hey," he gently slapped Izuku's shoulder. "Maybe you should come too, Akatani." Izuku startled. "Oh. That's incredibly kind of you, just. I mean I would love to." "Oh I get it," Minato cut him off. "You think you're not cool enough to hang around with us older guys." "No, I just..." The excuse came to him in a flash. "A friend of mine managed to snag us tickets, so I'm actually going to the festival." Minato's eyes lit up. "Oh that's so cool. How'd you get the tickets?" "Friend of a friend. Honestly I didn't ask too many questions." "Wow, I wish I could actually be there. You know I actually know somebody from the UA Hero course who's going to be competing." "Oh really, who is it? I'll keep an eye out." His name is 𝐼𝐺. He's a first year, actually, so he'll be showing up pretty early. He's got this super cool laser quirk he shoots out of his stomach. Oh, that's cool, Izuku said, desperately hoping neither of them could see the blood freezing in his veins. How do you know him? Minato still seemed excited, but something about him became more guarded at the question. We met a few days ago, actually, playing laser tag. Because of course they did. Izuku spent years around monotheistic Americans, and while he didn't believe in a singular god himself, he appreciated the appeal of having a specific figure to blame in times like these. He burned to ask questions. Had he met the little girl? If he did, what did he remember? Another source of information could prove critical to finding her. He tried a more roundabout approach. I didn't know there's a laser tag in the area. Minato shot a glance at his father, who'd gone silent and began scrolling through his phone. But his mouth was set in that thin line which always meant someone was in trouble, just not here or now. Yeah, my friends and I went to play in Shibuya. Of course, the streets Izuku had wandered just a few hours before were easily the largest entertainment district this side of Japan, short of the amusement parks, but they were not the closest to Musafatu or the cheapest. No wonder Asahi wasn't pleased. And if Minato had been involved in the event last Friday. Sounds like fun, but I actually heard Shibuya is pretty dangerous right now, no. Please take the bait, please take the bait. I'd say, Asahi said gruffly. Smartipants here ran in with a DMN Yakuza. Izuku's eyes grew wide. Really? He whipped around to give Minato a shocked expression. That's so, he cut himself off before he said cool. Time and a place. Scary. What happened? Hearing the story a second time did nothing to thaw the blood frozen in Izuku's veins at the thought of that little girl, scared and alone under that man's deadly watch. He hoped she was alone. It was a terrible thing to wish on a child, but he really, really hoped there were no others. Minato evidently thought the same, because his version was considerably shorter and less detailed than 𝐼𝐺's. We were just frozen in place, Minato said as he finished his story. And they walked away. I feel like I should have done more instead of just holding that stupid phone, maybe tried to get her away. Izuku shook his head. That's a terrible idea. This guy managed to convince 5 teens that they're gonna die without actually saying a word to them. You did the right thing. Minato nodded, but Izuku could still see his hurt. There was no feeling quite as terrible as believing you had the power to help but squandered it. Which is why Izuku was not going to let this opportunity to help pass him by. Don't stress about it, Minato. It's not like you could actually take on a Yakuza boss and win. Asahi gave Izuku a long look. And where, precisely, did you hear that this was a Yakuza boss? His tone didn't give away whether he already knew this information or not, but it didn't matter, he bit Izuku's bait. People talk, Izuku said, which was incredibly vague, but here in the harbor was also incredibly specific. People are looking for that little girl. I heard about this whole thing from this friend of mine who knows a store clerk in Shibuya. Some are saying she's the guy's runaway daughter, others say she's been kidnapped. By some, Izuku meant himself. He'd spent the better part of the evening passing by almost every storefront in Shibuya, asking after the little girl or her strange guardian. Results were slim, but he hadn't expected much, even if any of them really knew anything, which he doubted. The truth was rarely given freely. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku could see Minato's friends in the next table go quiet, trying to inconspicuously listen in. If Izuku had to put money on it, every harbor kid would know about the Yakuza by the weekend, every adult by Monday, and the Yakuza themselves not long after. This is how Japan's underground truly operated. People mistakenly thought with a narrative push from the government that this meant organized crime was on the decline. This was partially true. In an age where quirks tipped the balance between the one and the many beyond proportion, the criminal undergrounds of the world either died off or mutated into something altogether new. Where the American underworld was still controlled by mafias, and Europe had even evolved an entire hidden kingdom with its own coinage, even Japan's highly individualistic view of heroism and villainy had led to the twilight of organized crime. The result was something far more loose, but simultaneously far more flexible. You didn't have to be a villain to be underground, you just needed to know somebody or have someone's cell phone number. And that guy knew somebody else, and that someone would ask to borrow your pickup truck every once in a while, or rent out your spare bedroom because their roommate was unreasonable or some such. A million little actions and favors and deals made with every single party looking in the other direction, and if the police ever came asking, they'd be led down a million different false leads. The Yakuza, then, were antithetical to the entire concept. Most of the underground rejected any work relating to them, fearing that if the hammer ever fell they too would be caught. But with higher risk came higher reward, and especially in recent years the local syndicate was gaining power and resources. His friend didn't look too good as he shrugged and mumbled a non-answer. Asahi had undoubtedly ripped him a new one when he found out Minato had gone off with friends to Tokyo, and Izuku didn't even want to imagine his initial reaction to the encounter on top of it all. I think she was a hostage. Or there were hostages being held to keep her. Hostages? Like who? Okay, boys, Asahi slammed his hands down on the table. Without any physical force, though his tone made up for it aplenty. Let's leave this business to the police and the heroes, shall we? He turned to Izuku. Sorry to cut this conversation off like this, kiddo, but I have to work, and Minato has to sleep. I'm fine, Dad. Yeah, say that to my face tomorrow morning. If that's how you act after too little sleep, I dread the day you get your first hangover. Minato and Izuku shared a quick glance that said been there, done that, and the three of them parted for the night. Izuku would see Asahi in 2 days on his next shift, and he and Minato made some enthusiastic but vague plans to meet up again for something sometime. Home was half an hour's walk from the bar, and 20 minutes by subway, so Izuku elected to save the money and go on foot. He took the extra time to mull over his present dilemmas. He'd shaken the hornet's nest, no doubt about it. This tactic wasn't new, of course. The harbor and the underground were Siamese twins, distinct but conjoined. Gossip was their lifeblood, everybody knew everyone's business, and repeated it as their own. The underground used this to divide credibility and accountability across thousands of people. By telling Asahi that people talk and refusing to name a singular source, Izuku was intentionally invoking the credibility of everyone at the harbor, Asahi and Minato included. The Yakuza, and Izuku was fairly sure that this had everything to do with the Yakuza, were going to respond, either in the same discreet manner as Izuku, his words both amplified and muffled by 1,000 voices, or loudly, asserting his power by attaching his name and face to it. Either way, Izuku would have to be ready, because everybody with an ear to the underground was going to hear of it. In the meantime, Stain was still missing. Another hero had turned up dead, this time in Hosu. Izuku trusted Gentle and La Bravard to take the hunt seriously, but all of them knew that Stain had them outmatched. The man was a brilliant fighter, with zero qualms about fighting dirty, once he decided to actually fight. He was also, despite his off-putting looks, incredibly charismatic. Something about his intensity brought people's blood to a boil, not in anger but in passion. He wholeheartedly believed in what he did, and inspired others to be the same. Izuku had grown to trust the former vigilante fairly quickly, when they'd met. His tongue was sharp, pun not intended, and his voice never wavered. He was steady. He told Izuku of the corruption he found at the heart of Japan, and Izuku told Stain of his years in the States, of the lessons he learned there. Izuku hadn't realized it until it was too late, but at first, Stain had been the optimist between them. He was out there fighting every day to make what he believed was a better world, while Izuku had been tired and jaded, still healing from the catastrophic end of his life in America. But the truth of All for One, of the mythical figure who stood at the shadows of their world, the silent backbone of evil and corruption, sent Stain over the edge. He became convinced that to defeat All for One, society had to be pure, to rid itself of any imperfection of corruption that the villain could exploit. At first, Izuku agreed with him. In theory, Stain's words were correct. But by the time Izuku had realized that the man was serious, it was too late. 2 heroes were dead, Stain had disappeared, and Izuku was left with the bodies and the consequences. Every time a new hero turned up dead, it felt like Stain's blade was being plunged directly into Izuku's heart. How did he intend to take on the greatest villain alive if his allies went homicidal before they could even help? The residential streets before Izuku were empty. It was closer to dawn than dusk by now, but not every window was dark. Some people were sleeping, some were working, some just living. But Izuku was alone out here on the street. Small and unsure, pretending he wasn't scared shitless as he postured before beasts 1,000 times bigger than he. What use was he really, against the corruption of a whole country? I can do it, Hitoshi's words flashed through his mind. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 had approximately 6 minutes left to copy the rest of Minata's history homework before homeroom started, but he didn't hesitate to pause his frantic writing when he saw Yorozu approach. "Good morning, Yorozu." He gave her his signature radiant smile and wink. After yesterday's 𝐷𝐴𝐷 of a heroics lesson, he decided to move up his weekly spa day, so he knew he looked even better than usual. He leaned back in his chair, the perfect picture of calm, even as he held Mineta's lips shut with one hand to avoid any inappropriate comments. "Good morning, Emma." The vice president looked pensive, like she didn't really know what she was here to say, or how to say it. Well, I suppose I wanted to ask for advice, though it might be a touch rude." Yuga held up a hand. "Say no more, I knew this day would come." He reached into his bag, pulled out his sparkly red folder, and thumbed through until he found the pages he wanted and handed them over with a flourish. "Thank me later." "Oh, I didn't mean," she said, but trailed off as she saw the contents of the pages. "Is this a redesign for my costume? It needs a little more pizzazz, darling. Also, you're going into a highly physical job with like 0 skin protection. Not to be a downer, but you're going to get shot in that outfit." "Hey now, don't be insulting." Mineta's voice, having extracted itself from Yuga's grip, grated on his ears like nails on a chalkboard. Not that he would ever ruin his nails in such a fashion. The lady needs to show skin, how else will her creations come out? Yuga eyed his classmate. "First of all, Bakugo has an explosion quirk based in his hands, yet he still wears gloves. Do you know how that is? Because the gloves double as a conduit channel." Mineta guessed. "Heh, maybe." Yuga didn't actually know. "It works," Yuga said. "Because someone thought it through instead of just going for the laziest option. Perhaps people like Kirishima don't need all that much protective gear, but being heroes means we are more likely to get injured, not less." Mineta snorted. "What, would you have us all running around in full body armor?" "Mineta, my costume is full body armor." Yorozu evidently had enough of this tangent, because she picked Mineta up by the collar of his school jacket, let some sort of weird green-brown goo fall from her hand onto her captive's uniform, and then unceremoniously dropped him into his seat. As she marched back towards Yuga, he could see Mineta behind her struggling unsuccessfully to rise from his chair. He flailed and yelled, which the class vice president pointedly ignored, and also demanded his homework back, which Yuga ignored. It wasn't even enough to wake up Hill in the seat before him, who looked like he'd melted into his chair and desk. He gave her an impressed nod. "Some sort of adhesive, I'm guessing." She nodded. "Yeah, it's something new Mina kind of figured out yesterday afternoon, so I asked her for the compound. It's what I actually wanted to talk to you about, not this." She waved his papers for emphasis, "though these do look very cool." "You wanted to talk to me about adhesives." Yuga was flattered, but he also needed to copy Asui's chemistry homework during lunch. "No," Yorozu said. "I mean your quirk. The laser array I made yesterday was an attempt to copy your quirk, but the best I got was an oversized laser pointer." Yuga nodded in understanding. "Yeah, thermal blooming does that. The more power in a laser, the faster it heats up the air around it, and the displaced air disrupts the beam." He explained in brief the design costs of modern lasers, power against size against function, which she wrote down in a little pocketbook she created on the spot. Yuga did his best to be as concise as possible. He knew lasers just as well as he knew fashion, and it would be a shame to let his advice fall on uncomprehending ears, not that he would make the mistake of underestimating the class vice president's intelligence. "So if I did want to make a laser like yours," she said, eyes rapidly dancing over her notes, "what kind of power output would I need?" "Oh, you can't." Her eyes snapped up to meet his. "What?" You can't. Or rather, you could, but the output would heat up the air too quickly for any pulse longer than a couple of milliseconds. Then how does your quirk manage it? Yuga shrugged. Quirk bullshit factor. Yorozu looked at him incredulously, and with a touch of disappointment. Really? You believe in that nonsense? Yuga sighed. Of course she was a skeptic. I'm not saying I believe in all of that reality is broken, we are all being mind-controlled by an alien worm nonsense. I am saying that exactly like the name says, quirks are bullshit and follow our known laws of the universe in a highly selective manner. Science has an explanation for everything, she insisted. Does it have an explanation for how you regularly create things several times your body mass? Yorozu looked ready to argue. Yuga had no doubt someone as studious as her had examined her quirk extensively, but right then the bell rang, cutting off their conversation. But not, he knew from the look in Yorozu's eyes, ending it. As promised yesterday, Aizawa came in accompanied by Midnight, who gave a brief rundown on what was expected of a hero name and where they could show off their personalities to fit the criteria. Yuga only half paid attention. He'd known what his hero name was going to be since forever. Izuku really hoped his hero name would be approved, because if it wasn't then he would start having to draw from the All Might bootleg pile. He'd refused to hesitate when he was handed his own little whiteboard and immediately wrote his name in blocky script. But as his classmates stood to present their names one by one, he found himself more and more unsure. Everybody presented their ideas with such confidence, whether they were approved or rejected. They'd been thinking about this for years, while Izuku had grown up not even considering the possibility. When he came back to Japan, he initially didn't even plan on attending high school, and when he did, UA was a joke, a fool's hope left over from primary school. He never expected to be accepted. But intentions never meant much in the face of reality. So when it was his turn, he swallowed his worries and walked up to the lectern, the writing hidden against his chest. He looked out at his classmates and teachers. They wanted the same things as him, didn't they? They all wanted to make the world a better place, even if each of them had their own angle about it. He took a deep breath and restarted. I wasn't sure what to go with at first. There's so many ways to be a hero. You can fight, or rescue, or defend. I could never choose one. I want to do it all. So, I will. He flipped over his whiteboard. Fearless hero, Dekiru. I can do it.